Hello everyone and welcome along to the 6 hours of Sepang here at the Virtual Endurance Championship. We are about to get qualifying underway and it'll be a pretty historic qualifying because we've never done an endurance race in Sepang here. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the drivers and teams deal with this. I'm Josh Anderson, of course, going to be taking you through the action today. And, well, I'm going to be very intrigued to want to see how qualifying does go. And I'm sure you are at home as well, just waiting to see how these prototypes and GTs all get on in the qualifying session. I do believe the GTs are starting to form up now to start the qualifying session. As soon as that timer ticks down to 0, they will, the minute marker, once the extra timers, they will be able to go out and start their laps now. Sepang, of course, very interesting circuit to do endurance on. Best known for its Formula 1 exploits, of course. Of course, it's a 5.5 kilometre circuit, 3.45 miles. And, well, a couple of interesting turns. I can definitely say they're going to improve problematically. Constant radius, turn 1, which leads directly into turn 2. You got turn 7s and 8, which are two righters, which seem like one, but they are two corners. The long sweep in turn 5. Hairpin of turn 9, 13, decreasing radius to 14, and then the hairpin is 15. So lots of challenges for the drivers here to deal with, and lots of interesting corners to tackle. And the timer has now started, of course, so cars are going out onto the track to begin their out laps and qualifying laps. So we won't really know who is where in terms of qualifying until the proceedings actually and the first couple of lap times start to come in. But for now, we can at least watch these cars and get a general gist of who's going to be the ones to look out for in this qualifying session. Of course, if you'd like to get involved in the broadcast, feel free to do so. Either pop into the VEC room to TeamSpeak and come and have a chat with me, or get involved on the Facebook chat, because, you know, involvement is awesome. Just do it. Yeah, we've never actually raced an endurance race at Sepang before, which is going to prove interesting in terms of how the drivers deal with the track. Well, they've done a lot of practice, of course, but naturally, it is going to be a brand new challenge. And, well, last time I checked, it could be an interesting track to race on. Because, well, it's got all the components, so go for it. Looks to be a very good race, though. I'm not going to make any, obviously, predictions or anything yet, because I can never get it right in an endurance race. But it could be an absolutely great race to watch this, and a very enjoyable one for both drivers and spectators. And let's not forget as well, we got the weather forecast to consider as well. Personally, I haven't seen it, but it's available on the SRC website. I've just opened it out now, actually, and it is currently, local time in Sepang is, I do believe, local time is currently about 12:11 in the afternoon. So, in about, I don't think there's any rain on the horizon, to be honest with you, but there's a little bit of a chance, I believe. Although the day after, yes, there is rain. So if this day was this tomorrow, there would be rain. But I don't think there's going to be today. Yep, sounding in fine form is a good thing. I'm very excited for this race. Thanks to Jamie Otis in the comments for that. Yep, I'm ready for this. I really want to get on with it. First couple of cars then will be starting their laps, and we'll be able to see what the rough times are for these GTs around this track. And who is on what sort of laps, etc. But, oh, apparently we have done the 6 hours of Sepang before. It's season 7. Ah, there you go. Well, I wasn't around in season 7, so I wouldn't know this. No, I've only been around for about a year, so first time I've commentated on a race in Sepang. Certainly the first in rFactor. Well, it might not be the first in rFactor to do either. What do I know? I know nothing. Either way, I do know this is going to be an interesting race, but the historians of us know that we have actually raced this race before. Yeah, shouldn't be any rain for the race, but either way, it could be an interesting one. I do believe the first couple of laps are due in, and we'll be seeing who goes where in a couple of corners' time. I definitely see Riccardo Cazzari is going to come around and complete a flying lap, so we'll see the Ports Motorsport Corvette set a time and that will probably be the benchmark time for the others to beat. He does set a 2-minute .364, which is not beaten by Greg Hall directly behind him in that Auto Racing Corvette. So, good time to start with from Kozari, because Brodegar has gone behind as well, as has Kevin Jager. So, times are starting to come in now, and it looks like we're looking at about a 2-minute lap, perhaps lower than that. We are probably going to get high 19s to low 19s by the end of this qualifying session. Maybe even some 59, sorry. Maybe some 58s if we're lucky. Looks like that 2-minute .364 is the strongest lap we've seen so far, though. Quite a long lap this Sepang for a GT car 9, so going to be an interesting one for the race. Means we've got a lot of time with the warm-up lap, formation lap, that's for sure. Going to be interesting to see who gets what and who gets where, but you know, it is very early days in this qualifying session so far. I'm just looking at the live time and see if anyone... I can't tell from the actual timing what sector times are, but I can only tell overall lap times at the moment. I don't know whether there's something that I can use for this, but... yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on these because obviously no access to set lines. You're going to only be able to tell when the cars cross the start-finish line, but who goes quicker where. But either way, it should be interesting to see how much improvement there's going to be, because these cars are going to put rubber down, which is going to help them. But the cracks are already going to be rubbered up when the prototypes go out, which is going to be fantastic for them because they'll just get in and get the first laps. At the moment, though, after these first couple, there is improvements to be made, but it's looking like that 2-minute lap by Kozari's looking very good. Brodegar not far behind either, but of course, laps still to be done in this session, and I think Kozari's going to come across the start-finish line now. That's not an improvement, though, from the Pulse car, unfortunately. So they will not be improving this lap. I don't think Greg Hall has moved up much further in the order either, in the Odin Racing car. Wonder what's possibly Kevin Jager, the VRA car. That might be an interesting one. BMW, of course. Looking pretty strong around Sepang, actually. Only 1.2 seconds off the pole time at present. Let's see what he does as he crosses the line. That is not an improvement, but still holds 6th, obviously. 62 Porsche of Marek Brokers looking pretty strong as well in 7th for core team. Alice Flavor, which is the sister car. Well, Flavor's car has just gone up to 6th, so improvement made from the 92 core team, the sister car to that other one. Sister car to the 62. Can be interesting to see how this pans out. Which of the 2 core team cars are going to be quicker, etc. Not much in between Champer and Hinds for P10 at the moment. Champer is about to cross the start finish. Does not... well, he's not about to start. Oh, who am I getting? That's the back straight. I'm getting my straight fixed to it. It looked like it were almost set. Champer's going to come on the final corner, though, and may leapfrog the FSP Ragnar Simulator Ferrari there. Anyway, Joe Chandler's going to come across the start finish line, and he is going to not improve that time, but remains 10th. And we have cars still coming out of the pits doing the one hot lap and back in approach, as has been proving so popular this season. Just go out, do a hot lap, come back in. Go out, do a hot lap, come back in. Get the freshest tyres possible. It'll be interesting to see how this works then. So, I mean, well, where was I going with that? That's the thing about qualifying. There's never a lot to talk about, but when you have to talk about it, you have to be on the ball. Qualifying session, I think it's 20 minutes for GTs, 5-minute break, 20 minutes for prototypes. So that will obviously be how this goes. These GTs will have about 5 minutes of the 10 minutes, sorry, 5 minutes of the qualifying soon. At the moment, oh, Kurazari and Pulse Motorsport still leading this session. That 2-minute lap is looking pretty good now, to be honest, because a couple of laps have come in and no one's really gotten any closer. Alex Brautigam in the Black Hawk Racing car might have something to say about that as he comes around the final corner. But we'll have to see if he does. Kurazari, I think, has actually improved to a .364. Not a massive improvement, but it's an improvement nonetheless. So Brautigam's going to find 4/10 to get pole. What is the Black Hawk driver going to do? He does go pole by some margin as well. A 2-minute .1 he's set. That is now the benchmark that Kurazari must achieve. And then Martin Dylan and Greg Hall behind. So it could be interesting to see how this works out. Brautigam, though, taking the pole position very well and doing a very good job of it. That is looking like a good lap, that 2-minute. I wonder if we'll see GTs go under the 2-minute barrier. They're getting very close. They're teasing it like teasing a chocolate orange at Easter and then not giving it to somebody, but let's see what Kurazari can do. I don't think this is his flying lap, but this will be the start of the flying lap for the Pulse driver. Further down the order, it's quite close. I mean, you take 5th place to 12th place. They're all within a second of each other. Even though Brautigam, Dylan, Kurazari, these cars ahead are quite far ahead of the rest. Yeah. Qualifying so far then, I mean, what's really been the story is, well, there's not been much of a story, there's not been much qualifying, but I'd say, you know, with 10 minutes to go in the session, you're not going to get as many laps as you want, which is why it seems like it's going quicker. 2 minutes a lap, you're only going to get about 10 laps in. Greg Hall doesn't find any time on this lap. The real story, though, is going to be whether Kurazari can manage to find even more time than he has already, because if he doesn't, then he's going to have problems. Well, Brautigam is coming across the start finish again. He hasn't improved on this lap. What's Kurazari going to do? He's on the back straight, so let's see if there's going to be an improvement from the Pulse Motorsport car on this particular lap of the race. We'll see if there is as he comes on the final turn. Rounds it, gets the curb nicely, and Kurazari, what's he going to do? He's going to come around the final turn, and he will find himself crossing the line. That is an improvement, and we have a sub 2 minute lap, 1:59.8 from Kurazari. He has broken the barrier, and now it's all down to Brautigam to react to that. Mind you, Kurazari, 0.285 to Brautigam, but a whole second ahead of Martin Dylan. So Northern Light Racing quite far behind, even though they are third. That is a big gap. That is a big gap, actually. Quite a significant gap between the two cars indeed, so it's going to be interesting to see who goes within who in the race, but I'm surprised that the gap is this much. And again, it is bigger tracks, so that kind of makes mistakes more of a problem. You lose more time because there's, you know, longer laps, so you lose a second here, you're going to be a second longer on the track, but and again, on a longer track, people might make mistakes. It might not mean as much as it does on a short track. Because there's more track to do. So we'll see what happens. Martin Dylan does not improve on this lap with about 1 minute. Well, no, we've still got 10 minutes. What am I thinking? Well, 6 minutes rather. So still a little bit of time for Brautigam to react, but as soon as that timer hits 25 minutes, that is a GT qualifying done. Alex Brautigam gets another 0.1 of a second, but it isn't enough to get pole. He's going to need 0.275 of a second if he wants pole. That is not going to do it. likes of Dylan, though, and Hall behind, who are a whole second behind, have got some work to do, to be honest, because these drivers, you know, they want to be closer than they are to the likes of Corazon and Brattigam, and it doesn't do great for them pace-wise if they're second off a lap in an endurance race. That said, qualifying pace and race pace are two different things, and it might be the likes of Northern Lights are really good in the race. Plus, there might be incidents up front, and that might help them, because you can never call an endurance race, so until the end. We'll have to see who gets what. It'll be interesting to see this. We've got about 5 minutes to go in the session then, and still, obviously, Kawasari leading, but Brattigam, there's not left the pits yet. Maybe he's waiting to line this up when there's less traffic. Trying to find himself a way into this session and get himself pole. Meanwhile, we have the Rev Sim Racing UK car in 5th place. I didn't notice that. They must have made an improvement to get onto the back of Greg Hall in the Odin Racing Corvette. Alex Brattigam is off the pits again. Lee Russell, I can see the Simtech cars, the 67, doing alright in P7. Fran Solo's alright in P6 with Geo Racing Team. Alex Plaver as well in the Cole Team car. Mark Prokes in the other one in 11th. Kevin Yeager is still in the top 10 in that VRE car as well, so good results all around in the GT field. A lot of teams doing quite well, although one team I thought might be further up is that Black Hawk Racing number 82 in 15th with James Duco in it. I'll be honest, I would have expected that to be a bit further up than it was. Similarly, the Motorsport Italia car all the way down in 14th, they had a good run last time, but then again, it might be the race where they come well. They do well then. Though it is a tricky track, Sepang, I would not really blame anyone for making a mistake around here. We'll have to see how it goes, though, to be honest, because with still 3 minutes in the session, you know, there's not much time now, but could still be a surprise. Rosario, though, still leading affairs. The only car to do a sub 2 minute lap in this qualifying session so far is Ricardo, and needs really to consolidate that position maybe by getting a couple times, because we know Alex Brattigam's a quick driver. But you never know. Kawasari can find even more time. I think Brattigam's just trying to line himself up for a lap here. We'll see how the Black Hawk Racing driver does on this lap. I think he's only going to get 1 or 2 more cracks in the whip here. Yep, he is only probably going to get 2 more laps. And I think anyone really crossing the line at this point is only going to get 2 more laps in, because I think now it's too late. Well, it would be interesting to see if he can usurp, because I'd be very interested to see if he does. Black Hawk car Brattigam is no slouch. I mean, no, Brattigam's a very good driver, led a lot of the previous race in GT, so Brattigam's got it, but has he got it for the qualifying this time around? Obviously, I've got no sector time, so I can't tell exactly how quick Brattigam is, but we'll see how he goes. Well, he's gone back to the garage, actually, so that is not going to be a lap in for Brattigam. Maybe he's decided against it. So Black Hawk are not going to be taking pole position today. So it all comes down to whether the likes of Dylan Hall can all do well. Now, if they're going to usurp Kurozari, though, Martin Dylan has made inroads. He's 0.7 behind Greg Hall, the whole 1.1 seconds, 1.3 for Josh Hill, 1.362 for Francola, so the gap is there. Mind you, there could be a surprise in store. 17 seconds to go. And, well, with qualifying about to end, let's see if anyone can usurp Kurozari.
Qualifying is now over. You may finish your lap.
Alright, so there we go. One more lap finishing attempt for the GTs. We'll see if anyone can get Paul then. As will Kurozari. He's trying to go out and he's getting a bit argy-bargy in the pits, actually. I think there's multiple cars in the same pit box there. He's not going to get another lap in, though, unfortunately. So it's all going to be down to the likes of Martin Dowland has not done it. Mark Prook has not done it. Josh Hall's gone off. Fransola's in. It's looking likely this is going to be Paul for Kurozari and Pulse. And I don't really think at this point, to be honest, I think this is probably Pulse's, to be honest. I think unless really this is a major sort of improvement from the Revs car, there's going to be that sort of thing. Unless he finds 1.5 seconds, yeah. No, he's gone into the pit, so I'm pretty sure this is Paul for Pulse now. And what a Paul it's been. Now, of course, we have 3 minutes and a bit until the prototypes go out. And who's going to get Paul there? I really can't predict that. So, you know, the prototype field, we've got drivers like, we've got teams like Insped, who took the win last time around as well. Let's not forget, Insped Racing Team are race winners. Yep. We've got Marcel Sendicic in the Deltec team, all these teams. Sasha Glatter in the Blackhawk Racing car. Now, Sasha's name has been on that car for a while, but I've never actually seen qualify. So, it'll be interesting to see how Sasha does. Ben Willis, of course, in the DR Motorsport car as well. Shelley Money, all the P1s and P2s. Of course, we got, all the P2s and P1s going at once, so that's going to prove interesting. But it's a longer track. More likely they'll get track time to themselves instead of having to share it. This was a short track, we'd have traffic all the time and be even more interesting. But going to be a nice straight shootout, I think, between the P1s and the P2s. And with about 1 minute and 44 to go, it's going to be prototype time quite soon. Yeah, Sasha Glatter, quite a strong driver. I've heard quite good things about him. So, going to be very interesting to see how that Blackhawk car goes in this qualifying session. Definitely, when I saw the entry list and saw his name, I thought, oh, well, this proves to be interesting. But, yeah. Right, so any predictions from the audience as to who's going to get Paul here? Answers do, do answer, because we're very interested to see who gets Paul. I forgot to ask for the GT qualifying, actually, but Anyone, who do you think is going to get pole? Who's going to come out on top here in Sepang? Who's going to lead the field into turn 1? That is the question. And we'll see what the answer is. Not long now, and I suspect some cars are going to start going out. In fact, I do not see any of the prototypes yet, but that might change in a couple of seconds. Might start lining up. I hear one. And that is, yeah, that's one of the P2s for Foligati. Cars are coming out in about 7 seconds' time. We're going to get it going. So, prototype qualifying. I'm about to get underway here at Sepang.
Prototype qualifying starts now.
And we are go, and yep, prototype time. And well, it looks like it'll be Marcel Senetich for the first lap in for Deltec. Set a good benchmark. Marcel, a very quick driver, as we know. So we'll see what happens. So, with that said, Senetich, where is he on track at the moment? He's just coming around at the point of final couple corners. That's convenient because I just got distracted enough to see that. So here we go. We will see who gets what. Senetich is going to come around and start his flying lap now. Look at this speed he's carrying into that final corner and then scrubs it all off. That is the possible strategy teams are going to take. Take as much in on the entrance and just lose it through. Cars leaving and rejoining, but Senetich is going to start his lap now. Watch the likes of Glatter though, Kashka, Willis, Burke, Kreven, you know, watch everyone. Just watch everyone. Just do it. Going to be very interesting to see where the things go and who gets what, but let's see. It'll be interesting to see, definitely, because this is a good-looking qualifying field. I mean, in a 6-hour race as well like this, it's going to be crucial that we get the you know, whoever gets on pole is going to want to make the most of it, because that is just how it goes. It'll be very interesting to see how this pans out. Marcel Senetich then, the one to watch possibly in this early going of the qualifying session. He does appear to be behind Michele Molly, so hopefully he doesn't get held up too much, but Molly will be about as entitled to a qualifying lap as Marcel is. Mind you, Marcel Senetich has got competition in the likes of, oh well, Sasha Glatler's actually got one of the first laps in at 1:41.5. So yeah, Glatler's got a good lap in. We're going to see where Senetich lines up in that field, of course, but a strong lap from the German to start with. Definitely, you know, proving that the good things I've heard have been proving right. Eddie Gastina has actually gone quicker than some of the LMP. Oh, actually, so he hasn't. That's a P1 as well. My mistake. Lap times are starting to come in, though. It'll be interesting to see, for sure, who gets what. Yeah, wrong room, James. That is the incorrect room. Oh, well, DHR are in room 1, yeah. If you want to see them, but there's a very DHR looking car in the Black Hawk. I guess that's close enough. I'm sure we'll see though. Where is Sinatich in all this? Where is Marcel? Still hasn't set it up, surprisingly. Maybe he cut on the first one. We'll see where he comes in all this. Very talented driver, obviously, Marcel Senicic, and well, hopefully he can get a decent position. Otherwise, a couple of lap times coming in. Osvaldo Angeloni, 1:41.548, just 3 thousandths behind Glatter. So maybe that wasn't Sasha's best lap, or maybe Osvaldo's really on pace. I don't know. We'll have to see. But Eddie Castillo, Matej Sunak, all a second behind. Current P2 leader Gianpaolo Falagati in that 49 car, so there's always that to look forward to. Oh, apparently Marcel spun on his first lap. That's what happened. Ah, right. So he just had to have another crack at it. He has though gone pole temporarily, 1:41.3. Goes even faster than Glatter, so the new pole time has been set. Sinatich then setting the benchmark for the others to follow, and we'll see who does. Well, just, I'm not really, you can't really talk about it like qualifying, can you, to be honest, because it's just like, things to do, cars to watch, and then if there's a pole time, you update people on it. Can't really see any improvements happening yet, to be honest. Maybe it'll come towards the end of the session when there's even more rubber on, but yeah, we'll see. Mind you, there could still be improvements, but at the moment, it still looks like Sinatich has it, though the likes of Glatter and Angeloni and Gastino, I'm sure, right up there with the potential to make some real surprises happen. Really going to try and see who's going to get there. I would definitely see a look out for Insped. I mean, they did win the race last time around, so they must have a renewed energy to win again. But at the moment, 1.7 seconds down. So unless they find some serious time, I would not say they're going to grab pole just yet. And on a track like Sepang, pole can be more important when it's only a 6-hour race. Well, Glatter has just gone pole again. Has taken the pole from Sinatich by another 2 tenths. 1:41.131 is the time. So Blackhawk go pole again, although do not count out Sinatich to get another 2 tenths and then go pole again. This could be a pole position shootout way up between these two. Angeloni being pulled further and further way out of it in that Atlantic car. Then Eddie Castillo a whole 1.1 seconds down. That is the disparity between third and fourth. Even then, the next Insped car, Insped's next, 4/10 down on them, on the Dutch Connection team. So, that said, this qualifying session is not over by any means of the imagination, as Osvaldo Angeloni proves. It's gone within a tenth of Glatter. So really, there's a three-way fight for this pole position at the moment. This could be interesting. Definitely got to keep an eye on this, because we got a three-way battle. You never know how it's going to end. This could be an interesting qualifying session. Yeah, and there's still 9 minutes to go in it. Well, Osvaldo Angeloni's had a bit of a do on that last lap, so won't be completing this one in particular, but has plenty of time to do some more. Looking further down the order, let's go to the P2s. Foligati still leading affairs in that. Still doing a pretty good job. Mind you, I'm surprised the P2 field, there's only 7 cars today. And then you've got the P... Slightly less than I'm used to be honest. I thought there'd be more P2s. Be very interesting to see how this pans out though, because we do have the prototypes on track and prototypes are great. Then again, GTs are fun too. We've got a GT Focus special event coming up, the 12 Hours of Bathurst, coming up on the 18th of March, I believe. Oh, yep. 12 hours at Bathurst in GT3 and GT4. Marcel Sinic is just pushing that car so hard it's smoking. And it's proven to be his good, beneficial thing, because that's 141.070. Giuseppe's Glatter again. He's top 3 within 2/10 of each other. This is close qualifying. This could be interesting to see exactly.
Number 6 car, please reset your car.
Oh, apparently someone's been asked to reset that car. Not entirely sure who that is, to be honest. I didn't quite catch what Benjamin said there, but some cars have been asked to be reset. That is an interesting thing to happen in qualifying. I've never heard that. That is a first. I wonder why that is. Still. Oh, what's this? Oh, apparently there's only 7 registered P2s, that's why. Okay, fair enough. Oh, hang on, what's this? Alright, apparently a car was bumped out of the garage and standing in the pit lane near the exit, that's why, okay. Yeah, problems with that, that's fair enough. Well, with 5 to go in this qualifying session, Senisic and Glatt are still duking it out, as is Angeloni. Gastina's not getting any closer though. In that 919, he's really not managing to close in much. Still 9/10 down. So really, it is a 3-horse race for this pole position then. mind you, there really is not much in it between Glatter and Sinitich. So Sasha does not have to gain that much time in order to get pole position. Only really has to go about 10th or so. And then, that is it. Pole done. So what can Sasha Glatter do on this lap? Let's see. Can't get pole. It's still 5 minutes in the session to go. Doesn't mean to say he won't get pole. Looking further down the P1 field, I can't really see any major surprises at the moment, to be honest. Everyone's roughly where I'd expect them to be. Looking down the P2 field as well, the same can be said again. So not really an awful lot of surprises, but we might be having a surprise pole setter. I think Marcel Senich is about to complete another lap, so we'll see if Senich already slowed down quite a bit on the entrance of that. Maybe just trying to maximise the exit. Maybe this is an out lap, that's why. Three minutes and a bit to go until qualifying ends. Still not much in it between the top three. Angeloni, though, having a very good qualifying session at the moment, doing quite well to hold that third. Although he's just slowed down. It's getting to this point now where the extra time is just harder and harder to come by. Not really very easy to get time, and what time you can get is limited. This is all about trying to extract as much time as you can. These three just all about trying to get the extra time that they can now. Denethich must have improved again or something, because he's on a 40.8 now, and that's 2 tenths ahead of Glatter and 3 tenths ahead of Angeloni, unless Angeloni's bought the time in a bit. Denethich may get one more lap in, as may Glatter, as may Angeloni, but that's probably going to be the extent of it. And Eddie Castina still a whole second behind Denethich. Whole 8 tenths behind Angeloni. There's nothing separating them at the moment. Not much in it at all. Though that we will see exactly who is going where. .27 seconds to go then, and well, this will probably be the final lap for Osvaldo Angeloni then. Final lap for Sashal Glatter, final lap for Marcel Sinicic once he starts his next lap. He's not got long to start it though, so it's going to be very touch and go. But I think he'll probably make it. 10 seconds to get down that back straight. And the Delta car's going to get one more crack of the whip and a draft onto the front straight. A flying start then to the lap. And Senetich, these top three are probably the only ones in contention now. Angeloni, Glatter, Senetich all duking it out. Theo gets Paul, then Senetich has gone off, so it won't be him able to improve at least, so it's all down to whether Glatter can get more time. Sasha Glatter knows it's now or never in terms of absolute qualifying pace. Got to be done. That was marginal, just I think within the track limits. A Blackhawk car, same within track limits. If this is the fastest lap, then that will prove to be a good hold. Oh, one last cack on his own lap there. Just unfortunately placed, I think, for Glatter. Couldn't do anything about it. Last cack as Untitled Glatter doing the flying lap. May have compromised it though slightly as well. Angeloni's going to cross the line. He's not going to improve. So pretty much guaranteed pole position for Sinicic then. Looks like it's going to be Gianpaolo Faligati on pole in the P2s unless last cack makes up a lot of time. Or Michele Imoli gets some good time in. Only 4/10 required, mind, so it could happen for the Reborn Racers team, but we'll see if he does as he crosses the start finish line. Is this pole for Reborn? No, it's not. Still 12th, which means it is Faligati on pole. So you got Marcel Sinicic, Gianpaolo Faligati, and of course Ricardo Cavazzari, pole sitters for Pulse Motorsport in reverse order, Pulse Motorsport, Reborn Racers, and Deltec Racing Team. There you go. And now I do believe it's going to be time for the warm-up. So I'm going to take a quick break, try and refresh myself, and I'll be back for the latter part of the warm-up.
Okay guys, this is the voice check. Please make sure you can hear me. Rev up your engines. If you can't hear me, let me know now on TeamSpeak. And here we go again for voice check. Please make sure you can hear me. Rev up your engines. Again a voice check. Please make sure you can hear me. If not, raise up the volume of myself in the TeamSpeak. Please make sure you can hear me. This is important for all the code 80s and stuff like that. If you can't hear me, contact me now on TeamSpeak. This is the last voice check. Please make sure you can hear me. If you have any problem to hear me, contact me now on TeamSpeak or raise up the volume of myself in the TeamSpeak.
Right, well, one voice check later. Here we go then. 3 minutes to go in the warm up of the VEC 6 hours of Sepang and Sepang, and we're ready to get going then. So we're going to be seeing who gets the most out of the starts, etc. And of course, green flag will drop when Bernd Schmidt says so. That was who you just heard on the broadcast there, by the way, doing the voice test, as he always seems to do these days, Bernd. Just making sure everyone can hear him, because hearing Bernd is important, because Bernd is important. And I'm quite sure he's important for a good reason. Because he's the race director. And that makes him important. So to round out then, Marcel Sinicic will be starting on pole for the P1s. We'll have John Paul for the Guardian Paul for the P2s, Konica Rosario Paul for the GTs, and, well, everyone else behind. Because that's where you're not. If you're not on Paul, you're behind Paul. It's just one of the rules of life. Although we'll see exactly who gets what. We do. It'll be interesting to see how these cars gel to the track, because again, it's been a long time since we did this. Long time since we did Sepang, so we will see just who gets on the best. Now, let's look at the penalties as we've got to deal with, just in case there's any, just before the race. Penalty summary will be in 6 hours of Suzuka, so I'll go check that. Of course, if teams have penalties, that makes things worse for them, but yeah. So, oh, here we go. Right. Room 2 summary is what I'm looking for. So, oh, there's quite a few actually. Cars for slow for code 80, so yeah, quite a few penalties to be done there. I think there's about 21, so yeah. Quite a few penalties to be served. Drive-throughs and stop goes. But yeah, the race is about to start. Cars to take to the grid, and 6 hours Sepang is going to get underway. Oh, dearie me, I've just heard crashes. Cars are up and down and left and right. And pit boxes not quite going to plan. There's damage, so cars might have to go out and in of the pits to get that sorted. But this is not necessarily the best start to a race ever, because there's cars in the pit box. I do hope teams manage to get this sorted, because it wouldn't be good if they didn't. As, yep, cars on grid, 363 minutes on the clock. And the lights are illuminated. Away or off and away. So we will see exactly what goes on. So here we go then. Marcel Sinicic will lead the field away for Deltec Racing Team. Then it will be Sasha Glatter behind in the Black Hawk Racing number 6. Then it's the Atlantic Motorsport number 11 directly behind in P3 in what was a very closely contested qualifying session, followed by the number 16 Dutch Connection Racing car in 4th. Then it is the 17 InSped Porsche 919 in P5, and in P6 is the RGPL Audi in 6th place, the number 20. 7th place is the number 13 SINL Team Audi in 7th, and then 8th place is the number 12 DR Motorsport International Audi. Then it is the number 15 IRG Audi driven by Wojciech Kaszka. And P2 starts with none other than the Racing Mood Sim team. Yep, the number 10, the number 49 car in P10. Then it's Fido Ragnar Simulator 11th in 2nd in class. Then it is the 41 Reborn Racers car in 12th, followed by the 27 RGPL Simtech car in 13th overall. 14th overall is the Sim HQ number 28. Then it's the 37 Velocity GP car in 15th place. Number 16 on the grid overall in 7th in class is the RFRGD, the competition car driven by Juan Laskak. Pulse Motorsport take the GT lead in 17th overall, and then in P2 of GT, it is the number 81 Black Hawk Racing car. The number 16 Northern Lights car is in 3rd, followed by the number 62 Courting car in 4th overall and 20th. 4th in class, 20th overall. P21 overall and 5th in class is the Sim HQ car, driven by Greg Hall, the number 65. Then it's the 92 Courting car in 6th in class. 7th is the Revs 93 car. followed by the number 74 Geo Racing Team Aston Martin. Then it's the SRVN Ferrari, the number 80, followed by the number 67 Simtek Porsche. 11th in class is the number 69 Ocean Racing Corvette, and they are followed by the number 61 Adonis FRS GT car. Then it's Blackhawk Racing's number 82 Aston Martin in 13th place in GT class. Then 14th is the Motorsport Italia 96 Porsche. Then the number 98 RW Team Chevrolet Corvette, followed by the Exclusive Racing Series Corvette, the 58th in 16th in class. Then 17th is Black Red Racing's number 86 Porsche. Then 59 Undercover Sim Racing Ferrari in 18th place. And then the rFactor 2 race, Vincente Lafarga driven car, the 55, is in 19th overall. Marcel Sinicic is not even, I don't think, halfway around the track. Well, he might be halfway around the track by now, but I do believe he's just coming into the long turn. Yeah, he's coming in about turn 5. I've gotten through that quite quickly. Yeah, this is quite a long lap. I've got a lot of time before they start. I actually over anticipated that. This is taking a while. Still, I am not going to complain. It gives me lots of time to prepare for the race start. And then it's fine in my book, as Marcel Sinicic just comes down the back straight now. One more hairpin to go, and there will be the starting of the race. They'll be starting. As you mean to continue.
Green flag.
Oh, we're green already. Well, I misinterpreted that. We're going green into the hairpin. Sasha Gladder's got a fantastic start as a result. And it's Blackhawk Racing going to take the lead into the hairpin. But Sinicic just grabs it back, and we are green flag racing here at Sepang. Marcel Sinicic has managed to hold the lead from Glatter, from Angeloni, from Christina, Marvic, Shuranak, Carino, Willis, Kashka, Lopez, and then Foligati and Lopez chasing it down for LMP2 lead at the moment at the start of this race, but it's a good start from Sinicic. And look at that, Angeloni behind is going to be chased down by Castina for the start here. This has not quite been the start they anticipated, not the start they wanted, but it's going to be a decent start for Deltake, who managed to hold pole. Back in the GT class, let's see what's happened there. There's been something happening, there's been happenings, and Carnazari has held it. Bertigon, Dylan, Procast, Sola, still similar order to how the race started, but we will see exactly what goes on as this continues. Sinicic, though, the early runner in the lead. Doing a good job as well. Pulling out quite the gap in these first couple of corners. Could be very interesting to see how much, if he can improve it, or is if Sasha Glatter is going to catch up. Gap is about 1.1 seconds as it stands. Oh, and there's been a... Oh, well, I've just seen the SINL team cause bumper go. That is P12. They have got their bumper missing. Luckily, no suspension damage. They should be able to make it back to the pits, but that is not going to help their cause. Michele Molly and the likes of that still chasing around in the P2s. Although I think Molly is the back end of the P2s now by this point. DTs all having battles as well. And of course we've got the penalties to be applied as well. Looking up in the GT field then, I see an interesting battle brewing for third overall. Yep, we've got Procase chasing Dylands, and then Sola chasing Procase, Hall chasing Sola, and then Flavor chasing Josh Hall as well. Champa chasing Big Train, starting to form into the GT field. Dorito comes in to replace that front bumper. Some P2s have overtaken some of the P1s by this point, of course. Mind you, the gap between Sinicic and Glatter is increasing, I believe. It has gone up to about 1.2 seconds from 1.1. So there is an increase. Although, more time has been pulled out. I'd say that's more like 1.7 now. And I don't think Glatter is able to keep up with Sinicic in the early goings of this race, but anything can happen still. I'm not going to try and call this race before it's even so much as begun. I want to wait and see what happens. Eddie Castina and Piotr Marovich trailing behind this top three in the LMP1 class then. Cyranak following suit. In the LMP2s, it is currently Fran Lopez leading affairs by a mile from Shane Burke. The racing in the LMP2 class seems to be quite spread out actually, but there's a couple of battles going on in GT at the moment. All the prototypes seem to have spread themselves out, so not going to get much going on there. Although the GTs is where you want to go if you want to battle at the moment. Yep, Latner now 2.2 behind, so the gap is increasing. Closest thing we have is, of course, as I've said, in the GT class, but more specifically, at the moment, Lee Russell and Wilbert Belthover are having a good go at it. SRVN versus Semtech. This is the 24th overall, which equates to 10th or 9th in class, so it's not very high up, but there is close racing action going on. But even further ahead, Blaver and Hall going at it, and then Dylan, Procrest, Solar, this whole battle. That Geo Racing team has had a good start to this race, it must be said. Franzola having a good run in P5. Of course, the likes of Kozari, Brattigam, all quite within each other. Not really a lot going on to separate those, but there is an interesting battle brewing in P1s as well. Cyranak is caught up to the back of Marovich, so this is Insped versus RGPL for P5. And that is a reigning race winners as well, Insped, so they'll be out to prove a point. Cyranak in the RGPL car, also out to try and get as many points as he can. As far as lead battles go, though, there isn't really any, because Gladys now 3 seconds behind Simitich. They can all change in the blink of an eye, endurance racing. That's the thing about it. Good, very well. Still things happen in this race. This is not by any means even started. Marovich showing out possibly the closest thing to a fight P1 at the moment. No. These two giving it absolutely head and shoulders to each other at the moment. Cyranak and Marovich really got in for each other. Both want P5. Neither really able to make inroads on the other at the moment, though. GTs are about the same gap to each other as they were before. They're not really making much progress in that sense, but still close between them. Of course, we still have the penalties to come. I think there was about 21 I saw, and they should be coming in soon. After a couple of laps at least, they usually come in. And we see the first round of penalties taken. That might shake things up a bit, but a lot of cars do have them. Out of the 35 on track, at least 21. This has not really been the closest of starts by my own admission, but it could develop into something yet. Could still see an interesting race out of this. Berg and Folligati down in P10 and P11 aren't very far away from each other, and I do believe this will be for second in class. Only about a second between them at the moment. Not much at all. If Berg trips up, Giampolo will be there to pick up the second place. And I think that is an important thing to be able to do this early in the race. time lost at the start of the race is more difficult to reclaim than time lost at the end. This is an endurance race, not a sprint. Although it is more of a sprint than other endurance races. 6 hours is considered probably a sprint, to be honest. Still, Alexa Fonagati still going alright and still chasing. That's the important thing. Unfortunately though, it's chasing is not always enough because you've got to be close as well to mount an overtake, and that's not really happening. Although, speaking of things not happening, this race does not appear to be happening at all for Jose Alminos Garrido in that SNL team car, who's just gone off from 34th and is now effectively battling with Juan Lascaq to not be last. Just to put this into context, Garrido was now on the same lap as the last GT car, Vincenzo Lafarga, who is just coming around into about 7-8 complex, and Garrido's in turn 1. That's how much that pit stop put him back. Sinisic though has lost time to Glatter in this traffic. 1.4 is the gap, so maybe we're going to have a battle yet. That gap is coming down. That is 1.4 seconds, and it wasn't before. In fact, Glatter just made a pretty big lunge there. That suggests to me he's got the confidence to gain some more time back. Let's see what his start finish. 1 second exactly. Glatter's closing in. Maybe Sinisic pushed too hard in those first couple of laps. Maybe, because Sasha Glatter is closing in. Not far between P4 and P5 in the P1 field either. Kristina and Marovic have closed right up to each other. They are chasing each other down now as well. With that Black Hawk racing cars getting bigger and bigger in the mirrors of Sinisic at the moment. These two really close now. I'd say half a second separates them if I didn't know about that. Really not much in it at the moment. Every possible opportunity Glatter can use to close in, he's closing in. Although it does look like Marcel's pulling a bit back now, to be honest. Maybe that sector wasn't as good for Glatter as I thought it was going to be, but yeah, was 7/10 the gap. Might come down a bit now though. Let's just see what it is at start finish. That's the important bit. Glatter and Sinisic going to cross the line. Marcel. Net has gained time to Glatter. That is now just under a second again. Yeah, I think that charge from Sasha Glatter, still on of course, but has lost a bit of momentum in this lap stop. Maybe just a bad lap from Marcel. Let's check our lap times actually, and it was a 42, 42, 42, 42, 46, 47, and then we're coming to a 43, whereas Glatter has been constantly there with 1:46. So on pace, looks like Marcel has it. Don't really think at the moment Gladder is living with Sinitich's pace. That has gone up to just over a second in that sector. In the previous sector that was, so yeah, there was more of a gap. And it stayed very similar through this sector, so I think they have pretty much reached an equilibrium here. Whether that equilibrium will be maintained is yet to be seen. Because Gladner has just pulled the gap back in big time. Through that there, but then has then lost time again somewhere else. And all the gaps are starting to spread out now, unfortunately, with the exception of Burke Foligati, which is still going for P10 and P11. Mind you, though, Sasha Gladder has caught up somewhere again, because right on the back of Sinisic, so I would not be so quick to write this battle off. He's gained 6/10. Starting to try and get a line through on Marcel here. Not really working out for him though. Really close to that now. Really chasing down Sinisic, so it's only trying to chase him down. Really giving it the full beans as Gladder here and trying his hardest to get through, but it's not quite working. Again, about a half a second between these two at the moment. Sinisic is just not there. He's not able to pull away from Gladder. He can't get the German out of his mirrors. That said, he's the one holding the position here as Osvaldo Angeloni has gone off the track and lost that third place to Eddie Castillo and Dutch Connection Racing, and may just find himself going behind Matej Ciranak in the RGPL car, and has done. Down into 6th goes the Atlantic entry. Marovic has gone through to 4th as well, although Sinisic has now pulled out even more time. He's about 1.5 seconds ahead of Gladder. That's probably mistakes being made from both parties, or going wide or finding time. At the present moment, Gladder is not gaining time. Yep, the gap back up to 1.5. Even Burke Foligati spread out. That has gone to about a second as well. Pretty much every GT is a lap down now. Mind you, there's a battle going on. Hinds versus Russell. This one is P11 in class, but it's a battle. They were pretty close before. So who's to say they won't be close in a couple of seconds' time? Hinds, of course, we've seen just how good he is in that Ferrari, and Lee Russell a very talented driver as well, so this could be a good battle if it develops. Garrido wants through both of them for track position, and he gets through. Thought there was going to be a problem there, but there wasn't. This has helped Hinds though, as he's going to go side by side with Russell down the straight. He's going to go 2 wide, 2 by 2 nose arcing it. Who's going to be the leader into the corner? It really is going to be last of the late breakers into here. Breaks for the corner. Russell's just going to hold it, I think. But Hinds on the inside into the final corner, but Lee Russell does hold it through there. But keep an eye on this battle, it could be interesting. Because it is not over as the Simtech RGPL car goes through. Easily done. Hinds though still chasing, so definitely that we want to keep an eye on. Yep, Gladder has dropped right off Sinisic though, so really no prototype battles to talk of at the moment. two just duking it out for reasonably middle placed position at the moment. He's getting close, isn't he, Hens, really, but not really close enough. Apparently there's a GT battle for 6th, 7th and 8th going on. I'm going to investigate that. Yeah, 21st overall. Player, there is not, no, they're not really that close, to be honest, but you know, it could be closer between these cars. Duking out in the GT field. France Solar leading the affairs in 5th. Kemper and Hall not engaged in a major battle at the moment, really, because there's quite a bit of time between the two of them, at least a second and a bit. But Kemper is trying to close in. I'm just keeping an eye on the gaps, and they're all about a second. So not really that much going on. Nothing imminent, at least. Although Team LGPL 4th place, just overtaken Insped. Why that? Why is that? Insped have no front bumper. That is why Insped have not got front bumper. That's why they lost the position. What actually happened? Oh, it was contact with the RGPL team, it seems, which then sent them sideways into the Porsche. And Insped, from being race winners last time, have now got damage this time. Going to put the kibosh on their chances from the outset. Because there's only 24 minutes into the race, they got no front bumper. Blue flags everywhere in the GT field at the moment, it must be said. Mind you, P5, 13th overall, in there on a P2 field. Tony Crevin is starting to make moves on Michele Monet here. Velocity GP versus Reborn Racers. Crevin in the long run is not that far behind Monet, but at the moment, nothing appears to be happening at the moment, but Crevin has a draft off a GT. Might be able to use that to close in, and does. Now, I would estimate there's about half a second or 0.8 of a second between these two still. We're not completely devoid of action here, but still some things going on. Mind you, Greg Hall in that same HQ car. Greg Hall in 24th overall is really starting to close down on Joe Ciampa now. And it is CMHQ Motorsports versus Odin Racing. It is for P8 in class. These two Corvettes are quite close now and are going to duke it out for class position. Hall, though, is just trying to find a way past the Odin car, and it's not working for him. He's going to have to do a little bit more if he wants to get past Joe Ciampa. Both Corvettes obviously both really going for it, but neither is currently losing their position. Greg Hall is just trying to chase down, but it's not working out for him. Maravich comes in at the pits, obviously, with that damage. I think the gap has increased now, so Hall is further behind Ciampa than he was. Now he's got prototypes trying to overtake too. This is going to help him. So worth keeping an eye on. Just behind this spot, we've got Alice Plaver as well, who's starting to catch up on Greg Hall. Now not only does Greg Hall have Joe Chummer to worry about, he's got Alice Plaver as well. And Plaver's really wanting to try and force the issue here. That core team number 92 Porsche is not waiting around. Wants to make up the position and wants to make it up now. Yeah, we haven't had any penalties yet. I just realised, yeah. I know we had a couple of issues once before with them, so they had to be done later, but the longer these penalties go on, the less impact I feel they're going to have for some teams. Definitely got to keep an eye on when these penalties are going to come in, but yeah, interesting they haven't been issued still, and we're half an hour into the race almost. I'll have to see who gets it, who gets the penalty to end rather, but I do remember once before there were problems with it, though this is a close-ish battle at the moment, and oh yes, apparently, yep, same issue we had in Suzuka, Bernschmidt's typing them all by hand, that's why. Same issue as Suzuka then. That has not obviously fixed itself, so all the penalties have to be done by hand. That means there will be a while before they get done. But they are being applied. Plaver though, still chasing Hall, still chasing Champa. These are definitely trying to get each other, and it's not quite happening at the moment, but it may happen. We'll have to see though. We'll have to see. I mean, Plaver is looking pretty strong here, must be said. Really giving it, trying to push the issue against Hall here, trying to get through. Hall is chasing Champa. This is a very nice battle we've got in the GT so far, and it is actually quite close compared to other battles we've seen where it's about a second in it. You know, there is actually about half a second between Plaver and Hall here, not that much at all. And the penalties are starting to come in. Marcel Sinicic gets his, Osvaldo Angeloni gets his, as does Alminas Garrido. The stop goals and drive-throughs are starting to come in, and Sinicic, interestingly, does have a stop goal, so that will not help the Deltec team, because that's probably going to put the Blackhawk car of Glattner in the lead. Roger Kashka gets a stop go as well. Let's see how this affects the race, but penalties all have to be served, of course. Even Eddie Gastino's got one. This is definitely going to help Glattner out then. He's had the time to pull away. And now, all of a sudden, the car behind and the car in front both have penalties. Although that said, they really should have been applied at the start of the race, but problems happen, you know? We really can't help problems. Sometimes even in such great software as Apex do, problems occur, but oh well, what are you going to do? Glattner's, oh, gets a bit close to Lopez there while trying to overtake, but gets through safely. Manages to get through, fair enough. Of course, in such a situation, I really feel for the racer at the bench pit who's got to write all these penalties out by hand. Can't just be applied by whatever we use. He's got to do it himself. Marcel Sinicic is not going to have too long to serve this penalty, only about a few laps before he has to come in. And serve it, of course. Eddie Castillo, those come straight into service. Will take the drive-through penalty at the nearest possible opportunity. Manages to break for the pit limiter. Gonna drive through. It's put Angeloni into fourth and Sunak into third, but Osvaldo has a drive-through as well. They've got that to deal with. Yep, Eddie Castillo's just going to come out of the pits having served the penalty now. Wojciech Kaszka won't catch up though. When is Marcel Sinicic going to come and serve this penalty though? I would think it's going to be within the next couple of laps, but got to try and get as much time as he can over Glatter, which probably means he'll serve it at the latest possible opportunity. Sinicic though, still leading the race, if only for the moment. Dives down the inside of the final turn to get to the exit and is going to serve the penalty this lap. Tony Kremen has a drive through now to serve as well. Sinicic just trying to break for the limiter and does so. So we'll find the pit box. Garrido is serving the penalty too. So Sinicic will find the pit box and come in for the stop-go penalty. Yep, in comes the Delta car, stops, Sasha Glatter takes the lead of the race for Black Hawk Racing. Matej Turak might full well get, well, no, Matej has got a penalty. Angeloni comes in too. Eddie Castillo may benefit from this. Might find himself up in second for Dutch Connection Racing. This might just shuffle the order up enough for that to happen. Although Sunak, I do believe, only has a, yep, Sunak has a stop-go. Angeloni, I do believe, only has a drive-through. Nope. Sinicic is out now. Castillo is not going to be able to capitalise. Though the gap has come down from Angeloni to Sinicic. Eddie Castillo has, though, got through to third. Not second, but still a promotion. And Sasha Glatter has now got a massive lead over Sinicic. Or at least as massive as you need at this point in the race. Coming into turn 5 now, and Sinicic coming into turn 4. That is a significant lead. Not the biggest in the world, but it's significant. And that Glatter is now coming down the back straight, and Sinicic is not near the back straight. So I may have got my corners wrong. Yeah, it was 44 seconds on the last split, so I assume it's going to be about the same now. Glatter though, still, yeah, out there. Now all he has to do is hold the lead that he's gained. And Castillo though, Castillo Angeloni, this is a good battle for P3. Osvaldo wants back through, but Eddie wants none of it. These two are going to duke it out for P3 in the LMP1 class, and both wanting as much as the other. Vincent De La Farga acting as traffic here for Osvaldo Angeloni to potentially capitalise on. He's got the real good draft on the back of Castillo. La Farga has a drive through, coincidentally, but this is going to be the chance for the Atlantic car. It's going to be down the outside of the final turn. Last in the late break, and this is indeed, and that's not quite worked out, but Angeloni tags onto the inside, and I don't think he's going to get it done this actually time, but probably not going to get it done, but fair play for trying. He tried, and sometimes that's all he can ask for. You can't really ask for much more sometimes, and yeah. In this instance, all he could ask for was trying. Nine-2 is still close, and he's trying to get through. He's giving it a go. Not much in it between these two though at the moment, so yeah. Any mistake will cost them. and a place on the podium temporarily. Well, let's just see how this battle pans out then, because we'll have to know who's going to get the advantage. And it looks like Christina's starting to pull away though, unfortunately, so this might be over before it's really got going. Bentley's still coming in at this point. Not really much point in trying to keep up. Both just really trying to chase each other down, but it looks like it may be Christina who has the overall advantage in this battle. About half a second between them at the moment, but that half a second is enough to keep them at bay from each other. Although traffic may help Angeloni here if he can get past Gulpin without issue, which he reasonably does, but the gap has remained roughly the same. Really trying each other to try and get each other a moment, but it's not looking to happen anymore, so may have to look away from this one. But unfortunately, I don't really see a lot more to look at, although Fran Lopez in the Peter Wagon was
Caution on the back straight, slow car on the back straight.
Oh, slow car on the back straight. Now this is something interesting. Well, I've actually seen Fran Lopez overtake Wojciech Kaszka, who's come into the pits, but I don't know who the slow car on the back straight is. I'm looking for it.
Back straight is clear again.
Oh, it was Marek Prokes in the core team. In the Porsche there, the 62 lost the bonnet of that car, lost the rear wing as well, and got crippling suspension damage. What the heck happened there? Yeah, with it being a straight, reasonably easy to stay out of the way. But what actually happened to Prokes? Prokes was yeah, coming down the back straight. Oh, just leaned to the right a bit, and then Kaszka went into him. That's why. And Kaszka out as well. That is the IRG team out. IRG World are out of the race. Kaszka decided that the damage was not worth fixing and just retired. Well, first casualty of the race then. In all honesty, I think possibly Prokes maybe might not have seen it coming, I don't know, but generally speaking, the onus is on the faster car to make the overtake happen safely, but the GT should try and hold the line, and going right was not the smartest move in the world, I don't think, on Prokes' behalf. Still, there are still lots of this race left to go. Hins is chasing Dooku, but it's only for 11th in class in the GTs. And apart from that, there really isn't much going on at the moment. With the exception of possibly Plaver and Hall for 7th, which would be in 23rd and 22nd overall. Although Hall has just come into the pits with Plaver, so there won't be any of that for the meantime. Penalties are still coming in, and the likes of Molly, likes of Yeah, we've still got battles going on. Well, not battles as such, but attempts to stay in position. But yep, we'll see what goes on. And of course, I don't even know where I was going with that one. This gap between Castino and Angeloni is reasonably close again still, but not really close enough to warrant an immediate battle. Still quite a bit between them and not really much being gained. Yeah, looking at the live timing, I can't see any big battles, but there's a couple of little battles. That said, with the rest just being an overtake on the, I think the Shield Racing tee-up, that is, no, actually, that's not even an overtake radio, or is it? Well, Alice Playber, well, no, they're all going past Kashka, who's come out of the race. So there isn't really any battles going on at all. I know it's a bit early, but I think I'm going to have a quick break just to make sure that I can definitely be awake for this broadcast, because that's the last thing I want to do, fall asleep through it. So, I shan't be long, but, yep, hopefully when we come back, we'll have some more great racing. I am back after said break, and I've managed to drag in a Daryl Russell with me as well. So I'm not going to be completely late on this broadcast, which is always a positive. Hi, Daryl.
Hi Josh, how you doing?
Okay. Okay, I guess, yeah.
Well, like I say, I've missed the race start, so I'm just trying to get up to speed of what's been going on, and I'm just watching the broadcast now, and I've just gone into our team, and we've lost the front end.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That's not very good. Yeah, Ben Willis in the pits now to get that fixed. That's going to cost a bit of time then for DR, but hopefully time will be able to be regained. Jose Almeida Garrido has actually managed to fight back to 7th overall from full bumper back, but a whole lot down on the DR car, so still a while to go for that SNL team car, but with the damage there, maybe a bit of time can be gained, but obviously not good for DR that suffered the damage.
Well, I don't know what happened to him, to be honest. I mean, I know when I spoken to Ben Willis before I came onto the broadcast that they were struggling with the handling with the car. I don't know whether he had an off somewhere or collected one of the GT cars, but yeah, they were doing well actually. They were running up into 5th place at one point.
Yeah, been running quite well, the DR team so far this race, must be said. Although Sasha Glattner, obviously the story of the race so far, having pretty much dominated since the penalties came into effect. And with about an hour done, that is a pretty healthy lead to have, 38 seconds, it must be said. Especially when the lap's about 140 in their prototype. So, Glattner, the current dominant force at the moment.
What I was going to say was I'm actually looking forward to a new addition to the team. It's Thierry Charlotte from France, who's joined the team, well, the P1 team, and he'll be doing his stint later on this evening. And first impressions, he's on pace and showing good lap time. So, yeah, hopefully we might be able to climb up somewhere when he turns over to his stint.
Oh, now hold everything, Ben. I've just noticed that we have a battle for the lead. It's in GTs. It is Brownigan Corazari. I didn't even notice that Brownigan's called up and Corazari off. That's put Alex Brownigan into the lead of the race in the GT class. I barely noticed. This is why I need people to keep us on track of this. Yeah, Brownie gone through. Corazari makes a mistake, and all of a sudden, that is the Pulse car out in the lead, and the Black Hawk in it. Well, we'll see how this.
Not much in it really. Looking at the gap and the lap times that they're both pulling.
Yeah, there really isn't much in it.
Pretty intense fight so far.
Yeah, Brownigan, having taken the lead now, really just needs to hold it from Corazari. That's the thing. Taking the lead is one thing, holding it is another.
We just had a GT off the track there. Who was that?
Yeah, I think, yeah, but Weller's still obviously in the pits from that damage and just got to deal with that now. But the likes of Molly, the likes of Brownigan still going to be battling, and our Brownigan now class leader. Corazari is not catching probably up as quick as he'd want, but still, we can watch and see if he does and see how well this continues. I think that must have developed pretty quickly since I was away though, because that is gone right back to not being any battles on track again now, unfortunately.
We're just watching, I think, is it Thomas Hinge chasing after Greg Hall in a Corvette?
Yeah, Hinge is in P22 in overall, but Hall a bit further up the road from him at the moment, so something's going to have to be done. About a second between these two cars at the moment. Given Brownigan is 15th, I'd estimate this is for something like 8th or 9th or 10th in class at the moment. Yeah, I think this is probably going to be P7 they're fighting for. At the moment, Hinds is chasing down Hall, but Hall, I think, holding the advantage at the moment, just about, maybe putting out some time, though he does have Tony Creventon through that prototype. I assume Creventon goes around the outside though, not really making it too difficult. That's the thing about it, with the track like Sepang, Ben, you've got so many corners like that where you can gain time though.
Yeah, just looking at the lap times, but the lap in about the tanks the same, like 2 minutes free, but just about a couple of hundreds between them really.
Yep, not too much in it, but at the same
I mean,
time,
as you can see how close it is on the screen, and they're about what, a second or two apart.
yeah, I'd estimate about a second in it between these two at the moment. I think they've just gone through the split actually, but I can't see that because they're all left out. So that's when I go to the live timing and I find out that Hayden's is 1.068 behind. There's not an awful lot in it, but some in it. Regardless, there is some in it.
There's one good thing so far, there's no rain.
Well, yet. I don't think there's any in the forecast, but still.
That's what DR Motorsport was hoping for, was for some rain, because as I say, they've been struggling with the setup at the moment, and the car was more or less suited to the rain, because they kind of relish the fact when it's raining. But yeah, but who knows? There's supposed to be some rain coming in toward the end of the race, according to the weather map. So whether that is possible or not, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the day after, there's loads and loads and loads and loads of rain forecasted. But hey, I mean, today there's not as much, if any, but can't argue with their results. If the results of the race come in, I mean, rain would be interesting. I'll put it that way. It would be interesting, wouldn't it? Because, well, when is it not? But Angeloni in P4 is still a ways behind Gastina at the moment, and so there's nothing much happening in the P1 fields. But yeah.
Is that, I was going to say, is Burn still in control of the cameras? If not, I can go over there and find out what's happening up front.
I think we've still got Ben on control of cameras, to be honest. But just nothing really happening at any point in the track, to be honest with you. It's all just happening in its own existence. To be brutal, because everyone just seems to be battling it just themselves on track at the moment. I mean, this Hidden's Hall battle is the only thing remotely close to something. I guess that's just the curse of having long tracks, you know? If there's not racing going on, there's not racing going on. And that's even more demonstrated than on other tracks. Although, I've just been pinged by Bent. Oh, I've just shut that actually, stupidly. Unbelievably.
I'm just looking at the live timing, and yeah, most of them are getting a little bit spread out at the moment. As I say, there's been one driver change in the P1 class from the Black Hawk Racing team, and also the Delta Racing team have changed over to Marcel. Well, a couple minutes. I do apologise if I don't pronounce your name right, but it's Marcel Sinksik. Sorry if it's wrong. I'm sure Josh will correct me on that.
Yeah, apparently Ben has just gone for 15 minutes, so you could keep that going for a while if you wanted, Daryl. But yeah, just to look through the field, there isn't loads of battles, but the battles there are, I'm hoping there will be some, because it gives me something to commentate on and stops us from my mind wandering off. Mind you, close-ish things happening in 11th and 10th in class at the moment in P23 overall. Sorry, P24. Michael Gulpin being chased by Wilbert Veltover. And this is, 25th overall. It's SRVN versus Exclusive Racing Series. And, yeah, interesting happenings here, because it may not be for a high position, but it's something to talk about. Veltover and that SRVN Ferrari just trying to keep up with Gulpin and overtake.
There's been a spin.
How's that?
Yeah, Ferrari. I think it's a Kawasaki in the Ferrari.
Kawasaki's in the Pulse Corvette.
He was in the white Ferrari.
Well, I'll have to find out. There is several white Ferraris, I think, but that's Well, I can't find them now, but either way, no one appears to have any damage, so that's the important thing. Go back to this Gulp and Valtova battle though. Vilbert looks to be catching up at the moment. Michelle or Mike, yeah, Michelle does not seem to be. Gulpin is not really making any distance away. Cars are trying to lap them, and that's not helping the exclusive car. But can it be a position for the Dutch outfit here? Valtova breaks and doesn't quite find himself in a position yet, but oh, the exclusive cars have gone into the pits. Well, there goes that battle. That's a disappointment. I thought we were going to have a battle, and then we didn't.
Just looking at the GT class at the moment, and Joe Ciampa, I think his name is, in Odin Race, has just moved up 3 places, and well, there's a lot of changes going around in here between 19th to 24th in the GT class.
Yeah, Ciampa.
A lot of position changes going on there.
I think Joe Ciampa. How has Joe Ciampa gotten there? That is the question. Yeah, he's just dropped. He's legitimately dropped behind. Maybe he came out of the pits or something. I don't know. I wasn't watching the Odin car, but yeah, Joe Ciampa is now behind Valtova. So there's that to deal with too.
And looks like, looking at the live timing, it seems to be closing the gap down to the Wilbert.
Yeah, I've just seen that the core team cars had a driver change. Tom Kubik is in that car now. And, yeah, it's just come out of the pits, or it's coming out of the pits. That is a driver change over there from Flavor to Kubik. And Tom Kubik is going to exit the pits. Greg Hall,
and just come out,
behind.
just come out just out of the pits, just in front of Greg Hall, actually, just under a second between them.
Yeah, so they're reasonably close to each other at the moment. Ben Willis is going to find time to overtake some cars and all this, so you'll be pleased to hear that, Darryl. Just get further about the order. Get out of the way of the GTs.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say, with Ben Willis at the moment in DR Motorsport, has moved himself up to 27th place after the incident or the collision they had earlier on. So it's going to be a long race for them, climbing up through the order in the GT class.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy.
Just going to have to be careful.
When they get up there, then I'm sure they'll be up there. That's the important bit. That's the thing. That's exactly how SINL team climbed up to 9th, and now they're running 9th in class and 9th. Oh, not 9th in class, rather 8th in class, I think, but maybe even 7th, but just down in 9th. Gladner, though, still the dominant force in this race from Senatich, from Casina, Angelo, and the likes of those. No change there. Most cars again within a couple of seconds of each other, so not really any major battles to report on.
Okay, we got Tom Kubik still in the pits from the core racing team.
Kubik's still in. I thought he came out.
No, it's still in the pits according to the live timer, and
well,
Thomas Hinch is on there.
Kubik's on the back straight. Yeah, he's just coming out of the pits, coming out of the back straight now, back into the back corner, and down on the front straight. Yeah, Kubik is not in the pits.
Greg Hall is just coming out of the pits.
No, he's not. He's on the. He's going into temporary. I think your live timing's wrong, Ben, because
yeah,
Thomas Hinz is oh dear, Kins and Kubik contact between the two. Well, that's not gone particularly well for either of those, but I think Thomas Hinz has managed to get ahead of the core team car. He was exiting the pits, was Hinz, and yeah, let's say he just came out of the pits, and he was going as right as he could. He was turning right. Tom Kubik was turning right too, maybe even more. So I think Kubik may have actually, I think Kubik may have been the one who went into Hinz, to be honest. But yeah, Kubik lost out there. He's trying to catch up now. Hinz is trying to catch up to Hall as well. These two just trying to catch up and get through.
Have you been given the update on the people that served penalties for this race? Because I know there were quite a few.
Well, I think pretty much all the penalties have either been applied or are being applied at the moment. Quite a few were applied, and that's helped Sasha Glatter because the BHR car did not have one. But yeah, Glatter has managed to get a 35-second lead out of all of this, penalties inclusive. Marcel Sinitic is chasing down to 35. The gap has come down to 35, but still a big gap. And like the likes of Casino and Jewelry about penalties too, they haven't been affected as much though.
Update at the moment as Ben Willis has moved up to 20th.
Good for him. Always good to see moving up the order. David Young has gotten into the Black Hawk Racing 81 car. I didn't realise the GT David Young is driving that. That is the Protogar Girls car as well, so yeah. Strong lineup in there. And David Young, of course, we know also drives for EVA Racing by Pezzolera in the Virtual Le Mans series. We know he's a solid driver, David, and I'm sure that he will be doing a good job in that number 17 car, which of course no longer leads the race in the GT class. That has gone back to Riccardo Cavazzari. Young's still fourth though.
Was he one of the drivers that moved up from the academy racing?
No, Young drives in VLMS.
Oh right, yeah. Well, I was just going to say there were quite a few drivers that moved up from the academy racing from season 3 that moved up into the VEC and the VLMS and the Super GT as well. I meant to say our driver Thierry Charlotte has moved over from the academy races to VEC, and there was some other ones as well. I'm just trying to pick some names.
It certainly helps. You know, coming up, we've got a lot of academy talent coming in. You know, it's obviously showing its worth. You know, the academy. You know, we've got a lot of drivers coming up from that into VEC and the VLMS, so it's doing its job.
I think I'm not 100% sure. I think SimHQ Motorsports has a new driver from the academy. I could be right, I could be wrong, but I know there were quite a few people who moved up.
Oh wait, we don't know. We'll have to see though. We'll have to wait and see if they do. That's the thing. Still, time will tell if we'll see who gets in the car and that.
Well, like I said, I'm just looking forward to a new driver when he does his stint, and to see how John Nelson does as well. There's two in our team, two fast drivers. No discredit to Ben Wells, he's fast and consistent, and also Ben Russell. So yeah, it'll be interesting. Let's say we've got a long haul ahead of us, but we're hoping we're going to get somewhere up the top.
You like talking about DR, don't you? I can tell.
Yeah. It's my, how would you put it, my baby, my team. No,
Yeah.
I've worked hard for it, you see. You know, I've been, we got it together in 2013, and being a team boss, trying to get hold of the drivers. I mean, our drivers we have at the moment, we're stuck together since we started. We've had drivers come and go, and but yeah, it's our team are like relaxed, down to earth. Yeah, we're doing it for fun. We like to be competitive, but we don't take it too seriously, you know.
Yeah, it's always a good thing to have. You know, I guess the enjoyment factor comes first. Which I guess in sim racing has to do, because I always said you can't be good at something unless you enjoy it, and I guess racing comes in that category as well.
Yeah, the problem with me is that I do enjoy it, and I tend to take it seriously. It's like with the academy races at the moment I'm doing, is I'm doing a lot more testing than I used to do to be competitive, and well, according to what I can see, my lap times are getting better, and my driving is slowly improving, because as I say, I've been out of it for about 2 or 3 years, so I was a bit rusty, but it's getting there, and I'm hoping before we get to Le Mans that I'll be driving for the P2 team.
That's what's important, though, that you get there. slow and steady progress is what matters. Sometimes that counts. And I'm sure what's going to count for teams like, you know, rFsim Racing and the other lower down teams in the orders of each class is making slow and steady progress towards the front again.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that there are some teams here that do really take it seriously in the VEC and other series as well. If you have a look at how they structure the team, how they run it, their simulation setup as well, their rigs. You know, some of them have got like pretty high spec racing rigs. You know, everyone comes from all different walks of life, and some people, like I say, take it seriously, some don't. But at the end of the day, we're all doing it for one thing, and it's to have fun.
Yeah, ultimately that is the end goal. I'm sure Sasha Glatter's having a lot of fun in P1 at the moment, mind leading this race by such a margin. And Marcel Senich is behind, maybe not having as much fun, having got the penalty, but maybe he believes he can get back into that lead slot. We'll have to wait and see. A lot of cars are on the different lap to each other now. Only about, sometimes in places, 2 or 3 cars on the same lap, so very difficult to find battles between them. Most of the time it's just battle or lap yourself at this point.
It's just interesting actually, because you know, this is the thing that we were going to go with. We were going to go with hards. I don't know if we are running with hard tyres, but we were going to go for them for well, for having a longer stint, because I think the soft tyres, because of the nature of the track, were going to wear out quicker. But it could also be down to the fact with the track temperature. It may be benefiting the softs, or I don't know. But I know we were running the hards anyway. At least I think we were.
Yeah, I mean, with it being a longer track, maybe hard tyres will let you get more laps out of it. The hard tyres, sometimes we see them used, sometimes we don't. More in the GTs than we see the prototypes. But the prototypes can use the hard tyres too. I know Marcel Senich is on the medium. Sasha Glatter, I think, is on the hards this race, as is Christina, as is Angeloni. So it's proven quite a popular choice. To be honest, Lopez is on the softs and a couple of other teams on the softs and hards as well. Although I say the hard tyres are more commonly seen in the GT fields. And I think on a track like this, which can be more, it can have a go at tyres more, with the track temperature being 29 degrees, I guess it makes more sense.
I think, well, this is from my experience, the GTs may get away with running with soft tyres because they have, I don't know actually. I would think it's the other way around. A GT car would have to go on hard tyres because it'll be sliding around more than a prototype because due to the downforce capabilities. But interesting for strategy-wise anyway.
Yeah, it's going to bring a couple of interesting things into the strategy side of things because we don't know who's going to go for what. But yeah, we'll have to see just how it goes ultimately, and see who goes for which strategy.
What I'm trying to do at the moment is get a close-up of the tyres, what the GT cars are running. It's very difficult to see when they're running around so quickly, but be interesting. We'll have to see in a lap time how they do, who's getting the faster lap time, and you can probably decide then which tyres they're on.
Yeah, that's probably going to be that. Mind you, I think Sasha Glatter just had a bit of a slow lap, to be honest, because the last lap from that Blackhawk was 1:47.055. That is about 3 seconds slower than the Deltec car, or 2 seconds slower, so they just had a bit of a bad lap there, but yeah, Glatter's still got a very healthy lead.
Yeah, just over 30 seconds, they can more or less manage the race at the moment. But they're both on the same lap times, both on the same lap, sorry, so it'll come down to strategy again, really. I mean, Delta could probably go ahead if they call in a good pit stop.
That's the important thing, ultimately. and they are on the same lap. A lot of cars aren't. That means that there's obviously no direct battles. Don't know, hoping by later on this race we will have some direct battles, although I guess if now we've got cars on the opposite laps to each other, it's not very promising. Still, we can believe. And you've got to believe before you can do. We are about an hour and 20 minutes in this race almost, about 3 minutes away from that. As soon as that timer hits 83, we are an hour and 20 minutes into the race.
Just watching my old teammate Greg Hall, see how he's doing in that Corvette. He seems to be running quite well actually. He's in 21st place, and let's have a look, where is that?
Yeah, Hall is P21 at the moment, and under reasonable threat from Hens, although not that much because he's quite a ways back now, to be honest. And I'd estimate just by looking at the gap between them, it's about 3 seconds in it. So Hens has got a bit of catching up to do. Tom Cubic even behind is quite far away. As I say, there's not really much in between these cars at the moment, so apologies that there's not much close racing to focus on.
Interesting fact as well, from 50 up to 28, they're all on the same lap.
Yeah, a lot of cars on the same lap. Well, sorry, when did you say 15 to 28? I'll just go check that actually, because yeah, a lot of the GTs are on similar laps to each other because there's not that much pace difference. But prototypes, it's easy to get things wrong, so I guess that explains it. Still, you never know. You could get something going on, some surprise. Could have a code 80, could have anything. Who knows?
Well, I don't know whether you was aware of it at the academy races at Watkin Glen. I had quite an interesting start. I got involved in it.
Yeah, tell me more about that because I don't really hear a lot about the academy races on VEC.
Yeah, what was it? On Wednesday we had the academy races, round 2 at Watkin Glen NASCAR circuit, and yeah, I didn't qualify too bad. I was 1/10 from the fast guys, so I was quite pleased with that. The race itself, there was just a massive pile up on the start, and I think it was about 4 or 5, about half the field nearly got taken out, just coming to the first corner. I tried to avoid it, and I just got clipped. I was up to about 13th position from 22nd due to that incident, but I had to pit in and got the front end that's repaired. And it was just a matter of fighting my way through up to 16th. I had a really good race actually. I finally managed to get some points because the last race I had a DQ. Which is kind of weird actually. I got told to serve a stop and go penalty, and I still had a lap to go, so I thought, well, I'll serve it next time I crossed the line, and as I came round, it black flagged me, so, but I was pleased I got the 10 points, 16th place, and we're going to Interlagos, which is going to be a night race next Wednesday, and fingers crossed, I hope I've done enough to gain a license 4, so who knows.
Yeah, we'll have to see if you do. Obviously, best of luck to you in that because we all want you to get one. I'm sure we'd all like you to get one and, yeah, get up there in the VEC fields and take the best of them. So 84 minutes gone in this race then. Marcel Sunicic is closing in on Glenna by the looks of it. 27 seconds to get the gap now. Perhaps starting to struggle a bit, Sasha, but still, he is trying. He's giving it a go, trying to keep up, although, interesting battle brewing. P3, Angeloni and Gastina have caught right back up to each other. We have a battle on, very much on now.
Just looking at the comments, Josh, on the chat, we could have a possibility of rain at some point in the race. There seems to be a 30% chance. You have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but at the moment, one is certain is that Gastina and Angeloni have closed right back out to each other. I didn't even notice that. But Osvaldo is chasing down Eddie like there is no tomorrow. And this is, well, battle for P3 overall.
And quite a good battle as well, actually. It's, you know, it's quite intense, and they're pushing hard of each other.
Yeah, Gastina really trying to defend from Angeloni here as we go around the next couple of turns. This long, long, long right, which just keeps going. And then ultimately into this next right as well, which is sharper. And
Ben Russ was got to be careful there, don't get caught up in that GT battle. They're just picking his moments to pass him. He's actually now moved up to 14th place, so he's slowly climbing back to places.
Angeloni and Gastina really battling it out. I mean, Osvaldo's just getting closer and closer. I reckon we're going to have a shot down the back straight here. If he can keep this pace up. Coming around into the, coming down at the road there now. And he's got this double sort of, yeah, but he's already gone past the double right. So now into the section here. Got to find himself a line here and try and get it into the decreasing radius right. And now he's really got, this is going to be it for Osvaldo. Here on turn one, you think is going to be the place where he can't. Gastina goes defensive. Is it going to stop Angeloni? Well, that is very defensive from Eddie Gastina. Almost like multiple line changes where I was looking, but I think he might have only changed once, and Osvaldo couldn't get through. And now on the front
would
straight,
you say that's a block or just defensive driving?
I wouldn't know. I don't have enough experience with P1 endurance driving to know for sure, but Gastina now stuck behind Cubic, but gets through, or doesn't. This is going to hurt his chances here, but he's free of the traffic. Either way, Angeloni and Gastina, this battle is still on. They were fighting it out for third before. That battle has resumed, and it's take two, I guess, of this same duel. Although now Angeloni's getting the hell behind Peter Noe. And that may have stopped it for now, but Osvaldo can catch up again.
Just watching Kawasari's Corvette in some of the corners, and under brake on the back end just seems to be a little bit squiffy. So I'm just wondering whether those tyres are just starting to wear up, or maybe just need to readjust the brake bias. Just some of the corners are just under brake and the back end is just getting a little bit twitchy.
We'll have to see for sure, but I'll have to find out for sure exactly what's going on with that. But Angeloni's just getting the hell behind Thomas Hidds now, who's chasing Bellini in the Motorsport Italia car. And I think this battle may have come to an end between Angeloni and Gastina for now. So I think with that, I'm going to have another slight break here and join you in a couple of more minutes. I'm going to leave Darryl Russell to keep you informed on what's going on.
Yeah, we'll do. Just watching a little live timing and just trying to see here the Dutch Connection Racing team of driven by Eddie Gustino is in 4th place. Seems to be closing the gap to Atlantic Motorsport, driven by Osvaldo Angeloni. Just looking there, it seems to be, yeah, the gap is down to 1.5 seconds, and Eddie Gustino is actually closing the gap to Osvaldo. It's now down to 1.1 seconds, and as you can see from the broadcast, that gap is getting closer and closer all the time, lap by lap. And Osvaldo is now coming up to GT traffic. Have to be careful when he's passing this GT car here, because any mistake and Eddie Cristina could actually pounce on him and gain the place. And the top 5 positions in the race so far in LMP1 class is the Black Hawk Racing team, number 6. In 1st place is second place is the number 8 Deltic Racing team. In 3rd place is the number 11 Atlantic Motorsport team. In 4th is the number 16 and Dutch Connection team, driven by Eddie Gustina, who is trying to close the gap down to the Atlantic Motorsport car. And in 5th place is the number 20 team RGPL, driven by Matej. And just looking now, just the Atlantic Motorsport car managed to get a bit of breathing space between himself and the Dutch Connection Racing car. He's now managed to get himself the gap up to just under 4 seconds. As Eddie still tried to pass the GT car, he's managed to get through and will continue to close down on the gap to the Atlantic Motorsport team, and possibly gaining the 3rd place. And so look, leading the LMP2 class in 9th place is the team RGPL Simtech team, driven by Shane Burke. And leaving the LMGT class is the number 63 Pulse Motorsports team, driven by Riccardo Corazzari. And it looks like the Dutch Connection Racing team has managed to move up into third place, passing the Atlantic Motorsport number 11 car driven by Osvaldo Angeloni. So all changed so far in the top 3 in the LMP1 class. And the Black Hawk Racing team continue to extend the lead. It's now over 35 seconds, well 36 seconds, sorry, nearly 37. And he's managed to be And welcome back, Josh. How you doing?
Slightly better, yeah. I'm not having a fantastic well, I just got a bit tired, I think, I guess. I don't know. But I've had a little rest. I'm better now. I'm back. Hopefully I'll be alright for a short while. At least better. I don't know. I'm me. That's what I am. And that's just me.
Well, I don't know if
Been
you've
a
seen
long
it or
day.
not. I don't know whether you've seen it or not, but there was a good battle for third place between the Atlantic Motorsport team and Dutch Connection Racing.
Oh, they come back up.
Yeah, and let's say Eddie managed to close the gap down to, well, it was actually moved up into third place now, so he was chasing down on the Atlantic Motorsport car, and yeah, he was running in third place. And there's been a change up the top actually. The Deltic Racing team have just moved it ahead, and the Black Hawk Racing team have just pitted.
Yeah, that'll explain that, but I guess as soon as pit stop happens for Deltec, then Black Hawk will take the lead again. Because if you look at Glatter versus Sinisic, Marcel is only really about, looking at it, a little bit ahead. He's not nearly as ahead as he would like. There's only about 14 seconds in it, and there was 30 between Glatter and Sinisic. So I expect that gap will go straight back up again once the pit stop happens for Deltec.
Yeah, well, they'd have to go pretty much balls out lap, well, about 2 laps to try and gain some sort of advantage. But yeah, I think Black Hawk will get back into the lead when it all changes over after the pit stops.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to the stops, and that is how time is going to be determined. I mean, pit stops are important, but, you know, I guess even more so in endurance racing, because they really help determine things like this. You know, they can give you a lead even when you're a minute behind. That's how important they can be, because they take longer in cars like these. You're only allowed so many people working on the car at once.
Just looking at the comments on the chat, there's been an incident with one of the back markers which taking Martin Drilland in Northern Light Racing back down the order.
Yeah, I've just seen, yeah, where is Dylan? Yeah, Martin Dylan is 16 at the moment. I'm going to see if I can cycle back to that. It's not happened in the last minute, so I'll have to see what that was. I can't really see though anything in the last 85 seconds. But still, yeah, it must have been a while back because it's not been within the last 2 minutes. So I'm just gonna, unfortunately, I guess have to give up looking at it. But yeah, down in 16th overall at the moment.
Yeah, I just saw the comments from one of the drivers, Thomas Bayos, about they've been involved in an incident with a back marker. I didn't see it myself, but it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not great that that's happened, but hopefully, you know, recoveries can happen and get them back on track. Yeah, that is not going to help affairs if people are getting involved with back markers. But yeah, at the moment, Greg Hall still leading his by a bit. That was a battle we were looking at before. Big battle going on between Josh Orr and Joe Kemper at the moment. Kemper in the Revs car. Sorry, Kemper in the Orton car and the Revs car forward are chasing themselves down. Looking at where Corazari is as well, who I assume is GT class leader. This is for fourth in class. So it is Revs versus Odin for fourth in GT. This is interesting. Both trying to chase each other out. Ferrari versus Chevrolet. Place your bets now. These two really giving each other a battle. Or at least hoping to. Really not much in it. And they are on the same lap. So this is fourth position obviously. Kemper has had a good race so far in that Odin racing car. He's held some good positions, but the Revs car is now really giving them a challenge.
Yeah, it seems to be doing quite well actually. It seems to be holding off the challenges.
Yep, and well, the Ferrari not having that much of an advantage on the straight has to brake. I think it's probably going to be the corners where that Revs car is going to be best off, to be honest, because the Corvette just seems to have it on straight.
Yeah, the Corvette seems to have the legs off the Ferrari, but I know from experience driving the 458 is that you can actually trail brake, so you can actually brake later than the Corvette.
Yeah, you can do, and well, I guess the perfect person to help us talk about this, even though he's a prototype driver, is none other than the more enthusiastic than Josh Anderson himself, commentator Tony Quillen.
How do you do?
I do tiredly, but all right.
It's good to be here. Nice to have you doing the commentating again.
It's fantastic to have you here, Tony. You're going to eclipse my enthusiasm today, that's for certain, because there's never a dull moment when you're around.
Good to hear. Well, I most certainly did not have a dull stint. You want to hear about it?
Oh, go right on ahead. Oh, the last Final Fantasy series just crashed on me, so we may as well while I get it back working.
All right. So basically, at the start, well, I don't know what happened, but when our lovely race director shouted "green flag," Michelle Moll and I think it was Connie Naslund from Team HQ, and I don't remember the other team's name. They just, I don't know, they just didn't go. So I put the pedal to the metal, went past both of them, but sadly went wide on the exit and the entry too. So Molle was able to slip past by me, but when traffic came, I managed to catch him up pretty fast. And well, I don't think he saw me coming, because he left a clear gap to the right of him at I don't remember the corner's number right now, but yeah, he was stuck behind a GT and I saw my chance and took it, and from there on in it was just, you know, another day in the office. Other than that, it's been pretty cool. Like, the GTs have been very gentlemanly about letting us prototypes past. There haven't been a lot of suicidal dives from the P1s either. And as far as I can tell, the racing between the P2s has been pretty clean, so...
Well, that's always good to hear. Always good to hear things
My
are
2
going
cents.
well.
Really good stints, I'd like to say. And are you, by the way, aware of what compounds the P2s are using?
Yeah, we can have a look. We can have a look. A lot of P2s on hard tyres, definitely.
Really?
Well, those are P1s at least. Some prototypes are opting for the hards this race, though.
Interesting. Because I was wondering about the P2s, because like from the lap times I was seeing, I assumed they were mediums.
Yeah, and I think a couple are on hards. I think when I get back in the server I'll be able to see for sure. But the tyre compound obviously dictated by what colour the tyres are. Orange is hard, white is medium, yellow is soft. Those are the tyre compounds we have.
The orange is hard.
Yeah, the orange is hard. And of course for Le Mans we'll have the super endurance compound, which I think is black.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm looking over on the replay and I'm seeing Shane Burke is currently on mediums. Gianpaolo Foegatti is on also mediums. Teemu is on hards. Ricard Nordgren is on S6s. Interesting, they're on the softest compound. I think they have been the whole race, at least if I'm not colorblind.
Yeah, we have 6s, 7s and 8s in this series, of course, which are the tyre compounds, and the 9 is the upper endurance, which is going to be specific to Le Mans.
Because we have been so far the only ones that have run the hardest compound. We set up our entire car around it. So I was surprised when SimHQ Motorsports couldn't catch up to me as fast as I thought, because they've been on S6s, I've been on S8s the whole race, the hardest compound. Whereas they had the softest, but...
Yeah, it's interesting to see that on a track like this have opted for the softs, because there will be more tyre wear on those, because there's quite a few tyre heavy corners here at Sepang.
Oh,
so
definitely.
They'll have to make more stops for tyres. They won't be able to double or triple stint the tyres as easily.
Mm-hmm. Like, we did some testing with the softest compound, and we just found it's almost impossible to double stint the S6s. I mean, you could do it, but you're going to have to change pretty much every stint you do. Every time you get back to the pits, you're going to have to change the S6s. With the S7s, you can double stint them pretty easy. Triple stint if you really push it. And the S8s, the hardest compounds, at least on the prototype 2s, you can even quadruple stint them, maybe even quintuple. But
Yep,
that all
and,
driver dependent, of course.
Yep, depends on how good you are at tyre conservation. So, you know, if people really are, if people are really not able to double even so much as single stint the softs, then you know they're gonna have to. And I guess that explains why Glatner's on the hards, and the likes of Castino's on the hards, Casanovis is on the hards, Marovic on the hards, Tim Uvati's on the hards, as you mentioned. Riccardo Cazzari and the GTs are, but a lot of GTs like to take the hard tyres anyway.
Yep.
So quite a few of the prototypes taking the harder compound tyre to get more stints out of them. Marcel Sinicic on the faster tyre, who is now pitted obviously since I've been away. He is on the medium, which is a faster tyre. Interestingly, Zenonic Smarda in that LP1 is on the soft tyre, so they'll be changing tyres pretty much every stint.
Yeah.
But they are 2 laps down on Glatner, so that is showing its problems in other areas.
When nearing the 2-hour mark, it's going to get interesting how this these different tyre strategies play out.
It will be very interesting to see how they play out, of course, because, yeah, I mean, Blackhawk may be on the slower tyre, but they're going to get more life out of it. I mean, the pit stops aren't going to be as long, so they make that time up there. Similarly, while Marcel Sinicic and the Deltec team are on the medium tyres, they're going to lose time in the pit stops, so they're going to gain it back out on track when they're quicker. So which do you go for?
Yeah, like it is a difficult choice considering Sepang isn't really a track, I think, suited for cars. Maybe there's no issue with P1s, but there's a lot of lot of high-speed, high downforce turns which absolutely eat the tires. And I myself, I like Sepang. There are a few track geometry things I might complain about, but overall I do like this version of the track. It's pretty accurate to the one, you know, the WEC races on for real.
Yeah, I mean, Sepang is just one of those tracks, you know, where we've not raced it for ages. We last raced it in Season 7. I wasn't even here then. But yeah, been a while since we raced Sepang, and I'm not sure what happened then, but still, it's proving to be a race of strategy rather than direct battling, this one, I think, to be honest.
So it would seem. But then again, we aren't still done with even the first third of the race, so...
Yeah, although usually by this point, you know, there has been a couple of battles, we've had things to talk about, it just hasn't come about this race. Maybe the end will be interesting though, there's always something happening at the end.
Of course. Because it'll usually pretty much even out towards the end.
Yeah.
And we can see if the tire strategies, how well they paid off. So it's going to be exciting to see. At least in the P1s and the P2s.
Yeah, something usually happens at the end, and well, if we all make it to the end, that is. But I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. But yeah, gap-wise, looking at the live timing again, and the gaps between the cars. Again, I can't really see anything that's closer than about 3 seconds or 2 seconds. So unfortunately, not an awful lot going on in terms of battles. Joe Champion, Josh Orr, the Odin Racing and Rev Sim Racing cars are still fighting for 5th. So there is that.
Hey guys, I'm going to go down to my team and find out how they're doing, so hope you don't mind.
That's fine. Hope you find out what you're hoping to find out then, Ben. And sorry, Daryl, wrong Russell, and yeah, just enjoy.
Okay, I was going to find out how they're doing, but just give you an update how we're doing in the Room 1. We were running in 2nd place before the pit stop, so we're now running, what, 4th, 5th in class at the moment, so we're not doing too bad with Tanner Selby.
Yeah, that's good. Great to hear. And yeah, at the moment though...
I'll be right back anyway, I won't be too long.
Okay.
See you in a bit.
Yeah, well, as Daryl Russell goes to do that, then yeah, we are watching Joe Ciampa on the cameras. It is the closest battle on track, and Joe and Josh are both giving it all of the beans in the world at the moment at each other. And yeah, these two, they both won this position. I think they're going been going for quite a while this battle, Tony, and neither wants to yield.
I did see them, I did overtake them a couple of times, and they've constantly been very close to each other. I don't know if they've traded places, if my memory serves me right, but...
I don't think Ciampa has relinquished that place in this battle as of yet, so he has been the leader for the entirety of it, and that Rev's car cannot find a way through.
Yeah, but it's a close battle, and, well, one mistake from either of them, well... Ooh, he's getting really close.
Oh, well, speak of mistakes and they will occur.
Oh, dear.
Well, that was a mistake. He just got a bit close. He tried, it didn't work out, now he's going to make the work happen all over again. And that also kills the closest battle on track.
Apologies, guys, I might have jinxed it. My bad.
Well, you see, now we have to find something else to talk about, because there's no battles going on.
Damn it.
Right.
Maybe I should have done something else.
No. Well, it's good to have. It's good to be talking about battles at least, you know. Right. Well, we are almost 2 hours into this race now, like, but still, it's been interesting. Apparently, there's a battle at the back of the field, 28th and 29th. Yeah, that is Veltova chasing down Gulpin again. We had this before, but Veltova and Gulpin now just really even closer than they were each other. This is SRVN versus Exclusive Racing Series. So yeah, not the biggest battle in the world in terms of overall position, but it's still good to see cars duking it out no matter where they are on the field.
Exactly, it's always good to see a clean battle between two drivers. By the way, before we start talking about the battle, it seems that there's a bit of a gap there still. Oh, wait, that might change in a minute.
Yeah, Fran Lopez is just forcing his way through here as he does, as he's entitled to do, or well, rather as he chooses to do. I mean, that P2 of Lopez to get a nice way through, not doing anything wrong, of course, but Veltova, Gulpin, not much of a gap between them now.
No.
Now we can talk about the fact that there's a battle, because there really is one. I mean, these two, Gulpin has almost got a bit wide there, but not much has happened between these two the last time I checked. I think Veldhoven took the position last time because Gulpin pitted, but Vilbert has not really made much of a move since. And then SRV and Ferrari stuck down at 28, 10 laps down on the leaders.
Yeah.
He still managed to find himself in the fight, though.
There is a potential battle perhaps bubbling between the, you know, Ciampa and Hoare. It's a 2-second gap, and there's another between Tom Kubik and James Dooku. There's about a 4-second gap between they're racing for the 25th and 24th position.
Yeah, they're both racing for those as well. I guess Vilbert, Veldhoven and Michel Gulpin is closer, however, in this immediate circumstance. Although, again, nothing really appears to be happening.
Yeah, but one...
It's like, he can get close and then he loses the time again.
Yeah, Sepang is a very difficult place to overtake a same-class car. The only thing you could really hope for is look for them to make a mistake, just wait a little bit, and then, well, strike when the moment hits.
Strike when the moment hits. Well said. Yeah, that's a fairly good analogy, and I guess that's all he can do, ultimately. I mean, looking at the order of running, though, at the moment, Fran Lopez obviously leading a P2 and 7, Sasha Glatter still leading a P1, and then Korazami still leading the GTs. But yeah, not the easiest second to overtake at Sepang. And in these opening almost 2 hours, we found ourselves with a field that's very spread out.
Yeah, definitely. The speed difference between the prototypes and the GTEs is massive. So you can just take so much of the high downforce corners so much faster with the prototypes. I mean, the difference isn't that massive to any other race between P1s and P2s, but as of right now, between GTs and prototypes, it's unimaginably big. You lose so much time if you get stuck behind a GT in one of those fast corners. And oh, it seems Gulpin has seemed to make a mistake.
Oh yeah, he's let Veldhoven in with a chance here. Veldhoven did just lift off a bit there. Maybe he's ruined his straight line speed advantage, but thought something was going to happen there.
By the way, have you checked Weather Underground recently?
Oh, well, I ought to check, because I thought there wasn't going to be any rain, but people have talked about rain, so I might not have checked the correct day, so check now.
Because as of right now, I think it's... I wonder what's the time. Is it 7 a.m. at Sepang right now?
It's 2 in the morning, I think.
2 in the morning?
I don't know. I'm not totally sure. Well, Sepang is obviously in Malaysia, and Malaysia is very near Singapore. I'm going to check. Right now, it is... Yep, 2 in the morning.
Oh, good guess. Okay, so I'm looking over, and the chance of rain for the next 4 hours seems to be pretty much 0. After that increases a bit, but, well, we all know that Sepang is famous for its alternating weather. It seems to have a mind of its own, even in Formula 1.
If this race had been held tomorrow and 12 hours later, we would be in a thunderstorm with a 100% chance of rain.
Yeah.
But it's not, unfortunately. The humidity today is quite low, and then it obviously drops off even more at night. Then there's obviously we seem to have picked the one day in Malaysia where there was no rain.
Well, I guess that's a good or a bad thing, depending who you are. I myself, I wouldn't have minded the rain. Suzuka was a very exciting race, despite us, making, me more specifically, making a small mistake, driver error, and ending up to the wall. And then still finishing second, but kind of a shame considering we could have been up there fighting for the lead. But these things always happen. It's,
you say you don't mind the rain. Would you have minded 95% rain?
Yeah. Speaking of actually rain, I remember talking about this last time I came on, and there is a massive difference in rFactor between 98 and 95. And the grip levels on the dry patch, they are ridiculous. Like, if you can hit it right, well, if I remember correctly, I was doing like 5 or 6 seconds faster laps than other P2s when there was a dry patch running through the track. And the speed difference can be massive.
Just depends how much water's on the circuit. Ultimately, and yeah, Fran Sola behind us, well, Toba Golden Battle has come into the pits now, so he is there, he is pitting for Gio Racing Team, he's now 11 laps down. Having done such a good job in the GT class, he's now fallen behind a bit, unfortunately, and that is because of whatever reason that he's in for. I can't really tell, maybe it is a scheduled stop though. But yeah, at the moment, still Ricardo Corazari leading it in the GT class from Martindale and David Yunt, Joe Ciampa, Josh Hall, Greg Hall, Thomas Hinson, and the rest of them.
Fran Lopez is right behind Ricard Nordgren. Granted, they are almost separated by almost a lap, but it's still interesting to see two cars of the same class battling it out, because it seems, well, Nordgren is in no hurry to give Lopez a chance to overtake, because if I remember correctly, the flags do not enforce blue flag. The rules do not enforce blue flags. Isn't that right?
Well, perhaps so, but surely he should get out of the way anyway, because it's, you know, the right thing to do. Rickard Norwood is not really in a desperate hurry to get out of the way, though. You're right.
But then again, anything might happen. Let's imagine Lopez might have an accident. Of course, we won't hope that, but you know, anything can happen, and Nordgren might have a chance to strike later on. So those 10 to 15 seconds, they can make all the difference as they have before. So those few laps you're stuck behind a car of the same class that you're trying to overtake by a lap, it's imperative to get past quickly, of course. There's a GT just in the middle of things, making things interesting again.
Yeah, just has to, Rickard Nordgren, I guess, just really has to just try and stay ahead for as long as he can. He's holding up with Lopez pretty well pace-wise. It's not like he's
Car
holding Lopez
28,
up.
you have blue flags, let the 26 car by.
Yep, and that is, well, Bernd
Well,
Schmidt telling him
There it is. They're Bernd telling it like how it is.
he's going to do
Alright.
it now, that Bernd Schmidt said. So, well, yeah, blue flag's not enforced per se, but if you don't move over, you get Bernd Schmidt telling you to move over.
Exactly, and you always do what the race director tells you.
Yep, otherwise, yeah, really, really in bad trouble.
Yeah, you don't want to stop and go for something small like that.
No, you don't, that's the thing. You just want to get out of the way, so that's Lopez through.
See what else is happening on track.
Not an awful lot, to be honest, but still. Apparently the Revs battle is back. I'm gonna
Between
look for
Josh
that.
and Joe.
Yep, it is. It's back.
Battle of the Jays.
It is Odin Racing versus Rev Sim Racing, and
Oh,
that
it's
Revs
really
car.
close! Oh, he has to lift to avoid
Yeah,
a
that
collision.
Revs car came pretty close there, like, and it didn't happen, but almost had an overtake or a collision or one of the two. But yeah, Joe Ciampa in that Corvette still got to do some chasing.
Oh, he is hungry for this position. He's been watching those taillights of that Corvette for a few laps now, and
I think he's had enough of it. I think he wants through.
yeah.
He wants this one to get through as we approach the 2-hour mark of this race.
And he isn't that far. He's constantly, even though he's falling back a little bit. Ooh, really close again. That's what I'm talking about. They both seem to be making little mistakes here and there, but it seems Hoare is just going just a little bit faster.
Yeah,
In a few
just
turns.
a little bit. He's gaining time on the brake and he's gaining time into some corners. That's where he's trying to make it happen and getting good exits. Yo, Ciampa trying his best too, but we'll see how this goes on the straights.
On the drag, I think the Corvette
It's
might
not
have the...
helping.
I think the Corvette might have an advantage on the straights.
Oh, well, it just pulls a little bit towards the end. I personally, it's either an advantage for that or that Joe Ciampa's just running less wing.
Could be.
Because there is no progress being made on the straights whatsoever. Instead, you can see and gets past both of them. Yeah, Josh behind has not really got an advantage at the moment. I'd argue he's probably better in the corners, but it's so hard to overtake in the corners here that that's not helping him.
The only way you can pretty much overtake on Sepang is just on one of the straights and just line up your yourself accordingly, and hope you have enough speed and the brakes to overtake
I
someone.
guess in situations like that, you just got to ultimately just hope you get down the straight. It's at times like this where you'd think guys like Josh would just turn the engine mix up for the straight and a chance to get through, but it doesn't seem to be working for him. You'd think he might just crack it up, and it's not happening. Apparently, Zenithix Smarter has spun by entering the back straight, losing the front bumper. And Smarter is, where is Zenithix? Smarter is 6th place. That's big for Team RGPL. That is big for them. Zenithix Smarter is going to...
Oh, and he spun!
Yeah, he
Oh,
did
no.
spin. Oh, Josh
Oh,
Hart
dear.
as well. Well, there
Josh-
goes the Revs battle.
Oh, man.
Well, yeah, how did that happen? Oh, he just came into the corner. Oh, he just locked the rears up and or locked the fronts up. Something tire just locked up completely. He just went all wrong on the braking for. He was hitting the brakes. Yeah, car got jiggly on the brake and just slid out. Nothing could be done. Spun it and then in the pits because those tires are ruined.
Yeah, they're gone. They're completely flat-spotted, but this kind of thing happens.
Yeah, and now that strategy is going to have to change because they would have hoped to continue running with those tyres and chasing down Joe Champa, but that can't happen now. Well, that is a change of strategy that's not going to help them.
No, what a sad end to a potential great battle.
Yeah, that could have been great. That was looking to be fantastic, but unfortunately it's just come to an end. Which is a shame because it was a good battle.
Yep.
Yeah, so, you know, that's the thing about this race. We have been focusing a lot on the GTs, haven't we? Because that's where all the battles have been.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, granted, there's a lot more GTs than there are prototypes, but you are right. You are right. I think it has to do with the fact that the GTs are just less spread out, and
Yeah.
mostly the P2s. The only way real interactions they have with other cars is well, they're overtaking back markers and cars of slower classes. There's very little you can do.
Well, if you like your GTs, I'll tell you what we have coming up on the 18th of March. Our very own special event here at SimRacing.club, the 12 Hours of Bathurst. That's happening. We're going to be doing that in about a month's time from now. You can get a team in if there's enough space, or try and sign up as a driver. Get yourself involved. It's looking to be a fantastic event.
Might as well.
It's looking to be an interesting event. We got GT3 and GT4 classes, Joe Champa pits, and Josh Hall's just given the call over to, I do believe he's just given it over to Tobias Langer. He's in the Revs car, and James Dooku is out of the Blackhawk Racing GT as well, I believe. I think if he drives for Blackhawk Dooku, I don't know whether he does or not. I've lost track now, but that car has been taken over by Andreas Schroeder, yeah. Yep, the 82 Blackhawk GT has been taken over. But yeah, GT3 and GT4, Bathurst, interesting little cars. Got the Nissan 370Z GT4 and a lot of GT3 cars. We've got Camaros, we've got Ferraris, we've got McLarens, the lot. Just go, just get involved.
Yeah, and that goes out to everybody.
Yeah, and it's because it's completely free, no licenses required, no entry fee required. It's totally free to enter. Get involved. Go on, do it. I'm not going to stop you. Get on it. Get on it. Go on, do it.
I can't do it right now.
No, not Tony, if you can't, but not right now. But you might be able to get involved as a driver because team spots appear to be going very quickly.
By the way, I'm gonna stop you right there for a small second because John Yuan is about to take Tobias Lang on the outside of the back straight for position 23, and he does it. But
yes.
Tobias has to run in on the inside. Will Yuan give him the space on the inside? He's gonna go a little bit wide. Does he have the exit speed? It looks like he does. Oh, side by side, but oh, it looks like John from CMHQ is taking the 21st position now that we have started seeing some pit stops.
Yeah, John Ian holds the position now for CMHQ. To be Slagger is going to have a bit more of a go if he wants to get through. But this could be an interesting battle if it develops. Could be interesting to keep an eye on. I think we should. These two definitely worth keeping an eye on. And, well, I think Ian's starting to pull away now. Still could be an interesting battle.
Quite so.
Yeah, and worth keeping an eye on because, you know, it could always develop if a spin occurs.
Yeah. Considering this is, well, we aren't even close to the halfway point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a
I mean,
lot
only
of
been-
not a lot of DNFs this race. Actually, only one, which is
yeah,
surprising.
only one so far, which is quite good.
Yeah.
And that was only Kashka who decided to call it a day after that damage that he suffered.
I mean, granted, there have been a few runoffs here and there, but Sepang has a lot of runoff area, so there's very little chance, unless you're going really fast and you really, really mess up a corner. I don't think that there's a very small chance of actually even hitting anything, even if you go off.
Right, so, and Thomas Beer has taken over the car from Connie Dylan at the moment. Sorry, not Connie Dylan, sorry, the other, whatever. Something's happened with Northern Lights Racing, I don't know. Thomas Beer has taken over that car. I got the wrong similar sounding driver there. Apologies for that. But yeah, Thomas
wait.
Beer in for Northern Lights Racing's Porsche.
If you want to see a battle, there might be a potential battle bubbling up between Ricard Nogren and Teemu Vahti from Velocity GP, for position 11.
Oh, well, that could be interesting to have a look at.
Yeah, the gap is less than a second. And considering Nogren is on a much softer compound than Teemu, he's on I think, scrubbed out hards.
Yeah, he's done a pretty good job.
Yeah, so
All things
far.
considered, I think. Yeah, he's holding position well. And
Like
giving it a
we
go.
discussed earlier, it's one thing to actually catch up, but
Yeah,
it's completely another to overtake.
that's exactly it. You gotta get past.
Yeah. Got a little bit overeager at that last turn. That late brake locked up the fronts. That's really bad if you're going on the softs.
Yeah, not necessarily the best thing if you're being caught by someone on a harder compound. In Nogren's case, that is exactly what has been occurring with him and Vahti, who's gotten through now, actually. So he is through, and Nogren is now doing the chasing. But yeah, it's not a good sign. Sasha Glatter has just gotten through on Nogren. So that's the P1 Blackhawk driver through again. Tamer is driving well though to be in 11th and Velocity
Oh,
GP.
this might be close. But he backs off. And he waits for it and goes past. Good overtake.
Yeah, he's about 4th at the moment in Class Tamer as well, so that's quite a good position for Velocity. He's doing a very good job.
Considering we started second last.
Oh,
Yeah,
apparently
I agree.
Russell's without a front bumper in the pits here.
Oh dear. Yeah, that is the case.
Yeah, Ben Russell in without a front bumper for Dale Motorsport. Their race is not going very well in this FX, and Juan Lascak is in as well, but he's probably going for a scheduled stop, to be honest, because Lascak not really at the moment in any sort of trouble.
Yep.
Did a fairly good job, and yeah. Timmy though still 11th, still running well for Velocity, and that's a good result so far. And we've got the Karazari in.
Oh,
As it
here
David
comes the
Yost.
GT leader.
That is the top 2 in GT in the pits.
Oh, Nogren looking up the fronts again at the last turn. Oh, that is not going to bode well for those P2 front tires, especially considering they're the softest
dear,
of the
Greg Hall's
compounds.
been removed from the game. Server is not
Whoa.
receiving updates from clients.
Oh dear, was he racing?
Hall wasn't. No, I don't believe.
Yeah, I think because we got a message from Burnt.
Yeah, John Yoon was in.
Yeah.
He's in the car, so Greg Hall must have just been lingering around in some sense.
Yeah, and Burnt did say to everybody, our lovely race director, that everybody must leave the server if they're not in the car. Except for us too, of course. We're special.
Well, yeah, because we're special. That's exactly it. That is exactly it. Yeah. So yeah, Jon's still in the pits. Obviously, oh well, there has been a driver change. Alessandro Catricala has gotten in from into the Pulse car. No, we don't though. We're still at the moment in the Black Hawk. Thomas Bear is going to overtake those, so Northern Lights are going to go up to second in class. Having a good run in that Porsche at the moment. You're still staying in the Aston Martin though for Black Hawk, so no driver swap there. Jamie Otis and John Yoon are having a battle now though.
Oh!
It's Odin versus CBHQ again, but this time it's Otis in the car.
It's gonna be close again. Like
That's
there was.
Sasha Glenn!
Oh, there's an impact! Oh dear! Otis takes out a P1. Who was
Yeah,
that?
Sasha Glenn, that was the race leader getting involved.
No, he took out the race leader. I don't think he lost his front bumper. There
Oh no,
doesn't seem
Glenn
to be-
actually went off beforehand, suffered understeer, then tried to rejoin, and Otis went into it.
Yeah.
Luckily, no damage caused, but Glenn, that's going to cause him a little bit of time lost to Sinitich, but hopefully not too much.
Oh dear, I don't think he can still do quite the maneuvers on the straight, so I don't think there was a lot of damage. At most, small tap on the front wing of the car, but it would be great to hear what kind of damage he has, if he has any. That was an interesting development. Of course, when you're, focusing a corner, there's someone right at your tail. You can't really focus on off track. I mean, it is as far as I've understood it, it is the responsibility of that who is off track to rejoin the track safely.
Yeah,
Am I correct?
Yeah, I guess Sasha did try and rejoin safely, but I don't think it quite worked out for whatever reason, but he's still leading, and that's good. So the gap was coming down to 35 seconds.
By the way,
now.
if you want to hear something fun, Teemu and Ricard just entered the pits at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Let's
I
keep
don't
it together.
Teemu going off the pits, Ricard changing tires again. Let's see how this plays out. We're going to have to keep an eye on the gap that's created, because Teemu did not change tires, I would assume. We're going to have to keep an eye on the gap created.
Oh, Tobias Langer has gone to the inside for whatever reason.
Really?
And, oh, maybe he just had a bit of an excursion. I got a bit worried there. Hang on a minute. What's this? Yeah, Langer, oh, hold on a minute. Langer passed Otis
Oh!
and then slowed down for whatever reason, went off himself into neutral. Wonder what that was about.
Oh, okay,
Very
Ricard is
strange.
leaving the bits, and the gap to Teemu as of right now is 30 seconds. And he's going to have to do, well, let's see here. If one stints, one tank of fuel, it's about 20 laps. So he's going to have to do faster, a second a lap faster to catch him before the pit stop. And then, in addition, he must overtake him. That's not a job, that's not a position I'd like to be in. Must have a little bit of pressure.
I can imagine not.
There's
Also,
also-
Sinicic, though, guess he has to take advantage of the situation provided to him at the moment, because he's trying his hardest to get back into P1, but that little mistake from Glatter has only allowed him to capitalise by about 10 seconds, and Sasha is still a whole 30 ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, the likes of Castina and Casanovas and Marovic are all behind running their own races, 1, 3 and 5 laps behind, but these two are the only cars on the lead lap now. And that kind of says a lot about how quickly it spreads out.
Yeah.
Mind you, I have seen a driver change. Johan Van Doren's gotten in the SRV and Ferrari at the back, but there's a battle on between 21st and 22nd, says Bernd Schmidt. Yeah, that's Marco Cesana versus Andreas Schroeder. It's Blackhawk versus It's actually, that's not Motorsport Italia, I beg your pardon. That is the Witchwood GT. No, it isn't the Witchwood GT car, that is the Motorsport Italia. I don't even know what teams I'm talking about now. Help. Andreas Schroeder, though, still chasing down the Motorsport Italia car, though. Yeah, I'm
Let's
getting
see
my
here.
cars confused. I'm thinking VLMS here. I'm in VLMS mode, that's exactly it. Schroeder, though, chasing down Cesana, so having a good run of this so far. Yeah, this is doing alright at the moment.
I think I had a collision somewhere, but that just... strange. famous clipping noise that you get when you hit something in rFactor.
Yeah, like, and you know something's been hit. But you don't know what's been hit, so you have to try and find it.
Okay, Fran Lopez. Oh, Fran Lopez lost his front wing and he's in the pits. The race leader from the P2s has lost his front wing. That's going to be a 300 seconds pit stop at least. Well, maybe not 300 seconds, maybe 2 to 3 minutes. Incredible. Oh, I wonder what happened. We're going to have to go back. That must have been the sound. Oh, I wasn't just hearing things.
Yeah, Lopez, what happened to Lopez? He just, he tried to come into the pits, I think. And then, he just lost it, overshot it, went into the grass and lost his front bumper. That is inadvertently...
Oh dear, that is a... Oh man, that reminds me so much of what happened to Lewis Hamilton in 2007 in Sepang.
Well, it's such an easy mistake to make, but it's going to cost them big time.
Oh, that's a big mistake. Oh, what a shame for Ragnar. They were so in the clear, and look, Walsh not that far behind. Only one lap, they're going to catch up, I would assume.
Yeah, that is going to give the Sim Technology PL joint entry the 127, so just the regular 27, not the 127. But yeah, the 27 Sim Technology PL car, that's going to give them a huge advantage. They're going to get a lap back, probably.
So it would seem. Or maybe even 2 laps, like they're currently on the same lap. Luke Walsh is entering, I think, sector... Yeah, he's entering the back straight already. Oh dear, what a shame, what a shame.
Yeah, that is not going well for Lopez. Walsh is coming on the final turn and he's still in the pit, so he will get at least a lap back. He'll get on the same lap as Lopez. That won't aid affairs for Feeder Ragnar Simulator, but I guess the loss of a front bumper would probably be disastrous to the likes of Glatter, who's currently only 30 seconds ahead. You can't really afford 300 seconds of damage when you're 30 seconds ahead, can you?
Yeah. It looked like we're clearing some of the... weird. There are 2 instances of Lucas Dietrich on the server. That is odd.
2 instances, or one of them is going to get cleared off, as I've just been poked by the person I've just brought into the room in Ricardo Kazari.
Yeah, good evening, guys.
Great to have you with us, Ricardo, and
thanks.
Great to have you with us. You obviously Pulse Motorsport driver, and well, at the moment Pulse are having a pretty good race. You're leading the GT class, which you can't really ask for much better than with Alessandro Cacciacalo in the car. But Thomas Beer behind in the Northern Lights isn't too much behind. I mean, he's on the same lap as you, but you know, at the moment, given that he's just coming around into the second to last corner, you know, in the final one, there's only really a straight between you, so any sort of mistake could cause problems.
Yeah, I would like to, you know, to avoid that kind of speeches of thought, you know, to avoid bringing bad luck to us.
By the way, Ricardo, I have to apologize to you.
For what?
There was an instance on track where I had...
Oh, sorry, I don't even know, but Walsh is out!
Oh my God, what happened?
I think he's just disconnected, but Walsh is going to lose any time he would have gained from the Lopez incident.
Oh.
Yeah, he just went off the track and disconnected.
Yeah, it looks to me he just... Yeah, it just looks to me he just disconnected entirely, like a connection problem. Oh, and it's a DNF! It's not even a disconnect. It's a DNF, which means they can't rejoin the race.
Well, technically they can. If it's just a straight disconnect, then just jump back in. DNF just means did not finish for whatever reason.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, he should. He should in the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he disconnected on TeamSpeak as well, so it's not just the two things. Internet drops for Walsh.
So that means Mariano Carlo is leading P2s, Teemu Vahti is second, and Richard Nordgren is third. Because Fran Lopez is still in the pits and Mole just came behind him. They're on the same lap and both are in the pits. Oh dear, that's a terrible thing that happened. Oh yeah, that thing I was talking about, Ricardo. Okay, there was this one thing, I had a SimHQ car breathing down my neck. And it's that fast left-hander where you need a lot of aero on sector 2. And then it goes to that fast right-hander.
Yeah.
I made a bit of a risky overtake and it came really close and you angrily flashed your lights at me.
Yeah.
So I have to apologize for that,
yeah.
sorry.
So appreciate it, first of all. Just, I would like to say that I think that the track, we all know that this track is pretty critical for traffic because bumpy, bad curbs, off the line, it doesn't offer that grip. There is so much difference.
And in addition, there's a very the rules for cutting the track are very tight here.
Yeah, I'm not having troubles, to be honest, and if you're driving a prototype, you should have less problem than me also,
Yeah,
because
no,
going on that curbs, not that good.
No, it's not. But I mean, like, I'm saying what I'm trying to say is that sometimes to avoid a collision, there was.
Yeah,
this
you have
one
to go out at least, or a little
Yeah.
close to. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
okay.
like there was this one time in that specific corner I was talking about, I had to
Yeah.
go wide, and thankfully I didn't get a cut track for whatever reason, but I did get a cut track for the same move I made in practice, and I had to avoid a collision because there was a P1 on my left that was overtaking me, but there was a GT in front of me that, for reasons unknown to
Yeah.
man, braked in front of me. He didn't like an emergency brake in the middle of the
Yeah.
turn, and I had to go off track and basically cut the track. I didn't get a cut track, thankfully, but yeah. That is an interesting development in P2. Huh.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
Yeah, I've just been told actually by Lee Russell, who's driving from Syntec, that Luke Walsh had a power cut, so
oh,
this could be more
dear.
terminal than we thought. Or it could last
Oh.
longer.
Oh, that's
Oh,
bad.
that's bad. It's one of those things it's never happened before. It was really close this one time, but I have this irrational fear of getting a power outage in the middle of a long race.
Yeah.
And there was this one time, I think it was in I think it just was 2.5 race in Automobilista, and just after the race, there was a power outage. I think 10 minutes after finishing, so I think
Yeah.
it spawns from that.
Yeah, that was a very close call. But the thing about power outages is you never know when the power's going to come back on. So by the time that happens, it could be 10 laps down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In other news, Fran is back on the track, but he is 2 laps down from. He's on the same lap as Michel Mori, but he's 2 laps down from Carlo.
Yeah,
So that's
that
a
is
shame.
that is not good. And I'm sure now that Lopez is just going to be really just recovery drive for him, as it's going to be for the Simtech RGPL team as well. But yeah, you can only do what you can do, I guess. And now for them, it's going to be because of getting Luke in the car, getting him back round, maybe even switching driver and getting the car back going again. But with the power cut, if it's a long one, it could be terminal for me.
Yeah, like exactly, like because you can't do a driver swap if the driver has disconnected, of course. So this might as well be a DNF because there won't be. I mean, well, you can get points. Oh, it looks like Fran is behind Carlo. I think they're on different tires, but they're on also different laps. But Carlo just lets Lopez through.
Are the guys in room 1 doing double stint too? Because I see that more or less the lap times are about 2:04, and I have to be honest, I am impressed by the pace today. I wasn't expecting that to be honest.
Oh damn! Oh no! Fran Lopez takes out Hinz.
Oh no!
Oh no! Both are Ragnar cars. Oh, that is something you don't want to see.
Can't believe.
Oh dear! Oh dear!
Oh, yeah.
Let's have another look
Something
at
happened,
that.
and then the collided, and then Hinz went round, and that's not going to be very good. I should add as well, driver swap for the Blackhawk car. Patrick Borden in that car now. That's why Marcel Sinicic leads. Patrick Borden's in the car back, but Sinicic probably got to stop soonish as well. But yeah, Lopez, Molly, these old, where we ever go with that, but Lopez into his own teammate. That's not someone Peter Ragnar simulator wanted to see.
No, definitely not. What seems to have happened is that Hinz just braked a little bit unorthodoxly to the next turn, and Lopez was too close to react, going too fast. He locks up his front brakes at the last second, but oh, that is a shame.
I'll tell you what, though, Pulse Motorsport don't have to worry about that because they've only got one car and it's a GT. There's always that. You can always look at the bright side, can't you, Ricardo?
Yeah, sorry, what? I was distracted.
I was about to say, you don't have to worry about cars colliding each other from the same team because you've only got one car.
Yeah, exactly. No. Fortunately, yes, but you know, I have to, I have to be honest. I had a felt about this race, about that. When I started, I was like, I think that today is going to get tricky. I don't know. I had that feeling.
But so far, it hasn't really nothing's really happened.
I think that because the track is mentally stressing. You are always busy on this track. There is no time to okay, you know, maybe when you are on the start-finish line, you have to check the mirrors, or you have to talk with your teammate, or adjust something. I don't know. Well, so generally you are always busy. Istanbul was lighter, for example. Suzuka in the rain, it was heavy as this, but different because well, the time that you have found the pace, you don't have to really push so hard, you know.
And you don't have to. You have at Suzuka or Istanbul.
Back.
Oh, Walsh is back. Well, that's great.
But he's down 11 laps on the leader now. 3 on Lopez.
But yeah, about like Silverstone, Suzuka, even Istanbul, like you have time to breathe. You have time to sort of mentally prepare yourself for the next lap and go over through some things like, I don't know, check your fuel level, tire wear, and so forth. But here, you've only got 2 places to do that, and that's the back straight and the main straight. And every corner is, you have that fine line. Like, even if you alter your line in some of these fast corners, even just by a little, you're going to lose a lot of time. So you're driving on a knife's edge, essentially, every time you enter one of those fast turns.
Yeah.
So I know exactly where you're coming from.
Well, more, you have to consider another stuff that if you are on heavy traffic, or I think a couple of cars, or sometimes one car behind is enough. I mean, by different class, if you're driving a GT at the, and you approach every corner, you know, on the edge. You don't have you're not going to have a gap of you know to possibility. You're not going to have a possibility to do some maneuvers, okay? Because if you are on the edge, you have to do your line, you have to brake there, you have to put the throttle there, etc. So I don't think that this choice is so much bright, to be honest.
Yeah.
Today I was more or less 3 to 4 tenths per lap faster than the Black Oak car. Without traffic, but on traffic I made a huge difference, just because I was always try to find a way, you know, to avoid to, for example, stop the car too much into a corner, or not having the possibility to push down to squeeze the throttle in a cornering exit. Maybe I was sacrificing like 3/10 on the braking point at the turn 2, for example, or turn 3, sorry, at the end of turn 1, but that on the exit. With a good line, I was gaining a tenth on my general normal lap without losing time for the traffic. This is the way to manage it.
Yeah, of course. Like, and traffic management, it's one of the most critical things, because I remember there was a P2 car behind me, and I'd like to think of myself as a pretty efficient traffic driver, because I did manage to catch up to another car and drop back another car at the same time, closer to... I think I doubled the gap to a car that was on the softest compound, whereas we were on scrubbed out hards.
Yeah.
And I doubled the, and I'm not just thumping my chest here, I'm just making a point.
No, no.
No.
You know, datas are datas, okay? There is nothing more counts. You know, if you have the pace, you can see it. I think that today we had the pace too, also the Black Oak car too. When 5 minutes ago, I opened the room 1 live timing, and I was like, what? Is that true?
Yeah.
Yes, today the field is incredible.
By the way, do you have a GID, the plugin?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's necessary nowadays. One thing I wish they would make is like in iRacing in Assetto Corsa, we have that delta bar, you know?
Yeah.
And
I don't like it. I don't like it when I have to push. I don't like it.
Oh, I like it. It's good for practice, because you can see it on the corner of your eyes when it shifts just a little bit green. when you make a good exit on a turn, even if it's
Exactly.
just a half a hundredth of a second, but you're able to
Yeah.
pinpoint where you're making those little mistakes. It's a lot more difficult without the delta bar,
Depends.
in my opinion.
Depends. Once you have found your pace and you have practiced it and you have like the imprinting on you, okay, because you know the breaking point, etc. I prefer to go without the delta because I want to keep my eyes focused on where I have to put the car.
That is a good point, because I have noticed in AC, I did a race a while back, and
You know, I tell you what, the Formula One drivers, and I'm not joking. This is true. The Formula One drivers, when they're qualifying, especially, okay, then they just have to stay focused on the car. Maybe, you know, yeah, they exchange some information, but once you are during the qualifying, you can't really change the car. Maybe you can change some how can I say, some shifts for the electrical differential or brake balance, etc. But it's something that is more followed by performance engineers through the data. They say that, and they communicate to the driver that they made a small adjustment, but nothing more. Okay, that's not the time to do big changes. But
of
what they does during the pauses, okay, is to rest their eyes. They just look at nothing, okay, or keep their eye closed. Because keeping the eye focused point by point, corner by corner, on where to put the car on the entry, on the middle, and on the exit makes an incredible difference on consistency, especially.
this is true. I have to agree with that, because like I was going
It's
to
like
say,
it's like you are driving the car with the eyes for first. Okay.
yeah, that's exactly it. Like, I have pretty good peripheral vision. I use it in traffic, I use it in real life as well. So I've never really found myself to have a problem during a quali lap, but during the race, I did notice that a couple of times I did lose a couple of times sight of the line, as I was sort of trying to focusing on my peripheral vision to see if I went through the corner fast, to see if it was green. But like, I did.
That's crazy.
I did shut it off at some point, and then just sort of stabled the speed. But you're right. The delta power won't make much of a difference when you're actually racing. That's where you have to constantly just do that. That's where you sort of have the track implanted in your brain. You know exactly what you're going to do, and you're exactly, assuming you've practiced, of course. But you're supposed to know all these things by hand. But when you're sort of starting out with a new track, I think the delta bar is a very valuable thing to have. And I wouldn't mind if somebody made a plugin like that for rFactor. Maybe there even is one already, and I just don't know about it.
About the delta bar, I have to say another step, that if you have to, if you plan to do double stint on the tire, so you can't, squeeze the maximum possible from first stint, or well, it depends from the circuit. For example, at Istanbul, it wasn't absolutely a problem. It wasn't a problem at all. We did double stint with medium tires with a delta. Stint worst, 7/10 slower than stint best. So it was easy in the end. For the car, it was easy, not a problem. But there, if you start locking the brakes or doing so much spinning while putting out the throttle, especially fast corner, the next lap, you are going to lose the car somewhere because the tire gets overheating. For example, from my point of view, I can't keep the pressure down. In the last 20 minutes, it was complete. The car was gone completely. So in fact, we anticipated the pit stop by one lap to give Alessandro on fresh tires. In fact, we saved like 2.5 seconds just there. Okay. But generally, so connecting this to the delta stuff, I have to say that if you are going to put new tires on every time, so you have to push like banana because you have to use them.
Just a second, Ricardo.
Say.
I don't mean to interrupt, but we have a battle for second in GTLM. It's Thomas Bear versus David Young, who's been catching for a while, Young, and now he's actually on to get up.
Junt is a good driver.
We actually have a battle going on, Young versus Bear for second now. David Young, as we obviously know, out of the LMS prototype driver, he's very well versed in all sort of cars. Now choosing down Thomas Bear in that Northern Lights Porsche. It's Aston Martin versus Porsche. England versus Germany all over again, except there's a Swiss at the wheel of the German car, and Thomas Beer's practically hooted it round that turn. Decides to get his Eurobeat mode on and gives it a nice little bit of slider, but that's not going to do his rear tyres any favours.
Which position is this again?
This is the second in GTLM, 18th overall is David Yunton at the moment. He's trying to get past Beer, who then locks up, and he's getting a slide on again.
Oh, does David get the exit?
Yeah, this is all Yunton, so he can keep it together, I think. As a GC driver yourself, Ricardo, you must know that sliding these cars is not going to help the tyres.
No, absolutely. You can do it just for one lap, and when the tires are old, you can do it just for one corner.
That's how much David Yunton is getting on the brake because of his tyre condition. He can just get so much under the tyres. He's not pushing as hard. His tyres are in better condition. Marcel said it just laps them. But David Yunton can gain so much in the corners and on the brake because his tyres are better off.
I think that Aston Martin and Corvette are better on new tire or fresher tire, but on older tire, Porsche with the engine on the rear has more traction. So in the end it helps. So I don't know what is going to happen.
Yeah, he's just hunting him down second by second now, and in the break, and he's really starting to gain on Bear after that slide. Will have obviously made the car a bit more unstable, a bit more jittery in the corners because the rear tyres have lit up and they're not providing as much grip anymore. Jose Casanovas wants through, but he ain't going to get it yet.
Yeah, but Bea is pulling the braking points really much.
Jan just wants to, you see how much he gains on the braking and then he can't make it happen because Bea just manages to defend well enough.
Yeah, or maybe Junt knows that he's quite a lot faster, or quite necessary faster than him, so he's just waiting for the proper moment. I don't know, but
well, I tell you, all this traffic's definitely helping Junt because his teammates just gone through, Patrick Borden in the LMP1 Blackhawk car, and now Junt is trying to find a way through, but he just doesn't have the gap at the moment. But he's chasing down Bea, that much is for certain.
It's just a matter of time. Like Junt is going pretty much faster on all turns. I think he's doing what you mentioned, is that he's going to wait for that potential mistake, and then drive past, because it is very difficult to overtake on Sepang, especially with a car that doesn't have a lot of aero, despite that massive rear wing that the Aston Martin has.
Yeah, that Aston Martin, as we know, very quick car, but ultimately I think it is top speed focused compared to the handling focused Porsche, but
looks like Otis just came in front of Beha, and he's got the runoff. He got the better exit.
Yeah, Otis and Dietrich there as well, but Jan really wants it. I think now is the time if he's going to get it.
Oh, he's going to try it. He's going to try to brake late. Oh, but he brakes early, and no, Beha goes.
No, this has worked out for Bear. He's gone past Otis.
What a move!
He's used the lap traffic to his advantage, and he's gone through.
Interesting move. My hats off to him. That was a bit of a tricky move. That could have gone wrong in so many ways, but nice job by
But if you go to one lap yourself in style, man.
Yeah, of course.
Or rather, get a lap on a lapped car, you know.
I mean, style won't make you much faster, but well. At least you look good when you finish.
Except this time, he doesn't just get style points, he gets extra distance, but Junt just scores it back up again.
Oh yeah, he's right on this tail again.
Man, I think that you are too much negative for this championship. You always have to stay positive.
Of course.
But he's enthusiastic though, give him that.
Hey,
Even more
I'm
so
a
than me.
pessimist, what can I do? To me, the glass is always half empty.
Well, we're gonna be in a world where the glass is half empty together then.
Yeah. Maybe I'll change my mind if Beha holds Junt back. Maybe I'll change my approach to life.
We'll see if Thomas Beer can hold on from David Junt. I mean, he's gaining, but you see how much he gains on the brake, and he gets close.
He walks up again.
Beer just gets about a launch in that Porsche and then holds it on the straight.
Yeah, I think Beha is running less rear wing, so he can always pull away when Junt is close.
Easily possible looking at the car. Easily possible.
Yeah.
One of the advantage. Or maybe he's on more boost, it depends.
Yeah, it's just a question of, I think it's just a question of like the only way Junt can get past Beha is that he outbreaks him into a corner, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. The way Beha has been defending.
Looking at the outside, it's from the outside. Sorry, it seems that David is not preparing a move for real. You know, because for example, for the last two straights, okay, he prepares the move into the penultimate corner, the right hand side long going uphill. For example, if he prepares the move there, use full boosts, stay close on the straight, prepare again, okay, or maybe try to put some pressure. I think that on the next part he can do the job, but as this is just, it seems that he's just waiting.
Oh shit! Rickard Norgren side by side with Teemu Vahti.
Well, that's quite the reaction.
Oh, sorry about that. I hope no kids are watching, but Rickard Norgren outbreaks Teemu Vahti going into the last turn. I mean, this is of course, you know, expected, because two tiers of soft compound, but still, that was a good overtake.
Yeah, Martin said that they are running on full boost on the Porsche.
Okay.
Yeah.
That explains that then. Bear to the inside of the corner, they're trying to stay defensive. Yunt lets Monet through. And yeah, Bear is really just at this point gotta hold on. Max boost though will help in that flat 6 engine. I mean, think about it. Yunt's probably quicker on the straight and has more cylinders than Bear, but the boost is helping him. I mean, he might get through, but Thomas Bear is obviously doing a great job of defending at the moment. You got to give him props for that.
Yeah, definitely.
That Porsche is defiant.
Blackhawk lost some cylinders in some Malaysian casino or something, I think.
Well, we've got a similar situation coming up here. District's on the outside. Maybe Bear's going to use that. He goes inside again, you see. Hits the brakes. Can he make it 2 for 2? Well, he can get a decent entry, but not quite the entry that he was getting last time around. Luke Walsh is overtaken, though, who himself is on a bit of a charge to regain track position. Walsh, I'm sure, will be quite desperate to get back through after he obviously had that power cut, and now he's trying to gain position again.
Guess I'm gonna leave. I hope you're enjoying next minutes coming, the next hours coming.
I hope I will.
Well,
Thank
very
you.
much for joining, Ricardo. It's been a pleasure having you with us.
Yeah, same for me, guys, as always.
Yeah, you guys, good luck.
Thanks you too.
Good luck to you indeed.
Yeah, thank you.
Good having you.
Bye
buddy.
bye.
See
Bye
ya.
bye.
Right. Well, now we can sit down and enjoy this battle between Yunt and Bear, because it's not going anywhere really, but it's still an interesting battle to have, because it could go somewhere, and looking further up the field, there's nothing really else happening.
Well, not as of right now. I mean, Ricard pulled away pretty fast from Teemu, of course. But yeah, not a lot of happening. So I think I'll make a break for it and go for a quick 10-minute break. I will be right back.
Fair
Hold down the
enough,
fort.
but here comes Yunt on the exits. Tries to get through, doesn't do so. Almost does.
I almost stayed.
You almost went. Well, I think you can now, because I don't think he's going to get it.
Well, let's hope he doesn't overtake before I get back.
Well, yeah, let's hope he
No,
doesn't.
it's really close. Oh.
He's hounding him though, isn't he? He's hounding him though, isn't he? It's going to happen soon.
Oh, I
I
gotta
think.
be fast. I'll be right back.
I don't think Tony Griffin wants to miss this at all, does he? Damn it, Yunt. Really giving it every single trick in the book on Bear. He's trying the good old shake, rattle and roll. Even that ain't enough to get past. And yeah, Martin Dylan said they are running maximum boost, but is maximum boost enough? Maybe Yamajun has made boost level go +1. Maybe he's got the Aston Martin giving it full juice now. Perhaps he wants this position from Thomas Beer, and he's asking every single horsepower of that Aston Martin to summon itself and use power to get through. I don't know. But David Yunt knows that this is not enough for him, and he wants this place from Thomas Beer. He wants second in class. Northern Lights are doing a great job in that P2 though. They've held it for a lot of this race, and now they are having a bit of a defensive problem. Here comes Laurenti in the LMP2. Holds Yunt up just the slightest, but he'll want through, and this is not helping David by any means of the imagination. The fact that Laurenti is trying to get through, but now he's trying to get past Bear, and this should help. He just has to carry more speed than Thomas through the corners, try and close him on the brake and then get a draft. This will be the best opportunity, you'd think, for David. Hits the throttle, and again, he's not really gaining on Bear at the moment. He has it under acceleration, but Yunt gets it back under braking and the top speed. This is where Yunt's strengths really start to play, and then Aston Martin and the Black Hawk Racing team can really attempt, but he's going to have to turn the boost up, I think, if he's going to get on the straight. This is a calculated race, though, from the German outfit, I'll say that much. He's gaining at the top end of it, and then he's gaining under braking, but it's the acceleration and everywhere else where that Northern Lights car really starts to find its own. Although the little drift earlier won't help the rear grip. So maybe as the stint ends, Yunt will gain even more speed. Quick update on the LMP1 standings for it is still Senetich leading from Bard, from Casanovas, from Maravich, from Smarter, and in LMP2, I do believe that it is current race leader in LMP2 would be Mariano Carter from Rickard Nogan, from Temu Varney, from Michele Mone, from Fran Lopez. But it's all Yunt Bear at the moment now, though. Porsche versus Aston Martin, 6 cylinders versus 8. Maximum boost versus possibly not maximum boost, but we don't know. Really interesting to watch this though, because neither car really giving any quarter to either. Both wanted as much as the other. And it goes to show, no matter how far you get into an endurance race, there's always something going to happen at some point. Even though the race might not start out very interesting, there's always some interesting battle happens. Mariano Carlo, the LMP2 leader, has just gone past David Yunt as well. So, if he can get Bear here, well, Carlo's getting held up by Bear now. It's giving Yunt a bit more draft, but not for long. And of course, Bear's just going to slot in behind as well to gain the advantage over Yunt even more. Really just trying to catch up under brake, and again he gains it, but this is the recurring theme. He's gaining under braking and losing everywhere else. First couple might be his best shot if he can't get it through turn 1, but really trying to catch up, and it's just at the end of the straight where he starts to pick up the speed, and then he has to brake. As Yunt gets a bit of a slide on. Perhaps starting to get a little frustrated at the fact he can't pass Bear. I'd imagine so as well, because I would want to get past. If it were me, I'd want to be through. He's not getting any closer to this turn, that's for certain.
Guess who's back?
And well, I think Tony Crevin is back.
Hell yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, I think you might be.
I might just be right, yes, and David Yunt might not be ahead of Thomas Bear yet either.
Yeah.
They're still going.
Yet. It's really close.
He wants to get through, he can sense, but it's just not happening. And Jose Casanova, well, this might help. Casanova's on the exit there, maybe just slightly impeding Bear.
There's a slow backmarker Ferrari coming. Oh, Moravich hindering
Moravich in
Yunt.
the inspect. That in the 919 LMP1. You can tell Yunt wants through, it's just the opportunity isn't presented itself.
It's a matter of time.
Well, if Bear
Time is
slips up,
something
then
we
that's
have.
his perfect opportunity, but otherwise it's going to be a bit difficult for him.
I agree.
Mind you, that Aston Martin, as I say, it's just near the ends of the straight where Yunt starts to pick the speed advantage up, then he has to brake. It must be frustrating for them that the straights aren't longer. Yeah, we've got quite a bit of traffic to come up here, though Sarah and Langer both ahead, Bear and Yunt chasing.
Well, I'm sure Bea is feeling the pressure from Yunt. Yunt is, I can almost smell his anger on the
I
way.
tell you what, Yunt, this benefits David perfectly though, because it's his lap traffic that Bear might get stuck behind for him.
Oh, it's so it would look.
And if Yunt can use this to his advantage, if Sarah accidentally holds up Bear some, Yunt might have a chance.
Yeah.
But he's not, he's
that's
just
not
going straight to
going
the
to happen.
left. Daniel Sarah is like, Sarah just gets straight out of the way. Is it Daniel Sarah? I don't know. But
Meanwhile, Ben Russell pitting for, I think, fuel and tires.
yeah, Russell in, and yeah, Yunt must be getting pretty frustrated with the fact that he can't get past Bear here. It's like Northern Lights, what are you going to do about them?
Mm-hmm.
You can't do anything.
Yet.
They're just there, they exist, and you cannot pass them. It's like he's going all Gandalf on him, like, you shall not pass. And he really shall not pass David Yunt at this rate, because it's not happening. I mean, this last corner he's getting a bit of time in, but not much.
I wouldn't say just anything yet, because we're about to reach the 50% marker of the race.
Yeah, about
we
to go
still have
halfway
3
through
hours
the race.
to go.
Bear
And
slips up in it.
It's just a little bit. It's these tiny mistakes he keeps making, and I know he wants to get past that Porsche, but he can't. It must be so frustrating.
Yeah, it's like going for something that, you know, you're not going to, well, you think you can reach, but then it's just 3 inches out of sight. You just can't get the job done. And,
Come on, David,
well,
give us a show.
yeah, unlike Bob the Builder, David Yunt might not be able to fix this one in his favour, but, well, Bear's got a bit wide there.
Oh,
It's not going to be enough, I don't think, though. I think he is just going to hold on unless Yunt does some sort of kamikaze move into the final turn. But he's getting a better draft than he was before. No, he thinks better of it. I think he's going to try and think, Bear does lock up. I think he's going to try and get the better exit, but no, Bear's got it again. Credit to that Northern Lights racing car. They're getting good exits out of the final turn.
just a little bit of slip from Dave.
Yeah, maximum traction for the Northern Lights Porsche. Well, again, a lock up though, not being very kind on the tyres. Not being very kind on the tyres, the Northern Lights car, and that might be hurting them.
Yeah, I think that might be the advantage David has over Thomas.
Yeah, Yunt has got more tyre life. And that's the important thing. He can drive for longer. And while he's on the hard tyre, they're on the hard tyre. There won't be that much of a difference, but when it does start to make a difference, it'll make a difference.
Mm-hmm. Especially on these fast left and right handers. You
In the
don't really
long
see
run
it.
as well, more tyre wear means you can't double or triple set the tyres.
Yep.
That's the thing.
Oh,
As
really
long-
close again.
Yeah, as long as Yunt is there, Bale won't get a rest. His tyres won't get a rest, and they might not last as long overall. In fact, Yunt he's trying to sell him a dummy, I think, there. Bale moves inside to defend, and now
Locks
Yunt's even
up.
closer than ever. Is this the moment?
Not yet. Oh, he just keeps getting away. I think that Porsche it's better on exits, but he keeps walking. He's
Yeah,
feeling the pressure.
Those tyres are starting to feel the pain now. Here doesn't go. It's like here comes the pain for the tyres. Here comes the Yunt. May as well call it that.
You
Oh
need to
dear,
make it.
that's gone badly.
No! Rickard Norgren takes him out, and Alex Bremer barely misses him. Oh dear, that's close. Oh,
Well, what
goodness
happened there?
me.
Norgren was drafting Yunt, and Norgren. Oh my lord, that was what actually happened. Rickard Norgren had gotten past David
Then
Yunt.
Worthy right behind Rickard again on the draft.
Oh
He's
wow!
on the inside. Oh, it's going to be close. I think he's going to be able to hold it. Oh, but he goes wide. Oh, he goes straight to the pits. And then Worthy is back in second for P2. Oh,
Yeah.
what a grand mistake from the Swedes. Oh, what a shame.
Well,
say this, I might be a little bit one-sided here, but I for one don't mind. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Simex.
Yeah, I was just looking at Norgren. Norgren is in the pits now. I don't usually be so objective. That was pretty reckless from Rickard Norgren, though. I think he actually turned in expecting Yunt wasn't there, but he was there. Maybe should have judged that a bit better, but it has hurt Yunt's race as a result of that, unfortunately. As much as I hate to say it, that reckless maneuver may have impacted Yunt, and he will be angry.
Oh, I would be livid right now, and I'm sure David is as well. That was a bit of a reckless move. He was trying to aim for bears inside as I'm looking here, but he just does it too fast and too soon. I don't understand why just wait for half a second or 1 second. He still had plenty of runoff to go to that corner, and he could have taken the Porsche under braking. But it's just one of those things. This is, you know, you make miscalculations in your head when you're under pressure from the guy behind, and of course fatigue might be starting to set in. But I wonder if they got any damage. I don't think so, at least. But I think Ricard did the smart thing of...
Yeah, that is put the Blackhawk car down big time, though, and possibly cost them second. I've just been told by Dredge Schmidt that is actually under investigation as we speak.
Oh,
so
dear,
potential verdict incoming.
We will see soon enough. What do you think? Is that worth a drive-through penalty?
I'm no steward, but I think there should be some sort of ramification if Nogren was responsible. Obviously, I'm not going to make a judgment on whether he was responsible, but I think it could have been a bit more care could have been taken.
Oh, yes.
Obviously,
Ricard's still in the pits. I don't think he's going to get out anytime soon. Temu is just entering the main straight again, and he's going to lap the Swedes as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Red Schmidt race director will judge himself whether there is a penalty needed. But, yeah, we'll see in due course whether that was Nogren's or Yunt's fault. Obviously, we'll see what the investigation upholds. But for now, Yunt is still... Let's not try and be too negative. Yunt is still third in class, but he's a lot further behind on Bear than he should have possibly been.
And Michelle Moore from Reborn Racers catching Nordgren every second, and I think going to go past in 3, 2, 1, and Michelle Moll is currently third. Oh, they might have gone
Lopez is going to go through as well.
Oh dear, that puts the CMHQ guy second last in class. Oh, and Rickard Nielsen.
Rickard Nielsen, question is though, is he going to pay for his teammate's mistake?
Yeah.
If there was a mistake made.
If there was, we will wait for the decision of the stewards. I myself, well, I couldn't be objective about this. Meanwhile, Mariano Carlo pits from the lead. What tires does he have? What tires does he have? I would be interested in this fact. I think they might be the mediums. Yeah, I think he might do a tire swap now. So that's it's 40 seconds for the tires and I think 30 seconds for fuel, so that's a minute stop if they do change tires. I don't see the car being lifted just yet, so they might just go for a splash and dash, but Temo might make it into the lead if this is indeed a tire change. I doubt it, but he won't be that far off himself. Then again, he has to, all the P2s have to pit in a minute anyways. And, well, speak of the devil, he does pit. As we speak.
There you go. In comes Temu Varty then, I guess, if he does pit. Yep, in comes Temu for Velocity Grand Prix. Mariano Carlo just exits, and
yeah, I think the gap is going to be the same as they exit. I think they didn't change tires. I would have to confirm this from them, but from what I see, the car wasn't lifted at all, so I would assume there was no tire change. Which means that this is going to be a heavy fuel load on scrubbed out tires. Those tires must be at 50% at this point, at least the left front.
Would you like to know an interesting fact, Tim? Sorry, Tony. I keep getting confused with your teammates.
I would.
Thomas Beer and David Yunt are only 5.5 seconds per half behind now.
Who?
So Yunt might be starting to launch a comeback, although the brake pedal on that Blackhawk is blipping. Yeah, the brake lights are just coming on every so often, maybe. Just needs, if he's using potentiometer pedals, just needs to clean them out, but...
I'm looking at his pedals right now as he's shifting. And, yeah, he's... let's keep an eye on that.
Yeah, Yunt is going to lose time, maybe that's not helping. The fact that he's, every so often, applying a little bit of braking inadvertently. I mean, if he's using potentiometer pedals, as I say, he might just need to clean them out. That can happen sometimes.
Could be.
Happened to me before, when I had a G27.
Oh, speaking of, I actually did upgrade this.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I got a T300 RS.
Great, that's exactly what I've got.
Yeah, best purchase of the year. This is a very good wheel. I immediately felt the difference when I started. I'm still using the G27 pedals because well, the pedals that came with the T300, they're a bit... well, they don't have a clutch pedal, so that's a good excuse.
Oh, right, okay. You
Yeah.
see, I personally bought the T3PA Pro pedals, which gives you a clutch.
Okay,
And it
so
comes with
what
a
do you-
brake mod, which makes it
Yeah.
seem more like a load cell brake.
So, would you say that they are far better than the T27 pedals?
Well, they're quite similar in that they're all potentiometers, but this actually has a brake mod, so it has a conical brake mod which you can install.
Yeah. I was thinking of myself getting, pretty soon, I was thinking of getting the Fanatec V3 pedals that are coming out.
But they're a lot of money.
That's a lot of money, but hey, it's not a proper hobby if you don't waste all of your money and time on it.
Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, sometimes people spend a lot of things on things they like, don't they?
Yeah, I mean the guys who collect postage stamps, or you would not imagine some of the money they pay for a scrap of paper.
Yeah, I'm just going over to the Fantastic store, actually. I'm going to find out exactly how much it is. Yeah. Apparently the Club Sport V3s are £306. €359.
That's not too bad, I suppose. I mean, they used to be a bit more expensive, I think.
That would get me a new wheel.
But why would you want a new wheel? You already got.
Well, why would I want one if I
best
have a
wheels.
T300? Exactly.
Yeah. Like, I think that's the next thing I'm going to need to upgrade. I actually have this interesting rig. My friend taught me, actually my teammate Teemu, is that I have the G27 plugged in and the T300. Both of them are plugged in at the same time. But the power supply that is connected to the G27 is, well, it's not connected. So the pedals and the shifter still work.
Oh.
But the wheel doesn't give out any other signals
Oh.
because the force feedback motor isn't on. So I can turn the G27 wheel even if I want to, and it won't do anything. But the T300 will work perfectly. So yeah, because these pedals are much better than the T3 something pedals that came with the Thrustmaster. You know, the ones that don't have the clutch pedal.
Well, I guess that's good having the G27 pedal in there and then the wheel. New.
Yeah, and
Oh, apparently, Norgren versus Junt is now going to be investigated after the race.
okay.
So that will be penalty applied if needed. But nothing
meanwhile,
immediately.
Piotr coming in from 4th to the pits. I think he's still going to come out of Eddie, in front of Eddie, who is still a lap behind. Yeah, this is turning out to be a very interesting race. Anything can happen, especially the P2s. Like, oh man, it's just, what happened with the Ragnar cars, truly a shame. And what happened when Lopez entered the pits, that also sucks. Yeah, so far the old story of don't crash and you finish in the podium stands true.
I tell you what, now might be a good time for me to go and organise some food. So I'm sure you can keep
yes.
everyone entertained until I get back, Tony.
Well, I do know how to juggle, but...
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Okay, I'll try my best. No promises, though.
No, you'll be fine.
Don't be too long, I can't operate the cameras.
Ben's on that, don't worry.
Oh, okay. I trust our lovely race director. Let's see if there are any potential battles bubbling. Well, old David Junt versus Thomas Beha for the 16th position. No, I'm sorry. The 17th position is going to start once more. Meanwhile, Luke Walsh pits. Indeed, they had the team Team RGPL Simtech. They unfortunately in the P2s had the unfortunate of getting a power outage, I think. And, well, they were leading the P2 class when it happened, and it's just one of those things. I don't think this happens quite a lot in real WEC. I mean, well, you know, you might lose power to the car, so that might be a thing, but it's just one of those things that's inherently unique to sim racing. Let's see, Troy Yuan exiting the pits now. Well, there's not a whole lot going on track as of right now. I'm sure that will change, but yeah. Well, meanwhile, Michel Mori driving the, I think it's the Reborn Races number 41 car pits, and let's check. Might go for a driver change. It looks like Nicky Lenz is going to jump in to the Reborn car now. Meanwhile, Michel drops to second last in class, while Lopez and Nielsen go past him. There might be a potential battle bubbling up between. Oh wait! Oh no! Lopez pitted as well. Interesting. So, if Lopez isn't doing a driver swap, they're definitely doing a tire change, and so are Reborn. There might be something here. Finally, David Junt clearing Thomas Beha due to... oh, wait! Oh, yes, they entered the pits. They actually have the last pit box. They stopped in front of the the pit line, so I was concerned that they might have a problem. But no, it's just their pit box. And there we go, Nicky Lenz in the Reborn car. And... here we go. Meanwhile, Marcel Sinisic, 20 seconds ahead of Patrick Barden in P1. The gap between Mariano Carlo and Teemu Vahti in P2 is currently 39 seconds. Let's see the GTE leaders. Well, still in the lead. Pretty much dominantly so, is the Porsche Motorsport car, driven by Alessandro Catricara, and followed by David Junt, who is 36 seconds behind. And I think David has to drive a few incredible laps if he wants to get in front of Thomas, because I'm sure by now he knows it's extremely hard to overtake that Porsche. So I'm sure he wants to switch up the positions. So he has to make a couple of really quick laps and hope there isn't a lot of traffic. Because Thomas is out of the pits, and I think David might be pitting as well in a minute. Meanwhile, Jaco Visser and Johan van Doren in the pits. Yeah, sorry folks, but not a whole lot of happening on track right now. By the way, we have started the last half of the race. We have less than 3 hours to go. So now's a good time to tell all your friends and family to come watch VEC Room 2. Yes, Room 2 specifically. Yes, you can keep the Room 1 stream open as well, but I prefer if you watch this. Speaking of, we should have a look what's going on in Room 1 as we speak. Does anybody know of the situation in the comment section? Seems Nikki Jakovic is in Room 1 in a pretty dominant lead. Yeah. And it seems my favorite commentator is back. Welcome back, Joshua.
Oh, hi! And you know who else is with us? We have managed to get Daryl Russell back with us.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Daryl.
Hello.
See, now we got 3 people. It's brilliant. Everyone's here at once. Yay. So what's happened since they've been away, Tony?
Not much, really. Pretty much nothing. Thomas Beha pitted, so David Yunt is right now in front of him, but of course David will have to pit in a minute, and if Thomas puts a few blistering lap times under him, well, he might just go past David again. I'm sure David wants to prevent that, so he's giving it all he's got.
Yeah, he's going to go full out to stop Hensel getting through, but at the same time he's going to watch out for Bear.
Yeah, because I'm certain he knows by now that it's difficult to overtake as a GT on this track, and I'm sure he doesn't want to see those taillights of the Northern Lights Porsche again.
Well, it certainly isn't easy, I'll give it that.
We'll just have to watch, listen, and learn.
Yep, we'll have to see, won't we? And, well, given Daryl likes to give us DL Motorsport updates, what's the latest?
Yeah, actually, wait, before you start,
Oh, well,
there
before
is
that.
one thing that did happen. Nicky Lenz jumped into Michel Moller's place on the Reborn Racing car
yeah.
with the P2s.
Yeah,
So
he
they
has.
made a small driver swap.
He has done, yeah. There you go, there's something.
Yeah.
Nicky Lenz is in the car, there you go. And they are, I believe, 4th in class, so Nicky's probably going to do a very good job from there.
So we would see. Just
Yeah,
have
but
to
it
keep an eye on that.
Yeah, but how's it going from your end then, Daryl? Because we haven't heard from you in a while.
Well, excuse me. I've just been chatting to the team about how I've been doing, and we've been having problem with the tyres due to the temperatures at this track. We had this set up, well, a little bit loose, but manageable. But for some reason, the track temperature just thrown the setup out, and we just have been struggling. We've just been struggling with the tyre, trying to get to grip. It just won't work. Ben Willis struggled when we switched over to Ben Russell on the driver swap, and he struggled, had a lot of spins and offs or whatever, and it just when it just changed over to Thierry, just saying that the car is just not working. It's not working for him at all. So I'm going to see how Thierry does, and when he does his stint, and hopefully after that it will be John Nelson to pick up the remaining of the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy going when the car just doesn't work for you, and in Thierry's case, I'm hoping it will work for him, because, you know, you're 13th at the moment, you're behind some of the P2s even, so not really the best going for your team at the moment. Hopefully it can catch back up to the P1s.
Guys, I'm sorry, but I have to go down to my team's channel and talk
Alright.
strategy with them.
Okay,
And, you know, debrief one of our drivers.
okay.
So I might be back later, but I'll take a small break. But you have Daryl with you now, so you won't have to do it alone.
I suppose I'll be fine. Thank you very much for joining us though, Tony. It's been an absolute honour, as always, to have you with us.
Oh, it's good to be back. And I'll probably be back later.
Okay. Well,
See you
hope
guys.
you have a good debrief then.
Yeah. Have fun, guys.
It should be well, thank you,
So-
Tony. And with that, Tony Kevin goes, it's just me and Daryl again, but hey, that's not so bad, is it?
No, I like to think it isn't. As I say, I can always give me input of what's happening in my team and in the race, and I'm also in control of the cameras as well when Bird's not around, so that's what I'm doing at the moment.
Hey, you happy users. Alright, well, what's going on in the world of battles then? I hope there's something, because it's good when there is. Nothing immediate, but the closest thing I think we have is 27th. Jakob Visser and William Schlichting at the moment. That would be our W Team and Exclusive Racing Series, battling it out for 12th and 11th in class. That's probably the closest battle we have on track, unbelievably. Everything else is like really spread out within 10 seconds of each other. But yeah, Visser and Schlichting at the moment. These two, 26 and 27, but still duking it out. Marcel Senetich is actually just overtaking Schlichting there, trying to get his way through. And Senetich, of course, race leader. Patrick Barden in the Black Hawk car is not that far behind. He is indeed about. He is not only second in the race, but he is quite quiet overall. But I don't know what the gap is. It's about. Well, the gap between the two is 1 minute 15 actually, so that is a lot. Senetich must have to pit though. With that much of a gap, Alex Brodegom gets back in the Black Hawk GT number 17. So he's 17th place, second overall. You're out of the car then. Hopefully maybe we can get Davin in for an interview.
Hopefully, yeah, and I'll just say we were just watching the new guy at the Motorsport, Thierry Charlotte, just starting his stint from France. Is up into 13th. Not much progress yet, but still a few hours to go yet.
Yeah, still quite a bit of this race to go. Let's not kid ourselves. There is still quite a bit left, and you know, this is not over yet. This race, not by any manner of means.
I'll just give you an insight as well to the communication we were having over on the team channel. With Thierry being French and Ben Russell is also half French. It's just like they're just communicating in French. So you know that race setups and everything, and I just didn't have a clue what they're talking about. But it's quite interesting actually that they can communicate quite fluently in their own language.
Yeah, multilingual plays this, although the official language English, of course, and that's why
But
I have to understand English. I have to understand it for code 80s and all that. That's what Birch speaks in. But yeah, very, very multicultural place here. VEC and VLMS and SRC and all of it. Just, yeah, lots of people. And that's always a good thing.
We haven't had a code 80 throughout this race at the moment, have we?
Don't jinx it, but no.
No. And also, with the prospect of it supposed to be raining, but looking at it, I reckon it's going to hold off right to the very end now.
I don't think it's going to rain at all, to be honest.
No, it doesn't look likely.
And again, we don't know. Marcel Senetich is in the pits, by the way. That is the race leader in the pits, and I assume this will be the stop that I said he'd have to make. Patrick Barden still trying to catch up, though. I don't know whether this will be a driver swap, but it's about 3 hours in. Yep, Xavier Kiss is there. This will be a driver swap. This will give Barden a chance to catch up. But we don't know how much they'll catch up by. Because as soon as that driver swap occurs, pretty much they'll take around the pits. Barden, though, is coming down the back straight at the moment, and we'll see exactly how he goes. Looks like he may be close. Around the final turn. And yeah, Barden here is probably going to overtake. Yeah, he's going to go through. Patrick Barden takes the lead of the race for Black Hawk Racing. That is the lead retaken.
Yep, another changeover from the top, and we've also got Casanova's in the pits as well.
Yeah, Casanova saying Xavier Kiss has just left the pits and he's a short ways behind Barden. Casanova's not leaving far behind. Insped Racing making a decent comeback, but they are a fair bit back.
Oh, it looks like we're getting some action finally at the top three.
Yep, we're going to have something going on as, well, my mouse is failing me, but I can definitely bring in a certain David Yunt to the interview room. Hello, David.
Hello, Josh.
Obviously, not the best stint, the end stint in the world for you, though. Obviously, the incident was so happened, but still, Alex Brodegom in the car now, and currently third in class, which isn't terrible.
Yeah, that's true, of course, but I think we should be safe second, and it's just not gone how I personally wanted it. The pace was great, and car felt good, and we were kind of motivated and happy with it, but what I'm not happy with is the respect I'm getting from some prototype drivers. The GTs are okay, the ones that are slower than you, they let you go and so, and let you fight with the other cars on the same spot.
The second you might have missed out on before might be happening now. Alex Brodegom's making a charge with Thomas Baird on the inside here into turn one, and he's got it done. It won't be a temporarily bit with a cheeky little tap on the outside there, but it's not enough. Brodegom into second. So he has made it through in the end ultimately, and Alex Brodegom gets the position made, so you are in second after all.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
That is a good start. That's a good start. I mean, Alex is there.
It's not that easy. We've got some small issues, but it's not really costing that much, but it does just, well, make it a bit harder for us. And I mean, of course, after I still can't understand. There are some people that like zigzag right before a corner through between me and Thomas Beher. So, and that was the thing that happened with me and Nordgren. He came out of nowhere, punted my left front, and I was lucky that Mr. Play, I think, didn't hit me at all. So I've got that bump on the left front, but otherwise short tires. But I'm actually happy I survived. But still, I'm missing respect from some people, and they should rethink their approach to this.
Yeah, during racing, very difficult to get right sometimes. You know, you got to take a completely different approach to it than you would otherwise in other racing. And yeah, perhaps not the best thing that happened. I mean, yeah, but still, Brodegom in second now. Second place would still be a pretty strong result for you.
Of course it would be. We're kind of about managing and keeping out of trouble and to get that, well, let's say, safe second, because it's a hard battle with the Pulse guys, but they're very fast. So, yeah, I'm happy we're like back on track, you could say, but still, I could do with less trouble and less having to look for other people than just focusing on myself. Yeah.
Yeah, that would obviously, you know, maybe not be your race personally, David, but still looking forward to the rest of the season. You've got VLMS to do as well, let's not forget, because you're racing that, and you've got this. So, how's the season up to now been for you? Because it's about the halfway point, if not after that.
Yeah, true. Well, of course, racing VLMS, I do know, and I've known before how it is to race with P2 and to be careful when you lap cars. VLMS has been the case of me being the problem and not other people at most times, because first race was okay, second race, even though I got like a drive or stop and go penalty because of some a bit unfortunate cuts at Montreal. But second race, I think, yeah, I made that pass I didn't want to make and caused somebody to retire, and yeah, it went all south. And in the next race, I kind of told myself to warn and be safe by turn one. Then I still hit that inside barrier, and the car was in pieces. So now with Mr. Rivio, Mr. Upside Down, and Osvaldo and Thomas Hintz, I think we're looking forward to have a bit more stable runs in VLMS. But of course, I'm also looking to help Black Hawk in a GT car a bit more, even though it's mostly Shane, so probably we'll see if next time when I'm gonna go back, maybe just for at Le Mans again, but it's too early to say, so I'm happy that I could help out at this race where Shane wasn't here, so yeah, looking good.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that, you know, occurs, you know, and I'm sure that it's going to be an interesting rest of the season for you as well, and well, if there is a positive, David, to all this, it's that Patrick Borden, your teammate in the LMP1, is leading.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, Borden's leading the race, P1 overall, and Xavakis is 7.9 seconds behind, but it's still a pretty strong lead for Black Hawk at the moment.
That's true. I also made sure I stay as far away of the P1 cars as possible, so we don't have like, you know, Bernschmidt is looking like from the tower, and then he sees two black hole cars colliding, and he's going all face palm. That would be
Yeah.
embarrassing.
Well, that's what happened. We had a collision with two Phoenix Sport Ragnar cars, mind.
Oh dear.
Yeah, we had Thomas Hinz and I think Fran Lopez had a couple together, but that got solved pretty quickly.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw from some people that want to pass in that double right-hander, and I think it's a bit. No, it's not just optimistic. I say at some point you gotta not try it. But it's unfortunate for Thomas Hinz because I saw him at the end of my stint really pushing me on, and I was like, okay, if that would be middle stint, I would let him go. But at like my last lap into the pits, I would say, nah, I don't want to drop more time.
Yeah, sometimes things can go wrong, you know, and it can lead to, you know, things not going right, and you can have team collisions, but it's all part and parcel of an endurance race, and I guess at the end of the day, and well, the 24 hours of Le Mans isn't that far away anymore. It's only a few months away now, so preparations for that must be on your mind.
I guess you mean the virtual race.
Yeah, the 24 hours of Le Mans, the actual one we're doing.
Yeah, it's because I'm going each year, so sometimes I think, does he mean real or virtual?
Well,
But
you
yeah.
can talk about both if you want.
Huh?
You can talk about both if you want.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I think it looks like the virtual counterpart now has a bit of more exciting and different cars going on. Maybe not P2 cars, but yeah, you see that in the real one. It thins out the field. There's less entries. There's nearly less interesting entries for the Le Mans race itself. Even though they still fill like up the whole field, but it's a bit of a shame when you like have one chassis that everyone is using, then we have the engine that everyone has to use. So I think like the ACO killed the class a bit, in my opinion. I liked a bit of more diversity in it, even though it's say you go down with the coast and such, but for me it's not been clicking. It's not been really exciting, and it's just, I think, boring. It's like a spec series, and who wants a spec series? If we've got like most cars balanced well, then we don't need that, and that's why I thought that P2 is a bit of well, a sad break. I mean, they put it into place because of dropping entries like 2 or 3 years ago, but suddenly like last year they exploded and had like 20 cars in the class. It was like the biggest one. So I'm not really understanding that idea because it did come back and work. So I don't think it was the right decision, but you know, I can't do anything. It's the ACO, so they make the rules and they say they want it like that. But personally, I think this contributed to the race being a bit, well, having less attractions and interesting stuff going on. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I've always thought more variety in LMP2 would be good, like, but you know, I'm not really keen on LMP2 being a spec series, but hey, oh, you get what you get there. It works in the EC ultimately, doesn't it? Because we have great races in P2.
That's true. In our class, of course, too. I was just saying that even like Rebellion, like also using the Oreca, and like everyone is using it, except the Alpines. And the Alpines are, I think, rebranded Oreca, so not really that big of a difference. The Ligier is not being taken because it doesn't seem like up to the pace, and we have no of the Rileys, I think, and no of the fourth car was. I forgot already. But yeah, I mean, there are still many cars, and there are great lineups, good teams. They make it probably interesting, but from the standpoint of diversity myself, because I'm always been a sucker for having like different manufacturers battling it out on track, and you can see the different cars being able to win. And then when you look at that, you think like, there are spec series like a Porsche Super Cup or whatever, but this shouldn't be, and that's upsetting me a bit. But you know, in the end, we're racing whatever we get, also for the real drivers. That's it. You take the best available material, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the 2017 World Endurance Field, you've got Porsche, you've got Toyota, and Vicol are the only manufacturers in LP1. And then LP2, it's all Oreca, and then Alpine, which is basically just not really works.
Yeah, true. Although I have to say, also P1 is a bit of a sad story. I mean, I get that for the scandal at the Volkswagen Group and such, and the connected manufacturers with it, like Audi and such. But then you miss like 2 of them. Then you have like, you would have at most 2 Porsche, 2 Toyota, and Toyota just because they're still after that first win, which still has Mazda, which makes me kind of happy. Yeah. Yeah. So you get also quite a small field at P1, and even from marketing regulations, they need like a third manufacturer. That's why I heard they are like in negotiations with like Peugeot, but at the moment it's just a bit of a sad thing just to see them with like 5 cars and the callers. I mean, of course they got like the PR stunt that Mr. Kubica is coming back, but we'll see how fast he will be, and the bike quality is just up to the pace of them. Even if they like put in a new Nismo engine, or at least the engine of the old Nismo P1 car, but still, I mean, since Rebellion went away, there's not even a battle in the class for the privateer prototypes anymore. So it's more like come, drive around, and hope you finish, so you get like the P1 win in privateers. But that's also a shame when you like the battle for the GT Pro is more interesting really than the P1. And I also heard that they are thinking about like they want to maybe even get rid of GTM, and then I think there are like 5 cars like full season, and there may be a bit more because of like Asian titles of Clearwater Racing and such. But I think it's the wrong signal also to say that you don't want GT Pro anymore, GTM anymore as a class, and you want to unite the GT classes again. So I mean, I also got that there's some like saying, oh, these AM drivers, they're a bit unsafe, but at the same time, it's gonna hurt you if like you can't even get those like 55 cars on the old, more like field anymore, which could happen. But yeah, it's the ACO. If they don't want GTMs next year or after anymore, then their decision.
Yeah, I didn't know. I actually didn't know the CLM was using the Nismo engine this year. That's going to be really interesting because it seemed like quite a powerful unit, or reasonably powerful. Except for the fact that obviously it didn't have its hybrid functionality working. But yeah, apparently got battling P1, P5 against P6. But unfortunately, I think it's time for me to go get something to eat. So if we can focus on that, and Darryl Russell can keep me informed on the P1 battle that's going on 5 and 6, that would be lovely. Because this has not really timed itself well.
Yeah, I'll try and keep the audience entertained. We'll just happening at the front and give them the updates.
Alright, thank you very much. Please do. Oh, apparently I'm just being messaged by Thomas Hinds as well. This might be useful. Yeah, the camera's on that battle apparently. What's this about? Yeah, apparently I think we're going to get Thomas Hinds in as well. That'll be great. All of a sudden the broadcast booth's gotten really, really packed. And not at the best time as well because I'm not going to be around.
There's a massive battle going on for position between. And
this is the P1 battle I think we're talking about.
Yeah.
It's on cameras.
Yeah.
Right, let's see if it. Yeah. Yep, we've got managed to get Thomas Hinds in. Hello there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you've not caught me at a very good time because I was about to go get something to eat. So you might end up being a temporary commentator.
Oh god, I need to get some sleep. But shit. No, sorry. I will get back in the game and I will see what I can do. Apologies if my comms are a bit lesser than normal. I am very exhausted. So
I'll try my best. I'll be as quick as I can. But if you can hold the fort with Darryl and David and Telecommand, that would be lovely.
Yep, no worries.
Just for your information, we are watching the P1 battle for 4th and 5th at the moment.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's been an interesting race, I'm sure, for those who have been watching this so far. I had a fair few battles, certainly in the GTs, certainly because I was right behind it. There was a nice little battle in the middle of the GTs. I think it was about 4th down to something like 9th or 8th. It was just a lot of cars in a very compact space, which is very interesting. Certainly for me, being right behind it, it was quite interesting to see all that kicking off. So, excuse me, but yeah. But yeah, so I'm just getting into RF2 again now. So just give me a second while I get back in, and then I'll be able to provide some comms. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. It's
Just-
been an interesting. Oh, sorry, Daryl.
So
You go.
yeah, I was going to say, no, you had your stint earlier on. How was it out there? Because I know with my team in the P1 class and such, they were struggling on their tyres. So they had a few offs, and well, due to the track temperature was not helping the tyres. I don't know how you guys were doing with the GT classes. Did you have the same problem?
Yeah, tyres were. I mean, they weren't. I actually found them a little bit better than I was expecting. I was expecting them to be really bad. But oops, I was damn it. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't. I was expecting it to be quite bad, but it wasn't actually too bad. Like, it was certainly not ideal. The tyres were getting quite hot through all of the corners, but it wasn't too bad. The tyres held their grip, relatively well. There was sort of they'd have their peak for a few laps, and then after that they did kind of lose their shine. But once that shine kind of went away, they kind of kept a pretty consistent pace through to the end of one stint. So much so that as we saw a few teams were doing 2 stints on the one tyre. I don't know if that really worked, because me and Dennis were looking at that as I was going along, and I pretty much, I think, caught back up what we lost by not taking, or by taking the tyres compared to those who tried double stint. So I don't know if, I'm not entirely sure if it really worked. But yeah, it's just interesting that that was an option, because yeah, I thought that being Malaysia and being so hot, I thought doing the one stint would be hard enough. But yeah, it's been surprisingly better than expected, I think, for the GTs at least. So yeah, but yeah, it's been an interesting old race for me, because yeah, had obviously the stint. May as well do a self-interview, I guess. But yeah, had the stints. Obviously I think it was 3.5 hours again. Once again, longer than expected, because of an incident. Yeah, we were going along nicely there, and I think we were pretty much on the top 5. We've been knocking on the door of the sort of top 6 or 7 for a lot of that first few stints. And just by the way, Daryl, just butt in if anything happens on track, just so you're aware. Feel free to butt in. But yeah, we were going along. Oop,
No,
something
sorry, I guess, yeah, I was to say, did you ever take any gambles with different tyre choices with the compound, or did you just stuck to the one compound throughout your stints?
Oh, we just stuck to the hard. We've always actually we've probably been one of the less adventurous of all the teams, because we generally just go the hard and we just change it every stop. Generally speaking, we don't really try anything too drastic with the tyres. We're always pretty safe like that. So yeah, we're one of the more safer teams. Like, we don't try and double stint too often, all that kind of thing. So which I feel is just, I feel like it's safer for us anyway, because then it means we can push more and we can be a bit more confident. We don't have to try and sort of skate it around on really worn tyres. So it's just, I think it's just me and Dennis what we kind of think on that. So yeah, but yeah, it was a decent, well, it was going well. I've been shadowing SimHQ, I think it was, for ages. Just couldn't quite catch Greg. He was just matching me pace wise, excuse me, and we had a few, or I had a few prototypes that kind of duped me a little bit. Had a few little moments here and there, nothing major, but just lost a second here, a second there, and it just meant that Greg got just open up a little bit. Then they pitted, we pitted after, and because they changed drivers, of course, there's extra, I think it's 5 seconds to stop. So they obviously lost a little bit of time from that stop when they changed. So we were able to catch up because of that. Then we got past I think it's the undercover boys, because they changed Josh out, so I got past them. And then SimHQ, and I think it was, I forgot which team, but Joe Camper had been in, and they just put in Jamie Otis, and we were catching them, and they were battling, and SimHQ got past, and then I just got past Jamie as well, and yeah, then right when I was finally pretty much where I wanted to be, just around about the top 5, it kind of been what I'm aiming for ever since the start. So I got past Jamie, and then yeah, and then unfortunately I think he locked a rear tyre into the right-hander at the top end of Sector 1. Just locked the rears into there and just went flying off into the inside of the corner. Obviously, being single screens, it's pretty hard to see what's going on in that kind of scenario when you've got single screens. So I just sort of I backed off and hoped that he'd either stop it in time or fly past. And unfortunately, I didn't quite give enough time, and he hit out front. And And so yeah, so we had to limp back. Had I think it was 3 minutes of repairs, which was just great. So dropped us back. That's why we're so far back now, because of that. And yeah, we've been just trying to fight back. And yeah, and then at another little moment, I think the broadcast did catch it, from what I understand, when our P2 car kindly gave me a little tap through the left-right hander. So I had some choice words about that, let's just say. But yeah, anyway, and then at least we didn't get damaged. That's the main thing. Yeah, and then we just kept going. We've been sort of clawing back ever so slowly. So, you know, we're still there, but you know, it's a bit of a what could have been, but we're still there. So, especially if people have instance, then we're in the sort of area to possibly gain. So, but we'll see. But yeah, there you go, Daryl. I just did a little interview for
That's
you.
it. I was gonna, no, just gonna say, just watching the broadcast, I just saw a bit of wreckage from a car, because one of the proto cars, I don't know who's, someone obviously must be going around with no front end, and I'm just trying to work
Okay.
out who it could be.
Well, we've got Sierra and Beninka in. I don't know if that's scheduled. I'd assume not, because it's sort of a weird time to pit if you're a GT. It's kind of middle of nowhere in terms of stops. There is a couple of P1s in the pit lane. Maybe one of them hasn't got a front end. Let me just have a look. So, oh yep, yeah, I found it. It's the Atlantic car. They've got no front end. They're in the pits now. Jose Casanovas is in that car at the moment, and he's getting repairs. So, good spot, Daryl. But yeah, that's not good for them. They're probably going to drop down a spot at least, because the next car behind them's on the same lap. So unless they can get that repaired ASAP, they might well lose second spot.
Okay, and we got the battle for lead in the LMP1 class between the Deltic car and the Blackhawk.
Which one's this? Looking at the
We're just looking at the
P1.
LMP1. The LMP1 battle now is between Patrick Baden and
Oh, yep, good spot.
Sabakis just
Yep,
gone
good
into
spot.
the lead.
Yeah, he's gone around the outside the last corner. Oh, he drifted around. Oh, there's contact. Oh, there's contact. Well, yeah, good pick on the battle. But yeah, last corner, he's tried to go around the outside. I'll see if I can pick up on the replay what happened there. But yeah, he's gone around the outside there. He's got the run into this last corner. And looks to me like he's got a slide. Yeah, just got a slide and then put the power on. And unfortunately, Patrick's just got a little bit of overlap. And that's all it takes to get a little bit of contact. So not quite as clean as they may would have liked, but I mean, pass is pass. So yeah, that gets the Deltec boys. Oh, hang on, into the lead, but I think they might be waiting for him. Yeah, he is. Oh, that's very nice of them. That's very sporting. There you go. So it looks like Deltec are actually waiting for those guys from the contacts. It's very nice of them. There you go. So yep, he's definitely waiting. So there you go. So it looks like we may have the battle for the lead recommence potentially, unless Saba thinks he's given enough time back. Looks like he's going again, so yeah, he must have just thought, yeah, he'll give back those few seconds from the spin. So yeah, fair enough. So yeah, there you go. So he's leading now, Deltec, leading the way as the ERS P2 looks like being a little bit of a pain for Patrick, but there we go. Patrick finally gets through, and yeah, now we can catch down Kiss, who I think is going to through. There you go. Yeah, there you go. So Kiss lets him back through. That's very, very sporting. There you go. Good stuff. That's good to see. As he does a little bit of stoppy into the right hander there, just kind of hand brakes it into the corner. But yeah, there you go. So that's good to see, isn't it, Daryl? Good to see some good sportsmanship going on there. Even though this is obviously very serious stuff. A lot of drivers want to take it very seriously, being 6 hours of racing. But it's good to see some good sportsmanship behaviour going on here.
Yeah, I was going to say it's something that I try to bring into with my team with the sim racer and myself, is we have a collision and it's for position. Always tend to get the position back if you just gain an advantage, and if both cars aren't damaged too badly, you can carry on racing again.
Exactly. Yep. And there we go. So here goes the Deltec back again to do it for the second time of asking. And I think he's got it done nice and cleanly this time around. Yep. Up the inside, and that's easy as you like the looks of it. So I think looks like Kiss has got a pretty decent pace advantage over Patrick, I would say, by looks of that, for how that was a pretty simple move. Also helps, just noticing with the tyres, also helps that Kiss is on the medium and Patrick is on the hards. That also, I think, is a handy little thing going on there. So yeah, that's probably why Kiss is a decent lick faster than Patrick is. So something to keep in mind as well. And in fact, I think he's the only P1 on the medium tyre. is Kiss. So that's interesting. Everyone else on the P1's on the hard tyre. So take from that what you will. I guess actually no, apart from the number 12 entry that's on the mediums as well. But yeah, there you go.
I was just wondering after that collision whether Bowden had any damage, but looking at the pace, whatever damage he may have, it must have been light because he's closing up again on the leader on the Sabakiss.
Okay, yeah, good point. Yeah, might be getting back in the groove. Maybe Kiss struggling a little bit after making the pass. Kind of depends how long he's been on those tyres. Again, obviously I haven't been watching the race, so I don't know how long he's been in this stint. But if he's been on it for a while, those tyres might be getting a little bit dicey potentially. But we'll see. I guess looks like to me Kiss is just about equalising it. It's pretty much give or take the same sort of thing at the moment. Grab's not really going down, not really going up. Looks like Kiss has got that pretty much secure. We'll see if maybe Patrick can claw that back the coming laps, as he took a bit longer than I thought he would to get past the P2 there, but he gets it done either way. And yeah, although Kiss getting a little bit blocked in by the Simtech Porsche, and by a little bit I mean quite a lot, as that gap is next to nothing all of a sudden. And once again, we're back I think for the lead once more, thanks to Simtech there. The GT just, you know, basically just caught him at the wrong time. The Delta car just caught him at a very awkward time. It's very awkward to try and pass through there with the different classes, as I found out with a few prototypes trying to pass me through there. It didn't really end up working 90% of the time. This year was substantially faster and confident through that section, but it looks like Kiss more or less holding now as they've cleared the traffic for the moment at least. But Patrick, credit to him, the harder tyre, and he's not doing too bad, isn't he? He's giving Kiss a good run for his money.
Yep, he's all over the back of him now, challenging for the lead, and all it takes now for a mistake for Sabat, and Bowden will be in taking the lead.
Indeed, and you can see here we've got a bit of a battle pack. Oh, there's contact! Oh no! Oh no, and the Deltix lost his front end. It was the Corvette. There you go. So, oh no, and then Dennis and my car's getting all caught up in this as well. I think looks like the Corvette GT is getting a little bit confused right now. He doesn't really know where to go because he's got so many cars around him. But yeah, that was awkward. That was one of those things, wasn't it? He just went for the pass down the inside as the Porsche off as well. There's all sorts of
now, this is the action we've been waiting for throughout the whole race so far. Was just now fight for the lead.
Yeah, well, it's more of yeah. Well, I mean, it's pretty much Patrick's to lose now, isn't it? Because Kiss surely is going to have to pit, and then he goes. I think I'm fairly sure. Yep, and he goes has to pit because of the damage. So, just unfortunate, isn't it? It was one of those things, like because the Corvette was fighting with Dennis there. They were actually fighting for position. That's actually a fight for 25th overall. So they're fighting for position. They've come up on them to lap them. The Corvette's kind of got confused on which way the Deltec would go, and I think the Deltec just ended up choosing the wrong side really in the end. It was just one of those things. So I know you might have a different take from it, Daryl. That's just my take. It's just one of those kind of racing instances, one of those awkward moments that you get in endurance racing.
Yeah, I kind of feel sorry for the GT guys because not only are they trying to watch where they're going, they've also got to watch behind them what's going on with the proto cars. And just unfortunate, you know, with this incident here was just he didn't know where to put his eyes basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as you know, yeah, as you said, he was, as I said, he's trying to hold up Dennis here, who's still at the back of him at the moment. So he's trying to hold up Dennis, and then he had two P2s coming up on him at warp speed. You know, it's really easy to get a bit caught up in the moment and just not really know what to do, get a bit frozen in the headlights. So it's certainly understandable. Actually, I just saw just ahead of these two is the Northern Lights Porsche with damage, and they are third in class. Thomas Behar has no bonnet, and he's limping around. So it looks to me like those boys in the Porsche have had some sort of incident as he is limping around. That car does not look in the best of health. And I reckon he might be trying to limp it back to the pit lane. I'll see if I can get on board here and see how bad the steering damage is. Oh yeah, that looks pretty bad. Oh yeah, that's bent pretty badly right hand down in that Northern Lights Porsche. So I reckon he's going to be coming around for pits, which it's kind of good for us because we're going to need other GT cars to have instance. But yeah, I didn't see what happened there. But yeah, that's big dramas. That's third in GT. Currently limping around the track, possibly having to pit for damage. So it's all kicking off, Daryl, all of a sudden out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see you know, where we had the incident. It wasn't one of the. It wasn't. It didn't get entangled up with the leaders, so.
I don't think so. No. I did see some body work at the left-right hander just after Sector 1, so whether there was some contact there maybe, it's the only place I've seen any sort of debris is he does actually pit Thomas Behar, so it's going to be repairs for them. We'll see how much that is, but hopefully for their sake it's not too bad, as we've also got one of the other Porsches in the pit lane. Peter No's also in the pit lane. I think he might be doing a scheduled stop, I'm assuming. Only the one, by the way, only the one retirement all race long. 35 stars. We've still got 34 going. So, credit to the field. You know, a lot of cars still going around. Jose, by the way, still in the pit lane in that Atlantic P1, P5 now overall. They are effectively out of the fight for the lead. As Kiss is back out on track, he lost a lap, so it's not too bad. To be fair, he's got away with that one. I'd have to say, because sometimes with those sort of incidents, that can be like a 2 or 3 lap loss. But he's only lost the 1 lap, so. Fight for the lead could still be on. We know the Deltec's fast, so we'll see how fast it really is at this point. As I'm watching Behar with interest, because I think he's going to lose his spot to Susanna, and he's going to lose a spot to Troy Yuan. There's another battle that could kick off any moment now. It's going to be the battle for P3 in the GTs. As Behar just done the tyres, so we'll see how long that takes. But now Susanna takes P3, and Troy Yuan taking P4 now in the SimHQ Corvette, and they're going to be fighting for P3 in class. So that's one to watch in the coming laps. The second of the Blackhawks, he's also going to pass Behar, so that puts him now to 5th in class. We'll see. This could be quite interesting to see how this all plays out for those guys. Unfortunate, whatever the case was, whatever happened there. But yeah, another one of those things, isn't it? You're getting into that phase of the race where it's very easy for a little slip up to happen, isn't it? You're sort of in that kind of lull, isn't it? That is, you're sort of just trying to stay in the rhythm and stay focused, really, as you head towards the last hour of the race.
Yeah, just pointing out where where you've been racing now for about 4 hours, and yeah, you start to get tired, and this is where people start to make mistakes.
As I'm just looking at, I'm trying to, but I'm not being biased here, I swear. I'm just happen to look at this battle with Dennis for 25th overall. He's going to go around the outside, I think, of the Corvette. Oh, it's always so dangerous going around the outside at turn 1, but he's trying to hang it, but he won't. I think Dennis being, possibly after watching what happened to me in the first, he's being, I think, very passive right now. He's not doing anything too crazy. He's being very passive with Visa, although he might want to get past soon because he's losing time to the guys ahead, and there's a good, good 5 cars just ahead there on the same lap. So, and I know we have the pace to be up there, so if you can deal with Visa, that would be good for our race, that's for sure. But yeah, Behar's still in the pit lane too. He's now lost a good, good 5-6 spots. There goes Lang in the undercover car. He goes past now, so he may well even drop behind Visa and Jordan. So it's just, yeah, big shame, because they were running P3 in class and they had a solid race up till now. And yeah, whatever's happened, I guess we'll find out probably later on. I'm sure they'll post on the forum about it for those post-race reports. But yeah, big shame. But yeah, looking back, as that battle for P3 in class is heating up. Yuan's just caught up the back of Susanna. And that looks like that could be a juicy little battle there for P3 in the GTs. Brodegam's a good 3/4 of a lap ahead, and of course the Pulse guys at the moment leading by a very handsome margin. As one of the, I think it's the Casper Sky Ferrari there, just having a little spin. I think it's Nick Curry at the wheel, and he's trying to get out of the way. I hope for his sake he doesn't. Oh, of course, an instant is nearly. Is Susanna being told by the server to switch driver, and he's in P3 in the GTs, which is interesting because I'm just, let me have a look at, see if I can. Well, 450 ping, so his ping is high-ish, but he's not jumping. He's not jumping or disappearing. And I've seen cars doing much more in terms of disappearing. Well, his ping's just gone down. There we go. So his ping's just gone down again to 180. So I'm assuming he'll be fine now. I'm guessing. We'll soon see, I guess. But yeah, bit of a potential heartbeat moment for those guys, as we actually have a retirement. Second retirement of the race. It is the, I think, P12, isn't it? P12. Oh, sorry, the number 12 P1. An engine failure. Well.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's my team. Oh, what?
Oh,
no.
geez,
that's my team. Yeah.
Sorry about that, man. I didn't realize.
That number 12 DR Motorsport.
In the P1s.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
Yeah. Engine failure.
That's the second time it's happened. It happened at Istanbul. when John Nelson was driving the car with the downshifting into the corner.
Ah,
And
okay.
just the second time this happened again. Oh, bad news.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So,
It's you know, Thierry Charlotte was our new driver. It was his first time out in the car at this track, and not a good start, I suppose.
yeah, really, really sorry, man. Really sorry to yeah, sorry that's ended like that. Real shame, man. But just to recap on the battle for P3, Yuan has gotten past Susanna, which is kind of expected. I think Yuan's got some pretty solid pace in that SimHQ Corvette, so possibly on for a top 3 those guys, depending on what happens behind them. Although Adrius Schroeter in the second of the Black Hawks is actually not far behind, so he might well have something to say about that. We will see in the coming laps. But yeah, Susanna is still being asked to leave, and I can see why Burnt's just been mentioning about they have been ping hopping. So his ping gets low and good, but then it'll go back up really high, and it's doing that again. So it's dropping down now, but it was at nearly 600 ping there for a while. So yeah, it's one of those kind of things where if it gets too high and causes an incident, then it's not very good at all. So yeah, but speaking of people are back, Josh Anderson's back. Hello again, Josh.
Hi, I am, and now I can actually interview you. Well, you're doing a good job with commentary, man, so I don't want to intrude too much. You have just seen Susanna's come back. His ping has fixed himself, but if he's ping hopping, then he should pin anyway. But yeah, it seems to be fixing itself for now. But if it goes up again, then he really should have to pit, you know. But maybe he thinks it's fine. I don't know. Some trickery's going on. But yeah, and I've just seen the alcohol's gone out as well. That is a shame. Don't know what happened with the engine to make that happen, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I just got an update from the team. What happened with Thierry Charlotte? Particularly, what happened was in a battle for 10th place, and he made a mistake he hit the wrong button for the pit request and the pit limiter button, which it just threw the revs on the engine and blew the engine up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, that's a bit of an absurd thing to happen. But is Marco Susanna going to pit? Yes, he is.
There you go. So,
then there you go.
No, that's a big shame for those boys. They were looking like possibly top 5, but surely they'll still be there. They're more or less sort of in the window, I guess. What is that? They got about they're in the window. They're in the window. I think they could get to the end from here with 1 stop, so they might be able to get away with this, depending on drivers and all that. But they might be able to get away with this, but we'll see, because they happen to pit pretty much bang on about 2 hours to go, so. We'll see. They might be okay. We'll see.
It may full well be that they end up all right at this. Yeah, that might be the case. But we've got you with us, Tom. Obviously, you've been driving the FSP Ragnar Simulator 61 Ferrari that Dennis Jordan's now piloting, and you had a pretty good run in that, actually.
Well, yeah, so I did a little bit of a self-interview while you were gone, but I'll do a little recap anyway. We were going, as I said, we were going really well. Qualifying, I didn't mention qualifying. So qualifying didn't go too well. I think we qualified like 12th in class. I think it's the worst we've had all season. Few factors. One being I pretty much did no qualifying running before qualifying. I was focusing on the race and getting the setup good. So that was sort of where the focus was there. And 2, I think our car, the way we've set it up, it's pretty good on the hards. Like, it feels not bad on the hard tyre, but I think on the softs it just wasn't really liking it. I think there's a bit too much turn in, it was a bit too skatey on the softs, but on the hards it's pretty good. So as a race car, it's good, which is the one silver lining I had coming to the race. But yeah, it got off to a decent start. Had a good start, made a few positions. And yeah, it was going okay. Obviously, so the drive-through for the thing from last round, so that was okay. Did that, no worries. And yeah, we were going along alright. Just sort of hanging off the back of SimHQ, and I think it was about 7th or 8th in class, doing okay. And they did stop. The first stop, yeah, no worries. Basically, stayed line astern, same as always. And the second stop, obviously a lot of people changed drivers. We didn't, so we gained a good 5 seconds from that because the non-driver changed. So. Oh boy, I'm just watching Dennis running Beezer. It's very annoying. I want Dennis to get past him ASAP.
Dennis Jordan trying to get past Jaco Visser here. But I'll tell you what I've just noticed as well. A bit of a battle heading on for P5 and on P1. David Baranek and Jose Casanovas have gone and gotten each other in a bit of an engagement with each other. They're all battling with each other. Casanovas trying to defend 5th from Baranek and then RGPL car.
And indeed, it's Jose, of course, has just recovered from damage, so he dropped down, lost a good few laps from that damage he suffered earlier on, so he's recovering that, and you'd think he should be able to get away, because I think he was further up, so I'd say he should be able to get away from Baranek, you would think, but you never know. Never know. We'll see. I guess see if Baranek can maybe tag on the back of him and maybe have a bit of a boost, so to speak, because they're only a lap behind, possibly almost 2, because the Porsche's just off their back, but they're not.
Oh, here we go!
Oh.
That's helped!
Oh, here we
Try
go.
Union in the traffic, and look at this, David Baronet's going to take advantage into the turn here, gets the braking done, and just goes, thank you very much, P5 is mine.
There you go, so job done for him, and he's back through, so that's interesting, so I don't know how Jose will take that. He might want to get that back pretty sharpish, but we'll see. He's going to try, I guess, get around the SRVN. Yep, does that there. Always hold my breath through there when the prototypes try and pass up the inside. It's such a sort of trusting move, you know, you're really trusting the car that you're passing to leave you the space, so always a bit of a heartbeat moment, but excuse me, got through okay and being all sorts of gaseous right now, but yeah, he's still fighting, and I won't be surprised if he maybe has another crack at P5 pretty soon.
Yeah, he's still going there, because he's been there pretty much all race up there with the top guys. He's been threatening all of them all the time. Not one you want to take lightly, and hasn't been all their way, but it's been a very good race from Atlantic, and a P6 would not be terrible.
Indeed, yeah, no, for sure, they'd take that, for sure, certainly after, they're actually just behind the Pulse guys, obviously leading in the GTs, and yeah, GT gets out of the way. Pulse is nice and smart, they know that they just need to basically keep it on the road at this point to secure a win, so they won't be doing anything stupid, so yeah, no, so we'll see how this goes. This could be a nice little juicy battle for the moment. Gap to the lead, by the way, a minute now between Kiss and the lead car, so yeah, I won't be surprised if Deltec maybe can bring that back. We'll see. There's still plenty of time. We know the Deltec boys are fast, so we'll see. Well, hopefully for our sake that becomes a nice little battle for the overall lead later on.
Yeah, Dennis Jordan did get past Jaco Visser and all that, by the way, and he's starting to make gains, about 2 seconds on Visser. Thomas Baer is actually trying to overtake the exclusive Racing Series car now, and that is the Northern Lights Racing car that's trying to do that, and I'm just looking up and down the field to see if there's any more gaps. That is pretty much actually one of the closest ones. They are back in 26th overall, so maybe worth just keeping an eye on the Northern Lights Porsche, because we were keeping an eye before when they were battling with the Black Hawk Racing Aston Martin with Damage Hunt in the wheel, and then later Alex Brownie got.
Yeah, no, as we were going on before, I don't know what me and Daryl tried to find what happened, but something had some instance because they had some damage to the front of it, so I'm not quite sure what happened, but they had some sort of instance they nearly got the back of the Corvette there. It was nearly another bit of a moment for them, but yeah, they're clearly faster than the Corvette, but we'll see how that goes. Dennis, as I said, Dennis made the move, and I think he's being very, very passive, because I know he's got pretty good pace in that car, so as we've seen, he's been able to gap him pretty nicely now, but I think he was being very, very, very calm about it, just sort of, picking his moment, not trying to rush it, making sure he didn't cause an instant, doing it sort of probably the proper way really for endurance, which is good to see, but we'll see how Behar goes. We'll see. He'll probably be a little bit fired up, I reckon, after, being P3 in class and now being back here, he'll be a bit fired up, wanting to get back through the field, so we'll see, but yeah, definitely a battle to keep an eye on, because it's, it could be interesting to see how long VEC can hold on for.
Yeah, Visser and Bay are both going at it here, P25 and P26, and this is for a battle for position, let's not forget, because they are on the same lap. They're both on lap 114, or 115, rather, they've done 114, and they are going for 115 laps, and it's Porsche versus Corvette. We haven't seen this battle before, this race, so interesting to see how these two stacks up. The Corvette made an all-rounder, but the Porsche more handling focused.
Yeah, it's interesting the strengths and weaknesses of these cars for sure. As you say, Porsche a bit more handling focused. I have noticed the Porsche is through where Behar's going now. The Porsches through there seem to be really good on the brakes, because I was noticing in my first stint, the guys in the number, I always terrible with the teams. I'm sorry, I'll learn all the teams one day, I swear. The number 96 Porsche, they were behind me at the start, and they were always every time through that double right-hander, they would always close up big time through that corner, because it's just obviously the Porsche very good under brakes. But yeah, it looks like Behar coming at him.
Behar had the better line, but it didn't quite work out for him. And of course, that Corvette's going to be quick on the straights. Corvette, the Porsche, not the most powerful cars, of course, so it's going to struggle a little bit in the straight line, but he makes it up on the brake, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, he's nearly had to come to a standstill.
Yeah,
It
you
was
have to
very,
slow down quite a bit, and that Porsche is good on the deceleration.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. So, yeah, VEC holding alright, though, to be fair. Credit to him. I mean, the thing I'm noticing is he's pretty consistent. He's not really making any big mistakes. He's just sticking to his lines, doing what he does, you know. Not doing anything too erratic, just being consistent. And, you know, that's enough to make it a bit of a challenge to get past him. And certainly around this track, I've noticed, as you say, because as well the Corvette is a bit of an all-rounder and the Porsche not quite so powerful, it's not helping trying to get the move done down the straights. So it's an interesting battle. It's quite interesting because we know the Northern Lights boys are fast. You know, they weren't P3 and GT for nothing. So it's interesting, but he's all over him through there. But it's at the wrong spot, isn't it? You can't really pass into this corner here. So it's almost being fast at the wrong point in the track. Which I was finding as well at a few points when I was in battles. Look at this, he's got a really good run here as I head towards the hairpin. Will he have a look? Oh, he's looking. Is he brave? He is. Oh, he's too brave. But I think he's got it. He has, there you go.
Yeah, Bear gets through on Visser, and there you go. That is that done for the Northern Lights racing driver. Thomas Bear through. Jaco Visser now behind in P26 overall. But that said, he looks to be looking a bit of a resurgence here.
Yeah, I think, put Behar a little bit. Oh, has got prototypes everywhere. Danger. Gee, the Atlantic there almost drifting it around the outside of the Northern Light car there. Get the initial D rolling because that was what that was fitting for. But yeah, looks like Behar's just opened up a bit of a gap now. Looks like I think it's Patrick there doing some weaving there to get past GTs. But yeah, looks like Behar's just been able to gap VEC a little bit now. So we'll see if he can catch down Dennis because I'd be curious to see if he can. So I'm hoping, to be honest, that Dennis has got getting the pace. I should probably check his lap times. That'd probably help. But yeah, he's doing 203s, low to mid 203s, which is pretty much on the pace with the sort of top end of the GTs. So I'll see if Northern Lights can catch up. We know they're quick, but can we have a battle potentially for 24th overall pretty soon?
We could do, yes. We could potentially have a battle for this P24, and yeah, Jordan races, you know, yeah, these two all possibly going to happen. But Dennis Jordan having a very solid race in that P24, let's not forget. But at the same time, we've got John Ewan, who's just got the same HQ car in P19, so Marco Bononi might be able to get a chance for an overtake there if he can get close enough.
Yeah, indeed, and that's the interesting thing right now. It's pretty much, where is it? It's P18, which is P3 overall in GT, so P3 all the way down to, what is that, P28 overall, so P3 down to basically, what is that, P10 or so, or P11 overall in GT. They're all within a lap of each other. They're all very close, really. I mean, the gaps are kind of consistent, but they're on the same lap, and a lot of them are quite close. As John gets a bit wrong there through the right hand at the top of the hill, but keeps ahead of the Porsche. But yeah, they're all there or thereabouts. So if anyone has even a slight sort of bit of damage or a slight spin or something, they're going to end up potentially losing a spot, or maybe even two, depending on where they are in that train. But it's just interesting that these guys are quite close, and obviously got a bit of a gap to the Pulse and the Black Hawk cars at the front. But yeah, these guys here, just in the sort of podium all the way down to the end of the midfield and the GTs, it's all, you know, all could potentially be a bit of a shake-up if something goes wrong for one or two of the cars.
Yeah, it could be, and could be interesting to see if things go wrong for you ahead of Bononi, whether Bononi can catch up. And well, that motorsport Italy car just had to do a driver swap, so it would be a bit of a gain of position back for them if they could do that and start to get back on the road to recovery from there. But yeah, Thierry Shallow, after blowing the engine in that DL car, is just following further down the order. Alexandro Catricala still leading affairs for Pulse Motorsport, though, in that Corvette, and Alex Bradigarm second. Bradigarm and Catricala, distance between these two is 30 seconds, so there's not really much chance of a battle, but a pit stop, an unexpected pit stop for the Pulse car could swing it back in Bradigarm's favour.
Yeah, indeed, and it's something, I think Pulse have one of the guys who did the double stint on the hards, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, because I know they're one of the teams that they do some savvy stuff with the tyres, so yeah, we'll see. I'm sure, I think Blackwell, I'd like to win, of course, but I know they'll probably be pretty happy with the second too, because that's going to continue to keep them in a strong position in the championship, so we'll see. It could be an interesting one. Maybe that could be a little bit closer than we thought, but yeah, fingers crossed that they can get close. That would certainly make for an exciting little battle in GT.
Keep an eye on P3 overall. Artis Akula, who's in the defending race-winning InSped Racing Team car, is not safe from Roy to Mike in the Dutch Connections Porsche right behind him. It's Porsche versus Porsche going on here. Jose Casanova is behind in the Atlantic Motorsport car. despite being a lap down, is not giving any quarter to Demoink in any sort of capacity. So we've got Saikula and Demoink within a second of each other now. We're going to get some Porsche-on-Porsche action potentially here.
Yeah, and it's funny because you've got Secula, you've got the leader of the race itself, then you've got P4, then you've got Baranek just ahead of this, then you've got P6 overall. They're all together, but they're all in different strategies and different positions. So it's a bit of a weird cluster this right now. So yeah, a bit of an interesting one to see how this will all play out. As Jose, I think, just got passed by the Porsche. Oh boy, you got very close to the back end of Roy there, but managed to avoid any sort of incidents. But yeah, it's all a bit of a weird mess, that one. But yeah, two Porsches are very close.
This whole cluster, it's currently Baranek in 5th, leads Glatner the race leader, leads Saikula in 3rd, leads Demoink in 4th, leads Casanovas in 6th. Like, cars all over the place, and then Xavakis is ahead of all of them.
Yeah, it's a bit, yeah, it's very strange to see. They're all sort of tagging along to each other, and despite them being kind of mixed up and not really in the right order. But yeah, Jose's still not close. Jose spins. I was about to, just say he was off the back of the Porsche, but he spun.
Has spun, and now that's not going to really affect anything. But it gets him out of the way of this whole Demoink Saikula battle, which is really close. And then David Baranek's trying to unlap himself or get closer to Sacha Glatt. I should add, Northern Lights Racing car has seen a driver change. Jimmy Jill Halvorson's in the car now. So, going to be interesting to see how JJH does. One of the only drivers, well, there's a couple of drivers in VEC with three names, but I'm just going to shorten Jimmy Jewell to JJ.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think we'll see how he goes. Obviously, Bejar's interesting to see. So Bejar's pitted for damage. Looks like
as well.
Yeah, must have done about half a stint. And they've pitted, so obviously trying to stick to a certain strategy, which is interesting. I would have thought they might have tried to run just the one stop, or do a really quick splash and dash at the end. So yeah, interesting. We'll see how that plays out. See where that sort of feeds them to when everything shakes out in that last kind of hour. But yeah, and also Raymond Magus is in the number 58 Corvette as well. So he's also been a drive change in the last sort of 10 minutes or so.
This could be an interesting battle break for P3 though, because we look at the Insped Racing team. They won their last race at Suzuka in brilliant fashion. Everything else went wrong for the teams around them, and they had the perfect race. They just stayed there and they took advantage, and they finally took a win in the VEC and got Porsche the first win in a while. So now they're in 3rd as well. They're going to finish. They're going to follow a first with a 3rd. This is going to help them in the team standings.
Indeed, yeah. It's all they get through there okay. There's a few corners where the prototypes where this passing can happen between the classes. That's always can be very close. I'm always holding my breath when I see it, but yeah, managed to get through okay. But yeah, look at this. It looks like he's closing, Roy. I've got to say, he's looking pretty keen. There's more traffic ahead, which may well help him come even closer. Look, he's almost pushing Archer through that section. Not really a place to pass around there, but yeah, this looking to me like it could be a move on potentially pretty soon.
Yeah, at this rate, Insped are going to pick up another 18 points, which is going to put them on about 83 points. And Team RGPL, with David Baranek in P5, I would imagine, will then pick up 14 points, which is going to put them on 90. So it's going to put, there's only going to be 7 points between Insped and RGPL for the lead of Room 2. And then you've got Blackhawk as well, who you've got to factor in. They're probably going to jump over Insped and RGPL with a win here. And Deltec are going to catch up as well. After this race, it's going to be quite close.
Yeah, indeed. And also, it's going to be interesting to see that develop over the last 3 races. We're getting to that latter half of the season as well, and obviously Sebring being the 12-hour big boys, Roy Pitts from P4, so he's pulled the trigger on their strategy, so that's going to be interesting to see how they feed out at the end. Also just noticing another battle to keep an eye on, again in GT, I think it was, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in class at the moment. I think it's the undercover Ferrari, Tobias Lang at the wheel at the moment. He's got the second of the Blackhawks coming at him at pretty rapid rate of knots, and that could be a pass on for P5 in class pretty soon, and also P6 in class, which I believe is another of the Porsches. No, it's one of the Astons, number 74. He's also not far behind that battle as well, as he's having a bit of a ding-dong with the ERS P2. What was that about? That was a bit interesting. But yeah, managed to get through without too much drama, I think. But yeah, he's not too far behind that either, so could even have a 3-car battle for P5 in the GT. Is not too far off.
Next closest battle, apart from the Des Moines Circular battle, which is now broken up, obviously, is it's about 3 seconds in between these races, so we're going to have to wait a while before we get a battle on, I think, again, before Circular pits, before Des Moines can catch again. But yeah, it was an interesting battle while it lasted, and InSped having a good race so far, definitely starting to find form and having a bit of luck, because historically they've been a quick team, but luck has not been on the side of InSped, so it's good to see them in some good form.
Indeed, yeah. I think certainly I know the feeling after the last 2 races. I know the feeling of having a bit of that bad luck strike you when you're having a good little run. So yeah, it's never fun, but you just, I guess it's just the challenge is trying to just keep going. Really, you just gotta try and put it behind you as quick as you can. Just go, yep, wasn't ideal, but that's in the past. You just gotta try and move forward as quick as you can. Not easy, of course. Certainly, when you've had a really good chance of being up there and then it's all gone wrong, it really can be very hard to sort of move on. But if you move forward as quick as you can and just be like, yep, we're gonna next race we'll do even better and focus on that, can do some great things. So yeah, it's good to see them having a bit of a good strike back of form in recent times.
Yeah, it's definitely good to see that they are starting to strike back, and third place is a very solid way to follow up with first. I mean, they're 3 laps down on top of case. Let's not kid ourselves. They're not really going to be challenging for second in this race, but holding third would be an achievement, and one they should be very proud of as well. Sasha Glatter, of course, will be happy if he can finish the race in the lead for Blackhawk Racing on what is effectively his VEC first race of the season. I don't know whether he's raced in VEC before. I haven't been around long enough, but Glatter would definitely be a very good show from him if he could take the win for Blackhawk, because first race of the season and he's done so well. I mean, I'd heard great things about him before anyway, but
yeah, no, it'd definitely be very, very nice for him to have a good result here. Certainly in the right position too. They're in the sort of prime seat right now to have a good result. So I guess we'll have to see how it all pans out. But yeah, in the prime spot. We'll see if the pace is there. But yeah, as Tobias Delaney, by the way, pitted in the undercover Ferrari. So he's going to drop down now down the field. But yeah, we'll see where they come out in that, because yeah, it could be an interesting one. As I said, that whole thing from like P3 or 4 down to about P10 in GT, they're all sort of all pretty close, and a few of them on different strategies as well. So it's all going to be a bit of a thing where it's all going to pan out and become clear what's going on, probably in the last half an hour, I'd say. So yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one in that. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. But P2s, I believe the current leader is I wish I could push the right buttons, number 49 entry at the moment. P2 is leading that class. Eric Schmidt, number 37, is P2. I think he's a good half a lap or so behind the leader, so not really any chance of battle there, but they're all going on quite nicely, the P2s at the moment. So yeah, having a nice little run in that class. But yeah, just I guess a bit of the quiet before the storm, isn't it? For that last power hour, isn't it?
yes, that's what I like to call it. Except we're around 100 minutes for the end now, so 40 minutes until that. And yeah, should be interesting to see how things pan out before that final hour of the race, where literally, if anything is going to happen, it will happen then. But yeah, Roy de Monk is still going around, R2 Cycula is still going around. Nothing really happening in that LMP1 battle, though it's worth keeping an eye on.
Yeah, indeed. Sorry, I was just looking at the undercover. So undercover have put back in Josh Hoare for that car, which is kind of what I expected. I figured they'd put him in at the end because he's the quicker driver for the team.
Yeah, you mean Rams, right?
Yeah, so just possibly want to keep an eye on, because Josh obviously is pretty up there again, up in the top 5 certainly for pace. So wouldn't be surprised if we see that undercover car making a little bit of a comeback possibly through the GT field towards the end.
Yeah, the Rev Sim Racing 93 car doing pretty good in 23rd at the moment. But at least that's one Josh who's on the pace.
The self-burn, Josh, the self-burn. Love it.
Well, seriously, I'm not that quick. Well, I mean, I'm hopefully I'll be around for the 12 hours of Bathurst in the driving capacity, so there's always that.
Yeah, oh boy, Todd. Yeah, we've still got I think me and Dennis again, we're thinking of doing it. So we'll see. But yeah, could be an interesting one. That'll be. I'm scared for 40 cars going around there, to be honest.
It's not going to be the easiest thing. I mean, GT3 and GT4, it's not they've got prototypes going around there, but yeah, I mean, I'm hoping to get involved in a team capacity. Might even join my own team for once, but then it'll be a massive letdown. But
It will be fun at least. It should be fun. Obviously using the GT3 mods, the World Series mod, which is quite interesting. You know, I'm going to be fascinated to see which cars people pick. 'Cause I know that if they're like anything like their real life counterparts, yeah, there could be a bit like obviously what we see here. You know, there could be some cars that are good at this, some that are good at this, some that are good at that, some that are good at a bit of everything. Could see some interesting battles and dynamics going on. With that one, if again, assuming the cars are sort of fairly close to what their real life things are, you know, are in terms of pace and their strengths and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, each car has their own strengths and weaknesses, and you know, you got like Porsches, you've got Camaros, you've got Corvettes, Porsches, everything. You got the lot.
Indeed, yeah. So it's quite interesting. John Ewan, by the way, I think has. I'm just trying. Yeah, he's just picked. He's managed to actually gap Bonini at this point. So it looks like a battle has diffused because it looks like John just has the stronger pace. So he's been able to gap Marco, and again, Marco's probably about a sector ahead of the next car, which is Black Hawk, who's about, let's say, about 20 seconds ahead of the next one. Then that one's about 20 seconds ahead of the next one. He's about 20 seconds. It's all those guys there are all sort of just in this nice little. They're just thereabouts, you know. Someone, especially if someone has a spin or anything like that, they're all in that area to possibly gain a few spots. So it's a bit of a interesting little cluster at the moment in the sort of higher end of the midfield in the GTs.
Yeah, and that is pretty good from them. I mean, let's not forget Marco did get into that car after you know, the problems with before, meaning that there had to be a driver change. But Benoni's doing a pretty good job in 18th. Let's not kid ourselves, you know. Let's remember that Ricardo Kurosawa is 15th, Alex Rodriguez, they're 4th in class.
Yeah, still seeing a potential top 5, and also I just realised now Blackhawk actually got both their GT cars in the top 5, which if they can hold those positions, that's a really good haul for Blackhawk right now if they can hold on to those spots.
Yeah, we got Demirkri in P5 and Brodigom obviously in P2, so it would be really good haul for them if they could pull those points in. And yeah, obviously I've spoken to Alex Brodigom in an interview before. He is a lovely person, like, so we also, if he can get it in a second, and we're sure that all the Blackhawk are nice people, you know. I just never had a chance to interview all of them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so yeah, it's been interesting. As I said, interesting one. Obviously, Ricardo's got that held down, but as we said, could be an interesting dynamic there at the end with the 2 lead cars, potential different strategies and that kind of thing. Might be some interesting things going on there. But yeah, it's all going along. Pablo Laurenti is in the pits as well. I believe he's the only one in the pits right now. So yeah, there you go. So yeah. Glad I didn't, for the moment at least, in terms of pits, have the issue of last rounds. That was good. Although, just as if something, there was another little bit of a scary moment. Was as I came in to switch to Dennis, literally, I think it was about 2 seconds before I got to my pit box, or not 2 seconds, but pretty much as I entered the pit lane, I had a screen freeze for about 3 seconds, and I nearly, potentially threw a screen at a wall, very nearly.
Wow, okay.
If it happened, I was going to be like, really? Are you serious? But thankfully, it came back and it was all good. Just one of those things, obviously, when rFactor being rFactor, but yeah, thankfully it all worked out and it was all good. But yeah, so yeah, but it's been good to see that so far we haven't had any of the pit lane, you know, things we had at Suzuka with the multiple people getting the one box from what I've seen, which is good. So yeah, but we did have, I don't know if you saw, Josh, before in the warm-up, there was a few cars having a bit of a dance in the garages as the game tried to spawn them into the same garage.
Saw that. luckily that sorted itself.
But yeah, no, it's all quite interesting right now as we get closer in that last bit. But yeah, Kiss still trying to fight back for the lead, but it's all a bit calm right now. But yeah, a few battles that are... There's quite a few battles that are just close, aren't they? They're not quite battles, but they've nearly got the potential to be if they close up a bit in the last hour of the race.
Yeah, let's see if that does happen then. I guess Roy Dominguez is still trailing Cycler. Cycler still hasn't pitted. Interestingly, so maybe they're on a different strategy. Oh, we got a DNF. Nick Curry has crashed it, and that is undercover sim racing out of the race. You were speaking about undercover before, yeah? I think you meant Revs, but undercover actually are out of the race now.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, apologies. Yeah. I get them confused easily, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, they looks like engine as well. That's interesting. So Two engine
Yeah, there was a
failures.
crash. That's
Oh, it's a
why.
car.
And what happened was
Ah.
Nick Courier. I'll tell you exactly what happened. Nick Courier came into a corner, just overstepped it too much, and then tried to get it back, and then he blew the engine, and that's how the crash occurred. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, I see what happened. He was coming into
Yeah.
the corner,
Has he done? Has he
and
done
then
the
the
thing where
engine
he
just
shifted quick?
blew, and then that's how it happened. He just must have double downshifted.
Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, it's easy to do if you don't have that delay with the shifts. It's very easy to accidentally double shift and then just blow the engine in an instance. So yeah, it's a real shame for those guys. Real shame.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a shame when I see everybody said like, with a double downshift, the engine just blowing. Nothing you can do about it. But, you know, such as things happen. Rickard Nielsen in the pits, by the way. He is in for CMHQ Motorsports, the all-Swedish team. And I can't... I'm going to scroll and see if anyone's waiting. No driver change is going to happen.
Yeah, indeed. I'm sorry, just been looking. Just out of curiosity, I was looking at Josh's lap times there on the revs. Ferrari did not the last lap was a 2:02, but lap before that was a 2:01.7, which is pretty damn fast. So yeah, as I suspected, he's certainly pushing in a Ferrari right now.
He is, yeah. And remember, peak times in qualifying were very, very high 159. So he's already about a second off the best qualifying time, and this is in a race-prepared car.
Yeah, so yeah, Josh is, as I said, he's got it between the teeth, and again, I think he's sensing what I'm seeing, which is a lot of GT cars that are just about within reach. So I think he's thinking if he pushes hard enough, and especially if people have instants ahead, he could be able to gain quite a few spots. So yeah, again, as I said before, definitely want to keep an eye out for to possibly leapfrog a few people in these last minutes of the race. Yeah,
hopefully we'll see if that can happen. I mean, Dennis Jordan ahead of the other Ferrari, the Ragnar Simulator Ferrari, which you should know very well, Tom. He's just coming onto the back straight, and Josh is just coming onto the complex before the back straight. So there's a bit of distance between them, but it's not impossible.
No, yeah, I'd be, it's going to do, obviously, Dennis is on much older tyres than Josh, so it's something to consider as well. But yeah, I don't know, it's going to be interesting, because again, it's going to be strategies. It depends on the strategies. I know that we're a little bit out of sync thanks to the incident we had with the GT car earlier on during my last stint, which dropped us back, sort of put us out of sync pit-wise. Actually, speak of us pitting, Dennis does pit, so he's now in with just under 100 minutes to go, so possibly you could short stint the next one. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes. I'm not sure if what he's gonna do tyre-wise. He could, I reckon, possibly get away with the medium tyre if he wants to, because he should only have to do about 40 minutes for the last fuel stint, so I reckon he might, maybe, be able to get away with the medium, possibly, but I left it up to him in the end, so his call on what he wants to do with the tyres, but yeah, he might well put on the quicker one, and he might be one that might be a bit speedy at the last hour of the race, but we'll see how that plans out towards the end.
We shall see, indeed, and I guess we'll also see when Artur Sekula pits for Insped Racing Team, see if he pits again, and we'll see if there's a battle between third and fourth in the end of it, because that would be an interesting battle to see in LMP1 of all things. Going to check the timing gaps again, because who doesn't like to check the timing gaps, and I don't, again, think there's much happening on track-wise at the moment, but it's worth keeping an eye out in case that changes.
Yeah, indeed, no, for sure. It's all pretty, as I said, all spaced out fairly well at the moment. Again, as I said, there's a few that are sort of in that potential to battle. As actually, speak of battling, I think Dennis is going to pop out pretty much bang on with the Northern Light racing car. Obviously, Northern have been on pressure tyres, which is why they've been able to close back up. I think they're going to get him, actually. Yeah, there he goes to Dennis, just behind Northern Light, which I think is overall 4th position. I think we have kept ahead of the Corvette, though, but yeah, it's interesting. But again, Dennis will be on fresh tyres again, so it's going to sort of ebb back the other way. So it's really interesting to see this, because the fresh tyres, they really do, certainly for the first couple of laps, as I think I was mentioning to Darryl before, the first few laps, they really are in their sort of prime. They have this sort of period where they're really, really nice, and then the heat sort of gets to them after a few laps, and they lose that edge. They're still pretty consistent through the rest of the stint, but they sort of lose that edge they have. So for us, the stint, they're a good sort of, probably half second to a second slower than they are at their prime. So yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see if Dennis can claw back that time now on the Northern Light boys to possibly get that position back in the near future.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether they can do that. Of course, Jimmy Jill Halvor, or JJ Halvorsen, as I'm now inclined to call him, is currently in P23, so that's not terrible. He is all right in that sense, and yeah, 23rd isn't bad. He's doing all right, and well, Northern Knights have dropped off a bit from the dizzy heights of second in class, but they're still doing okay. Let's not forget that. And they had that goals great battles before. They've been on a pretty decent race.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just noticing they've actually got Odin racing behind them. With Joe Campo at the wheel of that car at the moment. They had the incident before. They had a lock brake. I think it was Jamie had a lock to brake into that top of the hill there and speared off the circuit. Was why they've dropped down a bit. I think he had quite a lengthy repair from what I could see in that car. So that's why they're further down than they were earlier on. And yeah, look at this. He's all over the back of JJ right now. And he's actually going to pass him down towards the last corner, so I wonder if Dennis here could possibly be a bit savvy, maybe try and take advantage of this. We'll see how close he is. Oh, Joe doesn't brake that late. This is very awkward for the Northern Light boys. They're trying to hold on to position here. Oh, it's so close right now. And this is awkward, isn't it? Because we've got the Odin boys, they're trying to come back through the field, of course, and they're playing a bit of a part in this battle for position in G2s.
Let's remember, Ciampa's 3 laps down on Halvorsen, so, you know, realistically, Blue Flag should be waiting, but if Joe Ciampa thinks he's fast enough to unlap himself, I say go for it, and if he is fast enough, then he can stay ahead.
Yeah, indeed. I think he's got the pace. Joe's certainly pretty handy in those in the Corvette, so I think he's got the pace. It looks like he's now gapping JJ behind as JJ now comes under the pressure from Dennis up towards the top of the hill.
Oh, that is pressure.
Yeah, see if he has a look now. He's going to, as I said, I think Dennis is being very, very patient with these passes at the moment, which is probably the right way to go. I think he's more thinking of getting to the end and avoiding damage, certainly with a few of our instances earlier on. So, yeah, I think he's going to be pretty patient, but you can see he's just got a much better grip right now with those new tyres. So, I'd hope for his sake that he can get that moved on soon, especially to try and keep touch with Josh, who's just up ahead, next position up.
He wants this P23, he doesn't need Ennis Jordan, because that means not only does he go 23rd overall, but it means that he goes 9th in class.
Puts us nearly in the top 8 again, which is, again, considering that we had the instance before, I think we dropped down to there you go, Northern Light goes wide, and I think he's going to get it. Oh,
he's on the outside, he's got the back foot if he wants to get this place, but Halvorsen, yeah, on the inside, contact, and Halvorsen round, top spins it, well, ooh, that's not the finish we wanted to see, but Dennis Jordan gets the position. What actually happened there? Halvorsen was going through the corner. Yeah, Halvorsen was turning in, and he was still turning right come the corner, and Dennis turned in, but I don't think I think Dennis was just trying to make the corner.
Yeah, no,
Dennis was trying to make the corner, and I think Jimmy may have got a bit too far outside or understeered or something. I think that was just a racing incident, to be honest. Nothing really could be done. Both were trying to make the corner, but Halvorsen's lost out more, and Jordan at the 23rd.
Yeah, I think it's a case of the deadly curbs. I think there's a reason why some of the curbs I don't think you should touch, because that one there, if you clobber it too much, it can actually give you a unsettle car quite badly, and it can also give you a pretty bad lick of understeer. So I think what's happened here is he's clobbered the curb pretty heavily, and that's just bounced the car to understeer straight on. And so he's tried to turn it, but it's understeering, it's not turning. Jordan's tried to make the corner, and then it's just kind of one of those colliding of lines things. I agree. I think it's right. It's just one of those things. It's what racing is, fighting for position. But yeah, bit of a shame for Northern Light. But again, at least they're still going, and I don't think they should have any damage from that. So at the very least, it's just basically lost position for them. At least they're still able to keep going without any damage.
Car looks fine from here, to be honest. I think they can just get going anyway and just chase Dennis down again if they want. Next up for Dennis is, of course, that Revs car, but he's a ways ahead, so not really going to be looking at that at the moment. Mind you, I'm just looking up the field. Ricardo Cavazzari, 14th overall, still leading GTs.
Yeah, and he's got a good, what is that? A good
30 seconds at least.
There you go, yeah, I'd say 35, maybe even 40 seconds on Alex. So, yeah, as I said, I think Ricardo is probably just going to try and just basically bring it home, and that's all they really have to do there in Pulse. Probably just keep it consistent, keep out of trouble, and yeah, and they should have a win in GT once again, by the looks of it. But again, credit to the SimHQ boys. They've been very consistent all race long. They've been just improving as the season goes on. They I think they were sort of mid to the back end of the 10 early on in the season, but they've been frequently challenging for podiums and getting podiums in the last few races. It's been really impressive from SimHQ. I've given them a big kudos from me just for their improvement over the season. It's been really quite spectacular.
Shall I tell you about a battle that's potentially going to develop? Because we have Richard Nilsson in 11th in that same HQ car, who is only about 5 and a bit seconds of Nicky Lenz in the Reborn Racers car. In fact, that gap's come down to 4.5. So Nilsson is closing in, I think, on Lenz, and this could be a battle for third in P2 if this goes on.
Yeah, indeed. And Smith's actually not too far ahead of them either. It's actually P3. Sorry, this could be a battle for because yeah, Smith's in P2, but he's only about what? That's got to be 20 seconds maybe ahead of these guys. So they're pretty close. Second, third, fourth, P2. They're all very close indeed. As Stan Descendal pits in the Simtech car there in the P2. But yeah, this could be. You're right. Could be a nice little battle that may develop the next few laps.
Yeah, because Nilsson's cut the gap down by at least a second this lap, so if he can have another couple of good laps, he could start finding himself closer to Lenz, and Lenz might find himself in trouble. He can't catch up to match that pace, but yeah, otherwise, looks like at the moment the only other thing happening is Roy de Moink's about to be potentially unlapped rather by Osvaldo Angeloni, and de Moink is trying to catch Circular in the meantime, but Osvaldo, yeah, he's behind, but that shouldn't stop him from fighting. He's only 1 lap behind.
Yeah, indeed. No, it's a bit of an interesting dynamic right there. And the P2s have all been going on quite nicely, but yeah, got a good little scuffle that might break out soon. Although, yeah, one of the P2s, that's Nielsen there, getting a little bit caught with the GTs. It was a bit close there on the exit, but yeah, get away with it. But yeah, could be a nice little battle that could develop pretty soon as Ferrari's up in the lead of P2 right now, got a lap in the lead, so he's doing a nice little cruise right now to take the winning class, which I'm sure they're happy with those guys. But yeah, good little battles potentially developing for that power hour, I reckon.
Yeah, we got Angeloni, de Moink, this little sort of mini battle or battle light between. And in fact, de Moink goes wide, through goes Osvaldo.
Oh, wow.
It's a sort of kind of mini battle between these two, but it's not a physical battle for position. But it's a P1 is just overtaking another P1 to run at themselves, and they are technically battling for position because if de Moink catches up enough, Angeloni will get blue flag and have to lead them through. But then he has a chance to go back through for the total lap himself again.
Indeed, yeah, it's a bit of an interesting dynamic, isn't it, between those guys? So yeah, bit of a interesting one to keep an eye on. We've got 32, sorry. Maths. 32 cars still going, by the way. So yeah, only 3 retirements, which not bad, isn't it? Been a credit to the field. A lot of cars still running, so it's good to see the attrition's not been too bad for this one.
Yeah, Rickard Nelson's just starting to try and catch up again. He is now 5.5 from the 6, so he's catching up. He is quicker than Lenz.
Indeed. There you go. So yeah, he is catching, and then as I said, Smith's not too far up the road. I don't know if Smith's quicker. I'll have a look. 55s for him. So I'll see what Nielsen's is. Okay, Nielsen seems to be quicker than Smith as well. So, there could be. And yeah, I think Lentz is quicker than Smith also. Although I don't know if Smith's had traffic. But, oh yeah, he's had a bit of traffic. But either way, oh, boys, he nearly gets rear-ended there by a GT at the hairpin. But, yeah, it could be an interesting little battle for even the podium in P2, which could be quite fun to watch. For P2, potentially. In the P2s, Smith there gets a bit balked by the Odin racing car there through the back end of the circuit, gets past in the end, with Deltec as well, sort of darting through. But yeah, bit of an interesting little dynamic that's forming right there in the second, third, and fourth of P2.
Yeah, could be interesting for this, and yeah, very interesting potential battle that, and yeah, that's the thing. It's probably going to develop in these last couple of minutes before the final hour, and yeah, 80 minutes to go in the race. It's starting to close in, and some battles like this are starting to create themselves. That's the great thing. Honest Saikula are in the pits, by the way, so we may see the reigniting of this de Moink Saikula battle, Insped versus Dutch Connection, Porsche versus Porsche. So in these final 80 minutes, we may have a double Porsche battle.
Yeah, indeed, as Lentz pits as well in that little battling P2 trio. But yeah, we'll see where Saikula comes out.
Oh, de Moink in as well!
Ah,
So maybe we won't,
wow.
but why is he in?
Yeah,
He's on a
that
completely
is-
different strategy. Maybe he's reacting. But why
that is
react
odd.
when if he can quit? Maybe this is just to try and do something or something. But Artis Saikula has been in that car for a long time. This could be a driver swap on the part of Insped, but let's see. I don't see anyone who could. So,
Well, and
Boyd
then-
Wing just pulls it ahead.
Yeah, and he had to slip in there very awkwardly, but
and
unless
is
he's
he-
trying.
As a result, that's like he just had to reverse.
Oh, well, there you go. So there's a little bit of advantage gained, but unless they're trying something savvy with the fuel, I'm thinking maybe they've seen a potential strategy that they're going to try that might end up giving them a chance. They are changing tyres, and if they are putting hards on, you'd think that would be good for the remainder of the race at that point. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That is very odd. It didn't seem like it was a very long stint, so I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, it's a bit of an odd one. And keeping in mind, Beranek and Osvaldo behind are on the same lap, so yeah, that could close up potentially, depending on how quick Beranek and Osvaldo are. This dying sort of mince the race.
Yeah, to make speed in the pits for a short while. I mean, David Berenek's has gained a little bit more time back. Those two are on the same lap, but Domingue exits now, so he won't have much of a chance with Berenek. Not really going to be able to catch up either, because it's not really going to be there. But he could try.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be an interesting one. Interesting. So we've got P1 got this going on. We've got P2 got this going on. Then we've got GT got this, like, however many cars on the same lap as well. So it's a bit of an odd dynamic. As I'm just actually watching. Yeah, there's a bit of an awkward moment again in the GTs. It's Dennis is caught up to the back of the second of the Blackhawks, and he's doing fairly substantially quicker lap times. But again, it's that thing of being, the car that's ahead. So, Faith's got no real reason to let Dennis through. But it's gonna be interesting to see if they let Dennis through, or if they decide to go along. Because we'll see. But it's a bit weird, like, as I said, with the tyres, isn't it? That you end up getting these scenarios where you've got the slower in inverted commas car catching up to the car that's headed on the track, and they have to pass them despite the fact that they're behind them. It's all a
Sasha
bit weird,
Glattner
isn't
in
it?
race leader.
Oh.
It's going to give Salva Case a chance to unlap, get a lap back or something like that, but it's not going to do much because, well, Sasha Glattner has lapped everybody by this point in the race.
Yeah, no, I think Kiss is going to need something to happen to those guys in the lead to really stand a chance of fighting for a win at this point, unfortunately. So yeah, that incident for them earlier on with the GT has really hurt their chances of victory, unfortunately. But at the very least, they're still looking strong for P2, which is again very solid points, and it's still a podium. So it's still, certainly nothing to be too ashamed of. That's for sure.
Yeah, they can certainly be proud of themselves, even the second highest position, and obviously Blackhawk on the road to victory in these last 80 minutes of the endurance race. But still, it's not over yet. You never know what's going to happen till the end, and in this instance, you never know what's going to happen to the end, because that doesn't change.
Yeah, indeed. No, it's all.
Although I should say,
of course.
Rickard Nelson's dropped 9 seconds out of nowhere. Must have been a mistake.
Must have been, yeah, surely.
Yeah, he was about 5 seconds behind. He was catching before. Oh, he's past Lens. That's why. He's managed to get past Lens. Maybe Lens pitted.
Yes, Lens pitted. Yes.
So all that explains it, right? Fair
Yeah,
enough. Then
yeah.
I was thinking he was. Fair enough. That puts Rickard Nilsson third. Nicky Lens fourth.
Yep, indeed. So yeah, a bit of an interesting one. There's a bit of 3 wide action further back with the and there's contact. Oh no, one of the Porsches is off
Oh,
in
dearie me.
P21 overall. Oh, there's more contact. Oh,
Raymond, what have you done, man? He's just
so
had a bit of an
the
incident. Yeah, that was I
big,
saw
the big
the
drop.
core team car there of Louis get involved. Yuri
So-
Louis got involved there, and what happened
mean,
was there was contact.
Pulse.
Contact
Pulse,
with
yeah,
Kawasari.
Yeah.
Then he went
Yeah.
in, then Raymond Mackus just went into him. Mackus must have saw he was spinning, but in his defence,
That's-
Vivas Lul
oh.
came back into him, but
Oh,
that has not
that's-
gone particularly well. And Yuri Vivas Lul in the core team car is in the pits now. Look, he managed to make it into the pits, but that would be damage.
Yeah.
Oh, he blew the
it's-
engine and span. That wasn't it. Sorry, that wasn't it at all. Sorry, my mistake. I was reading a bench fits old mail.
Yeah, no, it's.
He didn't
Yeah,
blow
so
the
it's
engine.
looking-
He's still going.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at that replay. It's you're right. Like the Porsche sort of moves left, and then it's kind of one of those things. But I don't know. I think Ricardo should maybe just give him a little bit more room. You know, as I said, I mean, they're leading class. No need to be doing anything too close. Just give plenty of room. You know, be safe. And yeah, a little bit of an awkward one there. So yeah, it's a bit of a 50-50. But yeah, very big shame for those boys in the Porsche, because they were looking like at least getting a pretty solid top 10. But now they're going to have a pretty hefty repair. I mean, we saw this with the Northern Light guys had pretty similar looking damage, and their repair was probably a good 3 or 4 minutes, so they may drop back behind Remy and Macus possibly, so maybe even down to 26 overall. So yeah, big shame. But yeah, one of those things. Yeah, bit of drama.
Yeah, drama. You get it in
GT
endurance races, don't you? Do you know what else you get? You get everyone's favourite Finn, Tony Craven, who's back.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Tony's
Ew.
back. Great to have you with us. You just missed a crash.
I didn't. You think I haven't been watching the stream? Silly man. Of course.
Oh, yeah,
I
well,
saw
of
it.
course.
That was a bit of a interesting move from Corazari, to say the least. Yeah. But it's a shame, because that's that like you said, possible potential top 10, and this happens on the last 2 hours. It's definitely a shame.
Yeah, no, indeed. The main thing I'm now annoyed with is Dennis being stuck behind the second of the Blackhawks. That's the main thing that I'm looking at getting. It's annoying me, because I want him to get past and get some clean air. But yeah, he's at the moment stuck behind the second Blackhawk, and of course, you know, they're the car ahead on track, so they don't have any reason to let him through. So it's just annoying for me, because with my driver's hat on, it's kind of like, this is really annoying for our race. But
Speaking of driver's hats, what happened between you and Lopez at the start of the race, or well, the half point?
Half point, yeah, that. Yeah, as I said, it was through the left
Oh,
right
wait!
hander.
It looks like your car is really close to the Blackhawk racing car again.
Yeah.
Oh,
as I was...
hang on a minute.
Oh,
Yeah,
what's happening?
that is true.
That
let's
is
have a
less
look.
than. Oh, that's. Oh my goodness, this might get interesting in a few
Yeah,
seconds.
Jordan and Dimitri, although Dennis Jordan is behind, this would be the one lap himself.
Oh yes, lift! Oh no, that was a good move by Dimitri. Technically a bad move by lifting and making sure that the guy behind you lifts as well. That's a bit of a dirty move, but I don't think it's banned. So.
Yeah. By the way, I've just got a message. Got a message here from Ben Schmidt as well. I got an official warning for Kawasaki. Respect the line of other cars.
Yeah.
So that proves Tony Craven may be right in this scenario.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I try and just not point blame anyone, because it's not a commentator's job for me anyway. But
Fair enough.
you know, it was a bit interesting. But I'm really tempted to get on the horn to Dennis and just say to him, get the move done.
It's not that I want to blame anybody. It's just that sometimes there are some people who are more responsible than others, and then this was one of those accidents. It's of course a shame. This is racing. These things happen, but we always have to keep an eye on not only our opponents, but what we're doing ourselves. We have to focus in the moment, and I understand the fatigue after a long race. This might get to you, but that still doesn't mean you can just sort of, ooh, that was close. Jordan almost.
It's very frustrating for me, because I know we could get some more spots if we get some clear track, but unfortunately Dennis is getting a bit bottled behind Faith here right now. It's very frustrating. Really am tempted to get on the horn and just say to him, get the move done. Damn it, it's getting very annoying.
It's just a matter of time. It looks like Dennis is going much faster. And Dimitri seems to be making a little bit of mistakes. Maybe he's got worn out tires, but I think this might be it.
Surely, yeah. It's
so close.
Here we
Here we
go.
go.
Is it going to be Jordan
Side by
time?
side,
Down the back
on the
straight.
inside.
Come
Is
on,
it going to
get
be
it.
Again.
No,
Oh,
wow.
oh,
broke
but
him.
Dimitri goes wide, and
That's
Jordan
not just wide.
is
That's a
Very
different
wide.
planet.
Oh my
He's gone
goodness.
well off. He's body's done it. He's seen the corner, and he's just gone 9 miles past it. That's not going to help Blackhawk.
No, that is
And what
not
that has
going to
done
help
is it
Blackhawk.
actually means that the Aston behind them is within eye shot pretty much now. They're probably within a good 6 seconds now. So this leads on again. This is almost leads perfectly what I was going to say, is that sometimes There's a point to battle and there's a point to not battle. Sometimes it's good to just say, you know what, let's not battle, I'll let you do your thing, I'll do my thing, let's keep going. That's something that I think, I'm not saying that's necessarily that scenario definitely was that, but it's a few times where sometimes you just got to go, you know what, I'll let you go, I'll do my race, we'll just keep going, and there it is. You don't have to always fight every position to the death.
Yeah, but
And that may have been a case of it there. He's got a bit too distracted on holding position, lost the braking marker, and then nearly in the wall. That was good stuff to keep it out of the wall, because that could have ended far worse very easily.
this is true. But it's always so hard to resist that temptation of racing.
Yeah, I must just detach myself from all that stuff a lot, because I try and be smart if I can. with
Oh, of
racing,
course,
but I agree.
it's the smart thing
Yeah.
to do, but when you're in the moment and you're
Yeah.
thinking of nothing but the moment, well,
Especially if you've got a bit of the red mist as well. You know, you've had a few instances
Yeah.
you're sort of in that you want to fight sort of mood. You sort of get a
Yeah,
bit taken away by those.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I had that in Silverstone. We had so many sort of like moments where that shouldn't have happened, that weren't our fault. I saw so many stupid things happening in Silverstone. There was nothing but red mist in my eyes. It almost covered the entire screen.
Oh, I'm seeing something here, guys.
Oh, really?
Oh.
We might
What a
have a
thing.
battle in P1 again. Look how close Oswald Jamzaloni's got to David Baranek. There's about a second in
okay.
it.
Yeah, and there's traffic to deal with too, although this is on a straight, but nevertheless.
And let's not forget, these two are actually dueling for position. They're on the same lap.
Yeah, this might get interesting. We still got over an hour to go.
Yep, it could be very interesting still. We have just before the final hour of the race to go, and we might just have a little bit of an interesting duel. We might have Baranek versus Angeloni. Nicky Lenz wanting to get all the way of this.
I would assume
Yeah.
so.
It's going to be Audi versus Audi, that's for certain. But almost all the battles are P1 these days because there's no Porsches. But then
Yeah.
again, well, look how much Osvaldo's catching up. I mean, he's got the traffic of Canada to deal with, but
Maybe one day we'll get Toyotas for the EC.
perhaps one day.
Never
I
know.
think that's something you and I are working on.
Let's hope so.
It would be nice to have.
Speaking of Toyota, I don't know how much you guys care about rallying, but in the World Rally Championship right now in Sweden, it is the last Super Special stage, I think, and race leader Thierry Neuville just crashed out, giving Toyota and Jari-Matti Latvala the lead.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this might be Toyota's first WRC win since 1998 tonight.
That'd be lovely.
Yeah, that would
Not
be
enough
great.
for Terry Neuville, of course, but
Yeah, of course, but it was, to be honest, it was a driver error, not a car mistake, so kind of
Sorry,
a shame
just,
still.
Sorry to interject, but I'm just watching again. I'm watching Faith. They've been caught by Benecca in one of the Corvettes down 26th overall, and they're now trying to pass Faith. And there's one of the P2s trying to get through as well. It's a bit awkward right now as Faith goes well wide there, and I think, yeah, there we go. They've let them all through, so it's
and
okay.
here
But
comes
I was just
Patrick
watching
Bond and
that.
his own teammates.
Yeah, I was watching, just sort of going.
And
this is
now,
close.
all of a sudden,
say.
that's put him right within firing
Yeah.
range of Ericani.
So this is for position finally.
That's for position as well. So all of a sudden, the traffic has hurt him.
So I'm interested to see if Faith's going to the end too. I don't know if they're going to the end of the race or if they'll do one final driver change. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Eric
Oh,
makes
this
this
is
pretty
a
soon.
close one. This is
Yeah,
a
Faith
closer
looks to be
battle than
struggling a
Baranek and Angeloni. This is actually closer at the moment.
Oh, but
Kane
Alvarez
versus,
isn't stuck in the middle of a P1 sandwich.
Kane versus
Oh, that's
Jamaica is actually
someplace.
closer.
Oh, that's someplace Angeloni did not want him. Still not that far off. It looks like Angeloni overall has the pace.
Yeah,
when
he's got 2
compared to
seconds. He's
David
going to get
Baranek.
past Reddick Cirque, which he has done. But at the moment, Kane is closer to Dimitri. So it's Geo Racing Team versus Black Hawk Racing in this race at the moment. And it's a racy race because Kane is racing hard.
Yeah, no, it's very close indeed. I'm just trying to keep an eye on all the battles. There's a few going on now, but yeah, Baranek looking vulnerable at the moment. Sort of, he's been going pretty consistently, but obviously Osvaldo's got some pretty mean pace. To use the terminology. But yeah, Osvaldo got some pretty good pace at the moment in that Atlantic car. And yeah, she's just flying. Look at this. Baronix is standing still pretty much at the moment. Just as well those
More
on a
traffic.
mission.
Baronek
path,
has to
yeah.
slow down early to the corner.
that's-
That gives Angeloni
yeah.
even more of an advantage for the straight. Has to watch out for the Porsche just a little bit, but he's closer now than he was before.
About a second in it between these two. Meanwhile, Kane is starting to drop off the back of Jamaica here, so may not be all Geo Racing Team's way. Although,
Yeah.
if incidents occur, Kane will be there.
Yeah, no, I've noticed. Yeah, you're right. Faith seems to have found a bit of consistency after a few
Oh, and
bowls
David
there.
just
possibly.
entering turn 1 with
Nope.
traffic in the way. Oh, this might be
No.
bad. This is going to put Angeloni right on the diffuser.
Oh, it's not
of
just on that,
Baronek.
it's brought him to the
It's
50
the
yard.
worst possible place for the GTE to be in right now.
No,
Oh,
no,
hell,
he's,
Angeloni even gets a better runoff.
Yeah.
He's in the draft.
this could be it. He's not just brought himself from the 50-yard line to the goal. He maybe has scored the field goal as well as Angeloni. Into the 10, dives on the inside.
There's a contact.
Moved on, contact made, but
Fast.
however way you slice it, Angeloni through.
Oh, my. Treading a little bit of
Well,
pain on the
I'd
exit
like to
entry.
see that again. That was some move. Angeloni got the better drive, round the inside of Baronek, through he goes, breaks from the corner, Baronek turns in, Angeloni turns in, slight bumper contact, and Angeloni makes it work. What a move that was, and David Baronek's not dying yet. He wants another goal in it down the inside.
No.
And this corner here, now there's even more contact.
Oh, and
God.
Angeloni cannot complain about that. Okay, perhaps even
Wow.
maybe on a smaller scale, but he did the exact same move, like
Yeah,
pushing
yeah,
him
it was
away.
up and run
This
on
is
both
gonna
sides,
be.
wasn't it?
Oh, I bet both of them are pretty angrier now.
Is
oh,
this
it's
a-
Oh,
Ferrari's
boy.
right
Red
in
mist.
front of them.
And look at that, Ferrari's right there,
Oh, you
Angeloni's
better
right
jump out of
there.
the way, bro.
Here we go,
Oh,
Baronek's
wow.
exit possibly compromised by Ferraris.
Oh,
Angeloni's
Angeloni
going to get the
got
draft. We're going to have three wide. Who's going to be last
Who's
in the
gonna
late
come in
wing? Yeah,
inside?
he's going to get a double draft. Is Angeloni? Who's going to get what? Down the
He's gonna go
outside
wide.
he goes. Is
Oh,
that
no.
too late? Is that too late?
he's
It's not. You know,
side by side,
contact
contact.
again.
Oh, they're still side by side. Angeloni seems to
And
have
they're
to pick
still
up some
side by
speed.
side. Is this
Angeloni's
endurance
still
racing or
first.
American football? I don't know. Honestly, the amount of contact
What
you
is
think is
this?
the latter, but David Baronek
What
is
is-
not yielding here in this. This is a brilliant battle for him.
Oh my goodness, what is this? Rugby or motor racing?
I think it's Aussie rules football.
Yeah.
That's what
no.
I think it is at his rate.
Yeah.
But I think Osvaldo Angeloni for now has
Oh.
the position.
Baronek is not falling far behind. I'm sure he has. Great
Wow,
anger
okay.
for
Oh,
that
wow.
move.
Well, David Baronek, if he's not losing this, is he? He's just staying on it.
Oh, Angeloni goes a bit wide on the entry.
Well, what a battle to nearly start the final hour of this race with. We've said it without fail, something happens at the final hour of the race, and we're going to have an epic battle for them. That's what it's going to
Indeed, no,
be.
it's-
That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, and third and fourth are on the same lap ahead of them. A bit more of a gap between them, but they're all on the same lap. It's interesting to see. So yeah, very, very heated to say the least between these two. So yeah, we'll see if it continues to be even more so, or if they calm it down a little bit in this last hour. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe you'll course into the win
Yeah,
very soon.
I
if that
think
wasn't already.
Osvaldo may just have inched it for now, but any traffic and David Baronek's going to be right on his rear bumper like an alligator, snapping his lips at the sound of some fresh meal, and he's going to be like, oh, I want this, come here, you're going to be mine, and all that, except for the slightly not English accent, but either way, Baronek, he knows that he can do that now. He knows he can battle, he can tussle, he can throw down with Osvaldo Angeloni, and he's not afraid to square up.
Yeah, indeed. No, it's certainly one to keep an eye on as I'm listening to the field and some of the other ones going on. But yeah, Smith's still actually
Well,
P2,
speaking of
P2,
traffic,
Smith Nielsen battling for P2, and they're going each side of a GT.
Oh, my
That was interesting,
goodness.
but I think Nielsen might get it done down the inside. Oh, yep, space given, fair play. There you go. Yeah, Nielsen through, very solid space given from Schmidt. That was very, very gentlemanly. But yeah, there you go. Nielsen gets through. That's P2 in the P2s. So nice and
yeah,
nice and
Velocity
symmetrical.
GP demoted to third and all that. Maybe Tony won't be so happy about that, but he has a chance to get it back, Eric Smith, yeah? Because Dimitri has gotten into traffic, and what he's done is he's been traffic, and that's allowed Smith to catch right back up and possibly get the draft down the back straight.
Oh, dear me.
And oh, Oh, lordy, David Baranek's getting desperate. He almost collided with his own teammate there. Status and all in the P2 entry. Almost got the RDPL right in the back bumper there. But luckily no contact was made. David Baranek being forced to wait here by Stan. He's saying you're not getting through so easily.
Yeah, and that's cost him a fair bit of time to Osvaldo too, so not ideal for him.
Yeah, that battle may have ended unfortunately, but we have a battle on for P2, and it was Schmidt versus Nelson. Let's think of it that way.
Yeah, indeed. It looks like Nielsen
Oh, and
should
you
have
know
it, I think.
what? I've just
More
noticed
traffic.
it's power hour time. It is officially
Woohoo.
power hour time. There you go. And what better way to start it within battles like that? Well, isn't that just great? I mean, we've got Nelson Schmidt for the final. It's just brilliant. I told you. It always happens in the last hour. Always,
Yeah, no,
without
for sure.
fail.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, it always kicks off as well. That was an interesting little graphics thing going on there, but yeah, you know, always starts to kick off there. That battle for 19th overall or 5th in GTs is still kind of close. Faith's kind of got a bit of consistency, managed to gap a little bit, but yeah, Eric's hanging about. Eric's there or thereabouts, so there could be one to watch out for there. And again,
We have
Josh
to
is.
keep in mind that there's one thing we have to keep in mind.
What is the
Is
thing
that-
we have to keep in mind, Tony?
Eric has a harder compound than Ricard.
Oh,
Ah,
yes, he does.
Yeah.
Rickard's on
Eric.
the soft and Eric's on the mediums.
Yep. So we have to keep that in. They're still going to have to, when they pit, they're going to have to, they're going to have one hell of a run. And seeing how hard Nielsen pushed earlier, I wouldn't be too surprised if they made a mistake towards the end.
Well,
But
we'll have
if
to
the
see.
trend falls, we'll have to keep an eye on it, because I know for a fact that I don't think Eric's going to change his tires unless something has happened.
We'll have to see if that happens, although Eric does have two cars to deal with in David Hart and Joe Champer at the moment, so
Yeah.
he's being very patient, he's taking his time, doesn't want to rush this, just wants to get through. And does. On one at least, now he's going
Quite
to get through on
clearly.
Joe. Nicely done. Of course, he's now got Rickard to catch, but the gap is about 2.3 seconds. It's not that much.
There's also 19th, 20th pit at the same time, so we have a little battle of pit crews between the Aston pit crews. So there's one that we could watch with interest. As yeah, we'll see what happens here. And they're in nearly the same pit box, are they? Yeah, they are. Again, this with them being. Oh no! His Faith's overshot the pit box by a mile. What's going on here?
Oh dear. That's going to cost time.
Oh. Unless, oh no, I don't think they were lined up properly. Oh, I think they were just to the right, so it was to the left of the pit box, and it wouldn't register, so they had to back up and then straighten up for the pit box. Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if Eric jumps them, and it doesn't look to me like Eric's taking tyres, so I think Eric's gonna get a spot here, jump up one.
But he's on
Oh,
the hards.
I'm
as
sorry,
is
I
Prince
completely
Fair.
missed that discussion.
Yeah, Canny, we're talking about Canny and Demikri in 20 and 21st. Demikri has actually overshot the pit box while trying to get in. Demikri is taking tyres. We don't think Canny is. So this might be a quicker shot for Eric and Gio Racing Team. They might leapfrog them in the pits here.
Yeah, I
Eric
think
is
they will.
preparing.
Let's have a look. Eric's still not moving though, but I didn't see the car go up on the jacks, so I don't think they're changing tyres. We'll see. Unless they did and I just didn't see it, which is possible as well, but I swear I didn't
Oh,
see
he's
them go
out.
up on the jacks.
He's
Yep, there you
out.
go. So yeah, Eric didn't take tyres. There you go. So they're good to the end, and they won't need to do the tyres change. So
And
that puts them at a good spot.
Here we go. Revs and Demikri leaves as well. So now they're both
Getting
out,
interesting.
but that overshoot the pit box has hurt.
Yeah, definitely. So that's probably put them out of a shot of fighting for that position, especially if Eric's got the strategy right. We'll see where that goes. Again, we've got a few different strategies going on throughout the GT field there in that sort of area. So it's all a bit mixed up at the moment, but yeah, that could be one to watch. As actually what this now means, although obviously Dennis I know is still going to do one more stop, but he's now actually not too far off the back of Faith, and if he catches this time, it would be for position. So yeah.
Oh, here we go. Osvaldo Angeloni in the pits.
Yep.
And David
Alright.
Baronet goes through to get that lead. So he'll have to pit again probably, but Angeloni in.
Meanwhile, Patrick Barden just cruising along in lonesome.
Yep. Patrick Borden just running his own race at the moment, a whole lot ahead of Xabakis. And what a win it would be for Blackhawk. Not the best few races than previously, so a win here would really put the season right back on edge.
Indeed, also, as a little FYI, just to see that Troy Yuan is in the spectate queue at the moment, so I'm guessing that
Yeah, Troy might be
Simhq is
getting
probably...
into SimHQ.
Yep, going to be probably a pit stop pretty soon. So it looks like he'll be doing a little sprint to the end for them. Doing the last, actually just under an hour now for them. So I'll be surprised if he's in either this lap or possibly the next one. So yeah, should be stopped for them pretty soon for P3 in class, which is looking like it should be pretty secure. So hold to that again. It's a very, very solid result once again for that car. They just keep bringing them home in the last few
I've
races.
just seen something actually. If you were thinking about entering a team at 12 hours of Bathurst, that is now full. We've all the entries. We've filled the 12 hours of Bathurst in terms of entries. So now, if you want to be a part of it, I guess you're going to have to try and find a team to drive for.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
So
well,
it's
we were...
all the spots are gone?
I think all the spots have gone, yes, but there might be some reserve spots if it doesn't shut before some teams get in.
We're quick enough.
Either way, if you weren't quick enough, then you didn't get in.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, I've probably already got way too many sim racing things to do anyway, so that's probably...
Well,
Actually,
technically,
a
I
good thing.
saw you being registered with Feeder Sport Poland 2, I think.
Right, so, okay, right. No, sorry, Adam would have put in, apologies. Yes, I hope you're good. Sorry, I forgot Adam would have sorted that already, so, all good.
Yeah, you're all good, you're all good. And I can't
so-
say now that I'm actually registered with your team to race.
Hey.
So we might be on the grid, but more certainly, I might be on the grid.
By the way, 96 Porsche from 4th in class. They're in the pit lane for their, I assume, final stop. Out they go. They should be good to the end of the race. And they're P4. And actually, that now means, I only just realised, though I think Josh has got a pit as well, but he's P5 in class, and depending on what he does with the tyres, yeah, he might have a shout at being there or thereabouts in that fight for P sort of 5-6. So, keep an eye on that one. As I said, just that P5-6 battle at the moment, GT. It's all a bit interesting, and that could be quite close to come to the end. But Marco comes back out, and he's as Josh pits. There you go. He's like you heard me. He's like pit stop. What's that?
Although to be honest, in this Bathurst, I think there's already a couple of signed up GT4s. There's not nearly as many as there are GT3s.
Speaking of, did you watch the Bathurst 12 hours?
I watched some of it, and yeah, it was quite good.
Yeah, the ending was quite interesting. It was the Mercedes who was, I think, second or third. Spun at the last minute and DNF'd.
Okay, I'm probably gonna. I shouldn't really take a side here, but basically, they were going along, and then SVG decided to be SVG and do his SVG thing. But anyway, that's all I'm saying. I know I'm not on the side. I'm just saying what I saw. But
No. Yo, you were there?
No, just on the TV. I wasn't there. I was watching on the TV as well. But Bathurst's not actually that far from where I live.
Should have gone. What the hell, man?
It's a bit of a drive.
I'd love to see Bathurst.
No, I do.
It's a shame because there's not a lot of circuit racing that goes on in Finland. It's mostly rally. So that's a bit of a shame, but that's just how it is.
Yeah,
I don't mind standing in the snow for 5 hours, drinking nothing but coffee and eating lots of wursts. I don't mind. It's fun.
Yeah, now, just sorry to keeping an eye on the strategies. It looks to me like Josh didn't take tyres just by how quick his stop was. So what that has done is he's actually now ahead of Eric and Faith, and suddenly he's in P5 in class. So I wouldn't be surprised if he holds that, to be honest. So that's a pretty good recovery from those guys because they were down in about, I think, 8th or 9th in class at one point. So yeah, Josh doing a pretty handy little strategy, which has suddenly put him back into the shot of top 5 in the GTs.
Speaking of strategies, I think David Baranek's going to have to pit in a few minutes. So we will see maybe a continuation to the Angeloni versus Baranek battle.
Indeed, yeah, that's a good pick.
Maybe. Hopefully we'll see that, because that would be a nice one to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Now also, sorry, again, again, GT is a lot of different interesting strategies. Also, apologies again for just me in general with GTs. Again, probably because I'm driving in it, I'm always watching the GT field a lot.
Dude, I talk way too much about P2s because I drive P2s. So it's normal, dude. We have Joshua here to present us the objective viewpoint on everything. Right, Joshua?
Yeah. I don't drive anything. I'm a GT4 guy.
Yeah.
Well, I say that, but it's not my pace.
Radek Cirque, I think. What's happened? I think he's on the. and last place GTE car, and last place overall, just I think spun going into that second last turn, and very gentlemanly waited for everybody else to go past.
Oh,
Do they have the wheel is pulling a bit to the left, so it looks like they might have a little bit damaged too. They are heading for the pits, I would assume. Yes, they do have quite a lot of damage, I would assume. Seeing how that wheel looks like, and are indeed going to stop for repairs. Like you said,
Now also-
however, anything can happen.
yeah, and just what I was going to mention is that I've noticed is, ooh, that was close.
I just saw
But yeah,
that too.
Yeah, but Marco is number 96 Porsche is now P3 in class. I've actually jumped the SimHQ boys, and I reckon that's because they didn't take tyres. So
Yeah.
we could have a little bit of an interesting, spicy battle for P3 in class that could develop by the end. Although SimHQ have got to make up a. Oh no, they're not too far back. They're not too far back. You know, I'm going to pick that as a potential battle for the podium in GT. It's my pick there. My little top pick, I guess, for the final hour. My section.
All right, go
Fair
ahead.
enough. Well, I don't know what's gonna happen, so I'm just gonna call it as it happens, you know. But yeah, come here and see what it does.
Yeah, no, it's all.
Okay, Ricard
it's-
Nielsen entering the pits with what?
Alright, here we go.
40 minutes to go? 50 minutes?
Eric Smith should take the position then.
I think it's about 40-ish, 30-40.
Yeah, 40-ish.
50-ish minutes to go.
50-ish. Yeah, that's what I said. You were misleading
Oh
me.
yeah, sorry.
Avud.
Well,
I wonder, will their tank last? Because the P2 tank is limited, at least with my heavy gas throttle foot. It's limited to about 45 minutes. So
They might try and eke it to the end, hey?
yeah, they might
Do a bit of-
little bit crawl to the end. I mean,
Yeah.
well, you know, all the cars will have to stop in P2 at least once more for a splash and dash. But Ricard Nielsen at SimHQ, they're actually changing tires as well. They're going with the old strategy of running nothing but S6s the entire race.
Yeah.
They've
Interesting.
been overall, I think, the one of the faster cars around the track today, but they have had to change pretty much every stop tires. Also had to. Did they get any damage with that one incident with I think with David Yunt?
Not sure, actually, not sure.
Yeah. I don't know if you read the comments during that incident, but powerful stuff.
Yeah, no, it's
Passive aggressive threat, death threats sent even. Not even kidding. Welcome to motor racing, everybody. Where the
Very
emotions
joyful
run
people.
hot and the engines run hotter. Except they don't, because
Wow.
it's virtual.
Well, so I think we're gonna have to make that the official slogan. When the engines are hot and
Emotions run. Oh wait. Oh, I'm sorry. Copyrighted. All. Send me 75% of the royalties.
Well, you're gonna get rich.
Yeah, I know, right?
You should get that. You should get that trademark. Get that trademark and sell it to Jimmy.
Ah. Knowing Jimmy, he'd probably just steal it from me.
Oh, don't say that. He might be watching.
No, joking, of course.
Well, I think he's busy with the other room anyways, but... Yeah, Lord
Yeah,
Jimmy,
it's-
wouldn't be
Yeah.
possible about it, would it?
I sincerely.
Oh,
doubt it,
Norgren!
but-
Norgren's had a disco!
Oh, what? What happened?
Norgren's had a disco in the pits!
Oh my God! What's going on?
Yeah, you're right, just in the pits and then to garage. Yeah. Unless there was a
This reminds
glitch with
me-
the switch.
This reminds me of a grand movie known as The Great Escape. It's a bit of a story. Basically, there was one thing one of our drivers told us not to do in our team. Well, it was a sister car. During the 24 hours at Nordschleife in 2015, I think. And there was one thing that we were specifically told to do. If we crash, you basically, and this wasn't, cheating or anything, but basically disconnect your internet from your computer, where it disconnects you from the server, then reconnect and jump back into the server and restart your lap that you crashed on. And that was an official guideline that we were given, so we can continue the race even though if we crashed pretty hard. But yeah, the driver that I think his name was Tim. The one thing that he told us not to do is press escape. And I think he panicked or something, but upon crashing, the first thing he did was press escape and DNF the car after I think 13 or 14 hours of racing. I remember one of the sister cars drivers just came onto our TeamSpeak and absolutely like asked what's the status and said, yeah, okay, Tim crashed and pressed escape, we DNF'd. And he just left, and he said a very nasty word, which I'm not allowed to say. But yeah. Don't press escape, kids, if you crash.
Yeah.
Pull the plug first and reconnect.
Yeah.
Wow, that sounds pretty morbid, but whatever.
It's the way to go, though, isn't it?
Yeah. It is.
Yes.
I only speak the truth. But yeah, yeah, what a shame for CMHQ. And on the last hour! Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so good news for them is, as I said, the GT is still in the shout of a podium. It's pretty actually ebb and flow, I think, between these two. Let's have a look. 206s for the Porsche. Let me have a look at Troy. What's he been doing? 203 is 204, so he's closing. And he does have a bit of time, so I think he should theoretically get P3, but again, you never know what happens in the last hour, as we just saw. So, yeah, but at the very least, their GT is still in with a shout of a podium, which I'm sure they would happily take, because I think it'd be the second podium in a row. I know they've got a podium at Silverstone, so it'd be the second at least of the season. I'm sure they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, they would be. Yeah, be very pleased with it. And yeah, they would. I mean, let's even look at an InSped racing team in a P1. They got a win at Suzuka. I'm sure they'll be happy with third here. That's the thing. If you can follow your previous result up, that's what matters.
Let's see, are there any potential battles happening anytime soon? Well, Beranek and Angeloni, they're pretty far away from each other, but I think Beranek still has to pit once more.
Well,
So
Schmidt
let's see.
Eric Schmidt, I think he's taking advantage of this. The fact that Norgren's DNF'd.
I would assume so.
He's come in and he's going to pit, and he's not going to change tyres.
Nope,
Nicky
splashing
Lenz
this.
is going to probably stay behind in P10.
No, he's probably going to go past, but Nicky does have to pit once more. This is just how the P2s are set up.
And this will be Eric's final stop then.
Yeah, indeed. Because it's 40 minutes to go to, well, 40-ish minutes. So, Nicky knows he has to pit once more. Oh, Valerio Ferraris pits as well.
Yeah,
The last
maybe
time,
more
I
than-
would assume.
Maybe he's taking advantage too.
Yeah,
Nicky
I don't
Lenz,
think he has a lot of-
He's just staying out.
yeah. Well, it's not, there isn't much he can do. I mean, he can just hope for trouble for the leader cars.
Oh,
And...
here we go. Eric Schmidt. Look at Schmidt. Is this no? Actually, no. That.
Oh, Nicky spun!
Oh, Lenz
dear,
has had a bit of a do. Yes, he's had a ding dong in that corner. What's
And
going
Eric
on?
Schmidt
He's
has
just going
his-
into the corner. And oh, it was was it contact? Yes, it was contact
Yeah.
with Canny.
Oh, dear,
Nicky turned
dear.
in and Canny. Yeah, that was a weird one.
Oh, please do replay it.
Yeah, it was Canny in the Geo Racing Team car. I'm going to go back and have a look at his view of that.
Oh, that's... I mean, I got a little bit of lag on Lenz's end of the knee, so I can't be precisely sure,
Well,
but
Canny
it
was
looks to
turning for
me...
the corner, you see.
Yeah,
He was
and
turning
then
for
Nicky's
the
just come
corner.
across.
He
Yeah,
was
he's just
turning
come
Yeah.
across
for-
his nose.
Oh, dear.
I think he probably
think-
he should have probably, in all fairness, it was Nicky's responsibility to make that happen properly, but
Mhm.
he was braking and accelerating was Canny. He was trying to slow down. Lenz was full left, so maybe should have taken it a bit wider.
I think it's one of those things. Sometimes the space that the different classes give can be pretty. I know you're trying to, optimize your lines, all that sort of thing when you're trying to get past classes, but sometimes I've seen it can be cut pretty damn fine. And
Yeah.
sometimes it's just safer to lose those few tenths. I mean, you lose a few tenths, but then you don't have that kind of thing happen. When you give it a bit more space. So,
Like we discussed earlier, it's not the racer's instinct to go. Well, there was a man who once said that something about gaps, I think. I'm not sure how the quote went or who the guy was, but I hear he was pretty fast at some point.
Yeah, I tell you what though, speaking of fast, my team Linex looking pretty fast in that Peter Regnar Simulator car. He's 3 laps down on Schmidt, but challenging to one-lap himself, although having to let JM out Cardano Sardano through at the same time.
Yeah, no, he's a handy operator, Mlenic, with pretty much anything. Anything I've seen him drive, he's always been pretty quick. So, yeah, definitely not too surprising to see he's on the pace in this.
I wonder what GM actually stands for.
No idea.
It stands for anything. Answers on a postcard, please. Apparently, looking at the Northern Lights racing car, Martin Dylan is back in because apparently Hal Vorsen had pains in his elbow. So he's had to stop the car and Martin Dylan's back in it. Man on a mission.
There you go.
The Dylan back in the car then. Interesting, but yeah, Mlinek is actually trying to unlap himself on Schmidt despite being 3 laps down. That
Then
is just
again, there's a
quick,
difference in tire compound.
Yeah, Mlinek is on the soft, let's be fair, but he's also very, very quick. We've seen in other races.
This is true. Mlinek is a fast driver, I have to agree.
Yeah, Matthew Mlinek really has impressed so far this season. And he just wants to unlap himself on Eric Schmidt. That's what he wants to do. Do you think Eric's going to let him by easily then? Tony?
I won't spoil anything.
Well, we'll see. But hopefully he won't fight it too hard. If he feels like he needs to fight it, because we don't want an incident.
Yeah, exactly. This is the last time.
If Matthew's that much quicker, I'd assume he's just like, well, let's go for it then.
There's nearly a bit of a moment there with the
locks up.
trying to.
Schmidt locks up a bit, and Linux in the
P1 that was
pits.
trying to.
Oh,
Nearly
what?
was a moment.
Surprise!
Yeah, Matchy in the pits. Here's come in, and this is about the end of it. Here's an interesting thing. I see David Yunt in the waiting booth for the drivers.
Ooh.
Now, does this mean he's going to come in to take the car from Browdegam? Because he has been in a while, Alex. Maybe he's approaching the limit.
Could
Yeah, they might be covering that.
They might
How
be
much
was
covering
the
that and
percentage
putting Yunt back in the car.
Yeah, and they've got a lap or even 2 on third place, so it makes sense they might be just being safe and either A, cutting it, doing that, or they might even just be, Alex might just want to break, which is fair enough, maybe bring in David just to bring it home to the end, because again, they do have a nice gap over P3 in class, so makes sense to do that.
How much was the percentage of minutes you can do with Max? I'm sorry, what was the percentage?
I think it's 70% of the race leader.
Hi,
Or the
folks.
class leader. Hello, we have a Ben Schmidt.
Hello.
Oh,
I
it's
didn't
our race
realise.
director.
Hello. You're the perfect person to ask, Ben. What is the driver limit?
70%
70% of the race leader.
of the laps the car has done.
All right, 70% of the car's done.
So it
Okay,
depends on the leader of each class.
Right, okay, that makes
okay.
sense. There you go.
Yep.
Well, now we've got you, Bert, actually. You haven't been racing this race. That's been left to in the P1, Patrick Martin and Sasha Glatter. But Patrick is currently leading the whole thing by a lap in P1. That must feel brilliant.
Well, from one side it feels brilliant. Yes, from the other side not, because I'm not driving today.
Yeah, you would have loved to be a part of it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, we all know that, what was the saying again?
What is the saying?
Something about causation. How did the quote go?
Nope, already came in, by the way.
Correlation doesn't mean causation. We all know that.
Nah.
Yeah. Well, Jim, Onedo and Lens both in the pits, so Linek might start to make ground up on Lens, even though he's 3 laps down and the likes. But yeah. I've got a message in. I don't think we're going to get Darryl Russell back this broadcast, unfortunately, but it's great to have you with us, and thanks very much for joining us, Darryl. Great to have you with us once again.
That's okay. I'd say you got plenty in the beef at the moment, but if you ever want me to join in at some point, just let me know.
Oh, sure thing. Thank you very much for joining us now. It's been a pleasure to have you.
Oh, thank you, and yeah, it's been a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
So yeah, just keeping an eye again on this battle for P3 and GT. Troy's definitely at the bit between his teeth. He's almost already up to Marco. He's caught it a bit quicker than I thought he would. I thought it'd take a bit longer than this, but he's already probably within a few seconds. So I don't know if it'll be long. As Marco drifts it there through the left-hander, but I think Troy is going to be looking to have a go at this pretty soon. This would be for position. As yep, David is in the leading of the Blackhawks. As Ricardo is also in the Corvettes. That'll be his last stop to get into the end. So it looks like the GT's last few stops for those who are a little bit later on their stop sequence. They're all getting their stops done in these closing minutes.
Interestingly, R2 Sycula's in the pits. From third in P1, he's handed that to Roy DeBoyk.
Interesting.
Seems Nicky Lenz also pitted a while
Yeah, Lenz
back.
also pitted as well, as did GM Cardenas on Nado.
And
as well.
Ricardo
So a couple of pit
Corazari,
stops.
who just left the pits.
Yep.
But now
Yeah.
stopped very gentlemanly to let a Porsche past.
Yeah, that's Visreal in the core team car. Quite a way back on Corazari, but fair play.
I mean, you are supposed to give space when you come out of the...
Yeah, so he's doing just that.
Mhm.
But yeah, back to you, Ben. Obviously, Blackhawk going to have a very good race in LMP1. But looking at LMGT as well, you're going to look to finish third and about seventh in class. Sorry, second and seventh. David, you're back in the car now in the GT car. So yeah, looking like a good result in both classes.
Yeah, of course, that could be an amazing day for the whole team. So not only winning the LMP1 class, which is the best thing ever, with my point of view, because I'm part of this car, but also for our GT drivers. That's an amazing job they have done here on the track, because I know from them that the Aston doesn't work so well here in Malaysia. And for this, it's an amazing job of all the drivers of both GT cars, and yeah, it's really appreciated if they can bring it home. But we have 33 minutes left, and we all know how much can happen in this last minutes.
We do. We've got 33 minutes to go, and anything can happen in those minutes. We've seen it happen before. We may see it happen again, but who knows what's going to happen in the last half an hour. The power half hour, it doesn't quite work. No, it's part of the power hour, but it's the last 30 minutes of the race, and could be interesting, especially if Berenek Angeloni kicks up again, even though Osvaldo is losing time at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. Again, I'm looking at.
Although-
I'm just watching.
Look at this.
Oh.
Troy Union and Marco Bononi.
Yep. That was the one I was looking at.
You were just about to say
Yeah,
that.
I was just...
Yeah.
What a coincidence, I was just about to
This
say
is
that.
the battle for third in class.
Wait. We all have the spidey sense when there's a battle going on. We all have it. So.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, look at this Troy's really, and he's been closing at Marco and a rave. Look at this, the speed of the Corvette, just seeing the difference right now, and I think he'll have a look, dives it up
No,
the
he
other
won't.
side,
Thanks,
not
man,
going to
Robert.
do... Yeah, no, he knows, just laughing now, still got plenty of time to make the move, and obviously P2's too far up the road, so he knows, just pick his moment, pick his time, no need to be rushing this. He's considerably quicker, he's been catching him at a quick rate of knots, so yeah, just got to be patient, basically. Be patient, and wait for the right moment to do the move, and he should get that done, but we'll see. Marco is certainly not going to make it easy, I wouldn't think, in that Porsche, because this is for a podium, so yeah, it could be quite an intense battle we could see right now.
I'll tell you this, what a recovery drive it would be for Motorsport Italia, because they had to do a driver swap. They had to get Marco Suzzana out of that car. And now, they're going to finish third,
Possibly.
possibly, if Troy Union doesn't go through, which he's threatening all of the time around this lap.
Oh.
Tim Schmidt
As
looking left
said-
and right, where to go,
Yeah,
these guys
as-
are blocking my path, get out of the way!
And as I said, Marco, I'm fairly sure, judging from the stops, I don't think he changed tyres. So I'm pretty sure he's on fairly old, hard tyres, whereas Troy's on much newer rubber. So I think that's also obviously contributing to why Troy's been able to catch Marco at quite a rapid rate of knots. But obviously, as we've seen already, and as I've noticed, catching someone's one thing, but passing someone is another entirely. Certainly around even a track like this, where you'd think it'd be a little easier with the straights around the place.
No, especially in a track like this, because there aren't really a lot of places where you can break in. We had a discussion about this earlier, and this is one of those tracks where you need a lot of aero in order to overtake somebody on a turn, because this is, well, essentially a Formula 1 track. That's what I think this track was designed to do originally. And, yeah. It's
Yeah,
hard
that's
because GTs don't really have any
Yeah.
underfloor aero, I think. Do they even have proper splitters nowadays?
Not sure, but
Ah, here we
Troy.
go. He's
he's
drafted,
looking.
isn't he? Look
Oh,
at
here
this
we
speed
go.
of the goal banks.
Oh, Marco's going
Side
He's
to.
got the
by side on the
outside.
left.
Benoni, sensible, taking the defensive line. But is it going to be enough? He's got the
Well,
inside.
the
He's got the
inside,
inside. He's got the
guys.
inside. But is it enough? Is Troy going to
Gonna be
get the
enough.
cutback?
Oh, Troy cuts him off.
He's
He's
left
gonna
the
go
door
wide.
open.
Oh no, but Marco
got
has a
it.
bit of a spiff.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
but
got it.
Troy, there we go.
I
Clean
reckon that's it,
overtake,
yeah, he-
no contact, and Troy's just
Good.
gonna run away.
Yeah, that was that was smart because Marco definitely, as you saw there, he came
Oh,
across,
hello.
tried
Troy
to block
Demoinke.
Troy from.
Right, the Mike in
tried
the
to-
pits.
Oh,
Yeah.
Troy de Munich? Oh, look at that.
That's
30
last
minutes
pit
to
stop
go.
for those guys, only for fueling.
Yeah, it may only be for fuel, but still, Peter Maravich in that insped car is going to catch up a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe not enough to catch back up, but given there was a driver change, may not be enough, but still, it's a gap and it exists.
Speaking of gaps, guess who's right behind Angeloni?
Baranek!
Oh yeah.
It's on again!
And
Yay!
there's a little bit of traffic. In
Oh,
the...
and hello!
Oh!
Well, if we kicked off
Right
the hour
on
of
the
this
tail.
battle, if we kicked off the hour with the battle, let's continue it in the last half hour.
This is what I was expecting to happen. This is what we predicted earlier. Oh,
Well, here we
Baranek
go.
might be a little bit in trouble. Oh, but the Argentinians get out of the way. Okay.
We'll have to see how this pans out.
Oh yeah. This is gonna be interesting to see what's gonna
Patrick
happen.
Barnett in the pits as well. This will just be a sort of standard stop, though.
Yeah.
Given
Let's
he's a lap
see,
ahead, he's
let's
got nothing
see.
to worry about either.
I guess it isn't a standard stop.
Yeah,
Really?
just a standard stop. Patrick Barton's got plenty of time to make any changes in the pits he wants anyway. He's a whole lap ahead of the case, but nothing
Yeah,
really to worry
and
about
I'll-
for Blackhawk, I don't think.
I'll see the other driver of this car on the server right now, so I guess
Oh,
I
here we go. Baranek just gained loads of time with that final corner. Wilbur Belt over there, so the end not helping affairs. But David Baranek now has a serious chance of fifth again.
Oh dear, I bet Angeloni's feeling the heat.
Angeloni must be starting to think, oh dear, this isn't looking good.
Not the
Essentially,
position I'd want to be in. It's always more fun to be the hunter than the hunted.
Exactly. He
I mean,
has
it
got
depends.
a David Baranek right behind him, and it's not a good thing to have when he's this hungry for fifth.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a race for top 5. Last position in top 5.
Oh,
This
driver
seems
change.
Yeah,
There you go.
definitely.
Sasha Clark has gotten back in the Black Hawk car.
Told you.
Oh,
It's not the
GT
standard
in
stop.
the way again.
But Benoni there, and Baranek's going to get the toe off Angeloni now. Can he cut? He's closing in. He's closing in.
Oh,
Ding
more
dong,
GT
ding dong.
traffic.
Here comes the Baranek.
Oh,
He's holding it close here. He wants this, but he's got to find the opportunity. Osvaldo Angeloni's
another
all of a
GT
sudden got
in
the
the way.
RGPL right on his
Oh,
back
it's got to
bumper,
be close.
and he is not.
Oh,
Wow,
yeah.
there. Oh, dearie me.
Holy moly!
That
You
didn't
gotta
go
see
to
a replay
plan.
of that. Oh, please do show a replay of that. That was too close.
Well, that was close indeed. All of a sudden, you got problems going on there. Then we got GT traffic here. Angeloni versus Baranek still going at it.
Oh, but having the forced to.
You see, I
drop
think
back in a
David's
little
lost the ground again.
But only for some time.
Unless that happens again.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, that
We'll
was
see.
close.
traffic here at the final turn. But it looks like Osvaldo's through, so that's not going to happen. That is actually Corazari, who's race leader in GT.
Yeah. Which side is?
Oh, Baranek called that close.
That was that was a bit too close to my taste. But
That was a
you gotta
close one.
use every card you have in your hand. Meanwhile, Angeloni going a bit wide. Baranek taking slow.
You got to do what you can, eh? You got to see if
Yeah.
you can take any advantage. And well, David Baranek's going to try once more for this race, P5. But
Pretty much every
what a
tick
race
that
he's what a race he's given him, even if he doesn't get it.
Yeah. We will
What a-
see. We still got some time to go, so who knows?
There's still a lot of time to go at this. There ain't much in it. 1.3 seconds as it stands. And no other battle on track is closer than that. This is the closest battle we have. In fact, it's come down to 0.8, 0.4. Look at this. Baronet's not going to try to turn 7, is he? Be madman too. Not from there, but he's going to close in. He's going to reel in Angeloni like the fish on the fishing line. And it's all going to be all his if he can get it done. It's back on the battle for 5th.
Yeah, it's all. I'm waiting for it all to kick off a bit more, and I can just we'll see if these two's what they were doing before is easy to go by.
Angeloni's extended the gap, and he's on harder tyres. He's extended it to a second again. The Baronet needs traffic and needs traffic and a passing opportunity.
Yeah. Speaking of traffic, Valerio Ferraris, the P2 leader, currently stuck behind the GT, but he's it pretty well. The gap between all the P2s is quite a lot, so I don't think we will be seeing a battle here. I think this is the order we're going to finish in, unless something happens, which it always can. There's a lot of cars, a lot of tired drivers on track right now, with a lot of used rubber on right now, so you never know.
Oh, well, Baronet's getting held up by Beninka here. This isn't helping him, but he manages to get to the inside of the corner and through. But he's now dropped 2 more seconds to Angeloni.
Well, Angeloni held up by my teammate. Just a little bit. Not a lot. Just a little
not
bit.
enough though. Not enough for Baronet to catch up.
Nope. Oh boy.
I think that might have been decisive, that. At this point in the race, that might have been decisive, that little loss of time.
Oh dear, there's a GT in the way of the P2 and the P1. Oh, they're going 3 wide into one of the most dangerous turns of the track.
Oh, they made it.
Oh, no casualties.
Casualty free.
100%.
Surprisingly, this is still the closest battle on track.
Yeah.
Still about 3 seconds between them with about 20 minutes to go.
I don't know. I think Angeloni might run into a bit of traffic later on, so who knows?
We'll see, we'll see. We shall see, because seeing is the only way of believing. You never know. Might run into traffic. We'll have to find out when the race continues. Still, we shall find out.
Yeah, indeed. No,
it's... Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna. It all solved itself anyway. I was just looking at you had another faster GT that's lower down the order behind them, and they've went wide at turn 1, and it kind of sorted itself out. But yeah, interesting again. I'm kind of almost like the GT update guy. I'm awful. There's all this prototype stuff going on.
We need more GT love around here.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm pretty sure, I know Josh is on really old rubber, Eric I'm fairly sure is on very old rubber, Faith is on very old rubber, and I know Dennis I don't think changed tyres, so he took my, I did mention, I was like, you could possibly get away with no tyre change, wink wink, on that last stop, but yeah, so it looks like all these guys, I mean they're also spaced out, but they're all on very old rubber, and Marco's on very old rubber as well, probably the oldest of everyone, so it could all be interesting. If there's any mistakes in that sort of mid-end or towards the top 5 almost in GTs, there could be some people who could gain from it. So I'm just watching it with interest because it's it's interesting to see how the pace is going with these guys on really, really old hard tyres.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it all works out for them, especially on such old rubber. And yeah, David Baronet is now hemorrhaging time. He's now 4.7 behind Angeloni. I think this battle might be over. Might have pushed it too hard in that battle, ruined his tyres, and now he can't push as hard anymore. Angeloni, though, has been nice and sensible, and he's going to probably come up to 5th for Atlantic.
Yeah, good job by Angeloni. So far, at least. Still 20 minutes to go, so plenty or so.
Right, the Monks just had a slight excursion while trying to lap a car there, but it won't be enough for Marovic to get through. Morovic, even. I've always said Marovic, but it's Morovic. I've just learned that today.
Oh dear.
Well done.
I've never corrected you either. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. I only just found out by looking at the live timing. Mind you, Morovic is now being held up by Mr. Elam Linex, so yeah, he's having a hard time too, but tell you who, it's been a reasonably easy race for Sasha Glatter in the Black Hawk Racing number 16. Never really been out of a position where they'd lose that first. And I'll tell you who else has been a reasonably easy race for. Bernd Schmidt. Not a single code 80 this race.
Oh,
Yeah,
don't,
it's amazing.
don't jinx it either, Josh. Don't jinx it.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
Yeah,
dude.
we don't tend to have a code 80 in the finals hours of race unless it's absolutely necessary anyway, so...
We don't tend to until the commentators goes happens.
Yeah, well,
I'm only joking, Josh.
that's the
no,
thing. We talked with Bernd Schmidt about this last time, I think. We don't usually have code 80s in the last hour unless we absolutely need them, so if it was going to happen, it would have happened already. That must make you feel good, Ben, that we've had a race where we don't even need to slow the field down.
And it's awesome to see that everybody can manage his car on this difficult track here without crashing or forcing another one to crash or stuff like that. We can go through the whole race without any code 80 or stuff like that. So the only thing we would have was one caution on the back straight related to a slow car, and that's it. So yeah, that shows on what for level we are driving here in room 2, isn't it?
It shows quality, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Have they had any code 80s in room 1 yet?
To be honest, I don't know, because I'm not watching the stream right now.
Yeah.
Enough to do with
If anyone's been keeping-
and stuff like that.
If anyone's been keeping an eye on room 1, please tell us if they've had any code 80s. Because that gives
So
us
that we can then
bragging
say
rights
we're
if they
better
have
room
it.
two
If they've
than
had code 80s, we can have bragging rights.
That's what I was thinking as well.
We get all the bragging rights if they've had it as much as one, because all we've had is a single caution.
Yep.
Yeah, well, they're both separate championships, room 1 and room 2. They both mean as much, but just it means that room 1 winning room 2 means you're probably going to go to room 1 next season.
Mm.
That's literally all it means. Otherwise, it's the same championship.
Mm.
And room 2 is just as good because we've seen just as good racing.
Mm.
And just as good commentating, if not better.
I mean, yes,
Oh,
room
wow.
1 has Nissan GTR LM Dismals, and yes, they have downforce radio, and yes, it's on an hour
Who
later, but
gives an hour's hoot?
a what?
An
That
hour's
yeah,
hoot.
makes sense. That's legit.
Oh,
That's
well,
legit.
that is an English phrase and it is a legitimate. Yeah, room 2 is just as good.
Yes.
We're
Exactly.
good people. We like racing.
No. We're better. Okay, well,
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
fuck.
Yeah, well,
We are-
I'm
we are-
pretty good, but
We are as good, maybe a little bit better, but
oh, apparently
Okay.
Shane Burke says yes, they have, I believe.
Yeah.
So if we've not had a code 80 and you've had a code 80, that makes us the winners.
Of course.
Like,
Yeah.
I like it is that you say so. Apparently, so room 1 was watching that moment, and you. Sorry, this was great. You were just like, room 1, suck it.
It's not his fault. Room 1 sucks.
Oh wow.
Yeah, there's too much fun wheel
Wait.
drive in room 1.
I'm just waiting for Jimmy to come in and just be like, so what was that you were saying, guys?
I was saying that room 1 sucks, Jimmy. That's what I was saying.
But at the
Oh,
same
dear.
time, it does have more Nissan than us.
Mm.
Let's
We
be
have-
fair.
We
So it has
have.
more Euro beat,
Honestly,
basically.
I'm really missing the Nissan in room 2, to be
Hey,
honest.
I could tell you something about Europe, one or two thing. Basically, pretty much all three of us at Velocity GP, we listen to a lot of Eurobeat while we drive, so don't underestimate Room 2 either on the Eurobeat department. I mean,
Apparently, according to Populous Machinist, room 2 actually has commentary. That suggests room 1 doesn't have commentary for whatever reason. I don't.
Oh.
so we are
Well.
better than them. I knew it. I always
Proven.
knew it.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
I don't know whether he's being serious or not, but if he's being serious, I'm going to do something about that.
Oh dear.
Oh no! Don't betray us, Josh. You can't do that.
No, not after the race is
Room
finished.
2
of course.
forever.
Don't
Oh
sell
my
us out,
God.
man. Don't forget who brought you here. Don't sell us out, dude.
Well,
Oh dear.
I think we're coming into the last 15 minutes of this race now. It's a shame that these last 4, like the first 2 were a proper drag for us, I'll admit, because there was nothing happening. But these last 4 hours have flown by.
Yep, pretty much.
I mean, it's pretty much, I think it was ever since Tony turned up, things have gone quicker. That's what it is. As soon as Tony turns up, things just get better.
Yeah, everybody tunes out and falls asleep. That's why time passes faster.
Oh, no, you're good. You are more
Yeah.
enthusiastic than me, and I never thought I'd meet anyone who's more enthusiastic than me.
I don't know. I've always liked watching motor racing, and maybe I've taken a few cues from the Japanese commentators who are always
Going ballistic.
very excited. Yeah. No matter what happens.
So just noticing. I don't know if there'll be enough time for him to catch up, but I'm noticing Josh, in that number 93 Ferrari, has been catching Marco in the Porsche at a pretty rapid rate of knots, about a second or two a lap in the last sort of 10-15 minutes. So he's getting within view distance at this point. So I don't know if he's quite got enough time, as he nearly has a bit of a hip and shoulder with the P1, but who knows? There could be a potential P4 in class for them if they can bring that in. And I know Marco, as I said, I'm pretty sure he's on very worn tyres, so maybe. I don't know if he'll have enough time, but he's closing at a pretty noticeable rate right now, so could be on to watch towards the end.
Yeah, it could be an interesting little battle to watch for these final 15 minutes of the race. I'll just let Jimmy Allison know about the potential is the commentary gone in room 1 thing. Oh, apparently he's going to be back in 13 minutes, so I'm not needed!
Yeah, you can stick around.
But I was going to stick around anyway.
Good. By the way, Roy de Munich taking a very adventurous stroll into the unknown jungles of the Sepang grasses or something. I don't know what happened, but he just went really, really wide and really off. And Piotr isn't that far off of him. Well, I mean, there's certainly a gap, but I don't know what happened.
Looking at the gaps, there's 5 seconds between Baronek and Angeloni. That one seems to come to an end. And all the other battles seem to come to an end as well. So, yeah.
I really do think watch Josh though. I think I'm noticing just by keep looking at him how quickly he's closing. Like Marco's, what's he doing? He's doing 205, which isn't too bad considering he's on very worn tyres. But what's Josh doing? I think he's doing 204s. Let me look. Yeah, he did a 203.4 last lap with tyres that are pretty worn. That's pretty impressive. He's pulled that one out. I'll see what this lap is, but he's charging, and I really do think he might catch Marco. Marco's really struggling at the moment, and he does a 203.5. He just bangs in another, really solid lap, and Marco did a 207.3. So,
oh my.
Yeah, I reckon Josh, I really do think, unless traffic plays a part, which could always happen, Josh might have a chance. I'll tell you what, Troy's actually not really going at a rapid rate of knots either, although I think he's got enough of a gap that he's just cruising at this point, but I don't know, could at least be a challenge for P4. Marco is noticeably getting caught, so could be an interesting one to watch in these dying minutes.
Could be, absolutely, still want to watch. But Marco Bononi's doing a great job in 4th, let's not forget. He has had a great race, the had to switch drivers. He's in that car. Yeah, he's doing a good job. I think we interviewed Motorsport Italia last time in Suzuka, didn't we? Or something like that. I remember, and they were so nice to interview. Such a lovely team.
Yeah, no,
always nice to
yeah,
have
good.
them around, and always nice to see them do well.
Yeah, it's good to see there. As I said, look, at the very least, they're in the top 5 right now, which is still very solid points-wise. As he goes a bit deep at the hairpin, it's going to give Josh a little bit more motivation. Does he get it right? Yep. Yeah, I think, as I said, I think it's just a matter of time at this point. As I said, Troy's kind of up ahead of them, is more or less keeping station, but I think he's got enough of a gap that he should be safe. But yeah, I don't know. And Marco drifting through there doesn't really help. So I think Josh he's coming, and he's coming fast. So yeah, we'll see. But again, obviously catching one thing, passing another. So we will see how that all pans out. But obviously the Ferrari's pretty speedy in a straight line. So
hello.
yeah, we'll see.
Jeremy Sloil for core team. In with 12 to go.
No?
Interesting.
That's weird.
I wonder why he's doing that.
Probably had a splash and dash, I'm guessing. It looks like he's not taking
They
tyres,
just
yeah.
They just understood the field, thought, I'm coming in for some more.
I think probably strategy, I'm guessing. I think, remember they had the incident with the leaders in GT at the last corner, and they had a bit for damage, so I reckon that's just how it's had to play out because of how or when that incident happened. Their strategy kind of got a bit out of whack, so they're just trying to make it to the end at this point. They don't lose position, they stay where they are, which I believe is P9 in the GTs. So at the very least, they're still looking at getting a top 10 class, which is still still good points at the very least. So not a complete disaster for them.
Well, let's just say that things are going on at the moment, but Baronet's doing a pretty good job here and all that, but, you know, things are still going well in that sense, but I'm just keeping an eye on, obviously, anything that's going on at the moment, but let's be honest, it's got to that point in the race now where the gaps have closed up, but, you know, they're closing up, but there's nothing really happening. It's weird,
I
but
think
I'm
everybody
excited.
wants to play it safe.
Yeah, they're just trying to get to the end. Except for Josh just pushing, because I think he can sense a P4 in a potential spot. And yeah, he's running. Obviously, it's only 10 minutes to go, but again, that's really close. That's got to be what, 4 seconds, if that. Like he's closing at a rapid rate of knots right now. As what's the time Marco did last lap? He did 2:05. Yeah, he's struggling on pace. Let's see what Josh did. 2:04 again. He's just been bang bang. He's just been popping in the laps constantly, and I reckon, yeah, for sure he's going to be battling. I reckon in the last 5 minutes we're going to have a pretty heated battle for P4 and GTs, so that could be one to watch for the dying minutes of the race.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how this last couple of minutes pans out, and you know, this is what I love about endurance racing. Even in the final 10 minutes, you never know what's going to happen. Never. That's it. It's just always unpredictable, believable stuff. It's just one of those things, really. It just is, and yeah, it's why I love it so much, because you never know what's going to happen. And even in the last 10 minutes of a race, I can stand here, sit here, talking like an idiot, and people, like, it's just a race. It's a race.
Yeah, no,
Good race is that.
No, it's been a pretty good one. As I said, obviously no coyotes, which has been good. You know, good, nice, clean run throughout, which is good to see. No weather either, which is, I guess, made things less chaotic, because if there'd been a bit of rain, that would have been fun. But yeah, no, it's been not bad. And obviously, with the time of day, no night racing either, so that probably has helped to keep things a bit more sane in these you know, last few hours of the race.
Yeah, just got to keep these, just got to keep it together in the last 10 minutes, people. You know, don't throw it all away in the last 10, you know? And, yeah, that's what it's going to do. I mean, I can bring the excitement, you two can keep me on ground level, and it's all just going to be the standard stuff. You know? We'll see. We'll see what happens. 10 minutes, 8 minutes, some minutes, the countdown started, and it's like, don't lose it. I'm losing it, but don't you guys lose control of the cars. I'd say that's exactly what they're probably thinking.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, I think they'll be pretty calm. I think they'll be bringing it home. You know, usually at this point you're just trying to stay focused more than anything. It's more about just staying in the concentration zone more than anything else, more than going ballistic. It's the opposite. You're more trying to stay awake and try and stay in the sort of, you know, concentration, going, yep, hit the apexes, and and just keep with it more than anything else, because it's so easy in these last 10 minutes to just kind of zone off and go, oh yeah, I'm nearly done, yeah, and just zone off, and next minute, bang, you're out.
Yeah,
so,
I used to call it the last lap's curse, is that it's on the last lap that, or the last bit of the race, when they go wrong. And speaking of wrong, Osvaldo Angeloni just pitted for who knows what reason. Meaning David Berenek takes 5th.
Oh, there you go.
Like I was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, anything happens, eh? Exactly.
Yeah, well, gaps-wise, you know, this is the thing. It may not be a very big gap, but, well, it is a big gap, that's the thing. David Berenek's now 48 seconds behind Piotr Maravich, but actually he's got past Angeloni, hasn't he? Because, whatever, but stuff has happened, and David Berenek's 5th. That's the thing. So much can change in the final hours of a race.
Yep. I'm keeping, Marco's about to be caught finally by Josh. Josh is within, I reckon, about 2 cm. We'll pick lock up from Marco mid-corner as well, so I think, yep, Josh is looking a lot more consistently, I say, as he nearly spins it off the curb. But yeah, he's got nearly within striking distance, and I reckon, how long has he got? He's got about 6 minutes. I'm just curious to see how much this is going to be fought. But yeah, I reckon he won't give it up, Marco. But we'll see. Depending on how different the pace is, It could either be very, very intense or it might not be too bad, but yeah, it's noticeable now. I think Josh is going to be on him in the next couple, although he's got a bit of a pack of prototypes coming at him, a lot of P2s. It's like little terriers come at you right now, and as these P2s try and get around him, oh! that was very awkward for all the P2s there. They got through in the end, but yeah, a little bit awkward for them, but yeah, all a bit awkward when that happens.
Nicky
What's
Lenz
happened?
is trying to lap my team Linex, well, Linex's having none of it.
Oh dear. The last bit of the race?
Wow. Yeah, Linex just wants to get this done. He wants to stay ahead. He wants to race and Lenz wants through.
Want to hear something cool?
What?
Valerio Ferrari is not that far from lapping Lenz again as well.
Oh,
So-
yeah, this could be interesting. Let's get the popcorn out. Is Nicky going to get through? Is Valerio going to get through? Is Eric Schmidt going to come from nowhere and win?
Oh, don't say that.
Well, he's only a lap behind Ferrari, so if something happened to that car...
Don't get my hopes up. No offense to
Yeah.
racing Luton.
You're a realist, I understand.
I'm a realist.
Yeah, be realistic. That's a very good mindset to have. And I'm sure Nicky Lenz is not catching Matty Linex pulling away.
Oh dear.
He's saying, nope, you're not lapping me. You'll have to catch me. You've got to go fast if you want to catch me.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's all quite interesting, and yeah, there's still that battle going on, and it's still the same. I think the traffic helped to delay the assault, but I really think Josh is going to be on him pretty much around about now, because Marco's a big lock up as well. He's managed to hit the apex still, but he's struggling. He's just limping at this point. Those tyres, I reckon, are screaming for mercy at this point. So and Josh is coming.
Just got
So
stuck in traffic, and he's now a bit of traffic for Nicky Lenz. Perhaps not yet, but he's there. He's there, and he's being caught by Lenz. And Nicky knows if he can get through, that's one person less he doesn't have to worry about. Although there's only 4 minutes left to go in the race. I'd say that much. Osvaldo Angeloni, though, is trying to get through Mlinek as well. So this P1 is interesting things a bit. Angeloni in relation to Beranek was obviously quite a way back, but yeah, last couple of minutes of this race, things are starting to get interesting.
yeah, these yeah, as I said, just looking through. I'm also noticing Faith in that second Blackhawk's really struggling. Like, I think those tyres, there's another one there that's really struggling on tyres because they're just locking up into a lot of corners. Their lap pace is pretty much plummeting at this point. So, yeah, I've got a few cars that are really limping at this point on tyres. And yeah, Marco's basically got Josh right up his clacker right now, and that is
That might be one to
battle for
look at,
position.
actually. This might be one to look at here, P4 and GT, in these last couple of closing minutes of the race. This might be one to look at because Josh is not very far behind Marco at all, and I think he's just delayed the inevitable until now, Benoni, but he may be about to drop into 5th place.
Oh, Josh he has had the pace.
Yeah, he's got the pace. Unless Benoni does some seriously fancy footwork and technology driving, etc., he is going to find that Ferrari right in front of him. He's got to go to the inside now, and he's starting to do. He's not making it easy for the Revs car, is he?
No. But it's
no,
going to be
he's-
so close. Josh just has so much
he
more
has.
grip.
Marco's got to go left here. And
But
he's
Marco's
got
going to try and hold it.
Xaba's there. Fair enough, Marco is left. Oh,
Almost moving
well
across.
placed by Marco. Fair play to him. That was good defensive
That was
driving.
a good defensive move.
All he's going to do is hold the inside line and make life as difficult as he can for Josh, and he's got this 4th.
Let's
As
hope
Nicky
Josh
Lenz
will
has
keep
passed
his
Eric
distance.
Smith.
Huh?
Lenz has passed Smith. Lenz is now second in class.
What?
And Smith 3rd. Yeah,
How did
Smith
that
went
happen?
off. He went off at the tightening radius
Oh, dear.
corner, and that's how Nicky went through. Meanwhile, here we go. Josh versus Marco. He's got the Ferrari behind him. Go left if he wants to defend. Right if he doesn't. Is he going to go?
Yeah.
Is he going to go? Oh, he's not. He's not moving. He's staying to the right.
P1, that's why. Yeah, I think he
Yeah,
saw
'cause
the
the
P1 and
Moink
thought
is
he hold
there.
position.
Well
Oh.
decided. Josh has decided to go there. I think this is going to be the last lap of the race coming up if this is not it already. Well, actually, yeah, I've come to think of it. This is
Yeah,
probably
it's
the
the last lap, I
lap.
think. Yeah, because Satcher's only just ended the first sector, so I reckon
If
this will
someone
be the last
could
lap.
if someone could very, very kindly check the stream and make sure, that would be lovely. But I do believe this is the last lap. Will be lap
Yeah, I'm fairly
201 is the last lap for Sasha Glatter.
As he goes, Josh is still, he's trying to go for the exit now. Let's try up towards the top of the hill. He's right on Narco's back end, but I don't know if he's quite close enough. Let's have a look. He might have a dive. It's near the end. It's fair enough if he goes for it here at this point, but nope. He's going to play the safe card. Be patient. He's just so much quicker though. He's just quick. Can't get the although that's a
he
good
can't
exit.
go through here.
Oh,
He can't go.
Oh,
This isn't going to work. No,
and you got a P1 coming as
Thought he
well.
might try. I'm just trying to keep an eye on
Ooh.
Sasha Glatter and all this, but yeah, where is Josh going to go? He's going to try the outside.
On the inside. Oh!
Inside, he's going to go for it, he's going to go for it. Here we go. Here we go. It's now or never.
Oh, that's
And
risky.
well,
Side by
That's risky.
side.
He's
Oh,
going
there's
for
a
it.
contact.
Hasn't
Oh, Marco holds the position.
Paul Margot holds it. I have to take it to Sasha Glatter, who's rounding the final corner now, what I believe is the final lap of the race. And Black Hawk Racing are, I believe, going to get themselves the win of this race here as Glatter crosses the line to win it. And it's going to be kissed from Boink to Boink from Maravich. But let's go back to this GT battle quickly.
I think Josh is going to give it everything he has for these last 2 laps. Oh, I'm sorry,
The
last
last
few
2 corners, yeah.
corners.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry
Yeah,
about
he's
that.
going for it, isn't he?
Yeah,
Oh, Marco goes
Oh.
with
Oh,
Marco
look at this. Is this a chance? Is this a chance? This is the Rev's
Oh
chance.
no, he breaks too early, but Marco locks up.
Oh,
God,
He
Tony
gets the
Crevens
better one
almost
too.
exploding with excitement. I should add, Valerio Ferraris has won in the LMP2 class, and it's probably going to be Corazari has won in LMGT. But it's final corner havoc for Josh Marco Benoni.
Everything
Bonus
or
for
nothing,
Italia on
boy.
the inside, Rez on the outside. It goes wide. It's Benoni. It's going to be so close. Oh, calamity! Let's havoc and cry. The dogs of war. It's gone wrong for Josh Hall at the end.
Oh, everything or nothing turned out to be nothing this time. He can still.
Well, it was a kamikaze attempt. He went to the
But
inside. He went to the inside. He was straight on, and Benoni ahead. Marco Benoni, he was trying to straighten up. Well,
Nothing was lost though. Nothing was lost. But that was really close. Hats off to Josh for trying it to the very end.
well, hats off for trying. Maybe it was a bit reckless, but he had to try. It was the last
I'm gonna
corner.
have to go and debrief a few of my drivers. So
Well, that's fair enough. It's been a pleasure having you around, Tony, and
hey, it's
hopefully
been
we'll
a
have you
pleasure
next
to be
race
around.
too.
Of course. See you guys later.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to round out the positions, Sasha Glatter wins the LMP1 title sort of race for Black Hawk Racing, and it's Xaber Kiss and Roy DeMunk, then Peter Maravich, so Insped, Dutch Connection, Deltec, and Black Hawk 4th to 1st. David Barron finished 1st for Team RGPL. And LMP2 was Valerio Ferraris in the number 49 who finished 1st, from Nicky Lenz from Reborn Racers, from Velocity GP, from Feeder Ragnar Simulator, from RGPL Semtech. In the GTs, it was Ricardo Cavazzari and Pulse Motorsport from Black Hawk Racing's 81, driven by David from SimHQ, from Motorsport Italia, from the Revs car, who absolutely blasted it down that final part of the race. And Thomas Hinds has just got to speak with Dennis Jordan. That's fair enough. I'll fill time till he gets back. But then the following GT cars were Gilles Racing Team 74, then the 82 Black Hawk, and then it was the 61 Feeder Ragnar FSP Adonis car, then the 92 Call Team and the Northern Lights Racing. Retirements from this race were not that actually. Retirements from the race: Rickard Norgren in the 28 Sim HQ car, Nick Curry in the 59 Undercover Sim Racing car, Thierry Chalot in the number 12 DL Motorsports car, and Wojciech Kaszka in the 15 ILG World car. So, Ben Schmidt, that ending.
Amazing, amazing. It feels so good to see that my own car is winning this race. An absolutely amazing job by Patrick and Sasha. It was so great to watch this race. And my heart now goes a bit down. Was tougher high pull to me for this race when I see the last 10 minutes, and I was only hoping, oh please not go anything wrong there in the last minutes. And yeah, so great. And also of course congratulations to all other teams. And now I have to switch on to my last and short speakings as a race director. Thanks very much for this amazing race. It was a really great job from all of you guys. Congratulations to the class winners and to all finishers of this race. It was a pleasure to have this race with you. And I'm really looking forward to see you again in 4 weeks to the next race with the 12 hours of Sebring. So have a great evening and see you next time.
Well, British Switchers wishing everyone thank you for joining, and rightfully so, it was a good race. That final corner between Josh Hill and Rocco Benoni as well, utter madness between those two. Both really gone for it. I mean,
Yes.
if you're going to go for a position,
Well, I guess Josh was thinking so, okay, let's go for the last thing I can do in this race. And yeah, he has tried all what he can. And at this point of the race, he doesn't have anything to lose. And it's so great to see that the drivers are fighting as hard as he was in the last minutes or the last meters of the race. And that's what motorsport is, isn't it?
Yeah, I did end in tears for the Revs team, but hey, that's fine. Apparently I've been told to wrap it up by broadcast server who receives Jimmy Allison. So any last words, Tony?
Other than nice racing, everybody. See you in 4 weeks.
Yeah, we will see you in 4 weeks. We're doing the double next time. We've got the 12 hours of Sepang here at the Virtual Endurance Championship. And of course, in next week, we have the Virtual Le Mans Series as well. Tune in for that. Tune in for VEC. But until then, from me, Tony, and everyone else here at simracing.club, it's a very warm and very Malaysian goodbye.